with the media.
Media Day, a smorgasbord of cameras, cables, mics, flashing bulbs, and what have you. A regular tradition that is the Super Bowl.
It's overblown, it's overkill, it's exaggerated, it's excess, it's everything that makes America great.
Now, regardless of what anyone might say, this is not just a football game. It's full of glitter, pomp, circumstance, something the diehard fan would love, and even the mildest of fans would be fascinated. It is during this week that success stories will come forth, such as Denver's famed Three Amigos. Stories such as this don't only catch the fanfare nationally, but internationally.
I'm a freelance. I'm covering the Super Bowl for 6 or 7 papers in England. We're actually the Two Amigos.
The players themselves will go through countless interviews, ask numerous questions over and over. And of course, there's got to be the one that someone's missed.
No, he's just in the shoe size.
Did you see the smile on Brian's face?
At least these comments suggest so.
For us to play well, especially at the quarterback position, you've got to play well to be gelling on offense. So, you know, I'm taking it a lot on myself that, hey, I got to go out and play well. But I think that everybody on the team is looking at it that way.
I don't think you can really prepare yourself for a team that is different characteristically, say, from the Bears or from the Giants or the Broncos. You try and highlight what you do best. It's like the old saying, you dance with what brought you.
And for the moment, that dance is still scheduled for 6 o'clock Eastern Time Sunday afternoon. Believe me, if there's a change in the schedule, you'll hear about it. I'm Jim Lafley.
All the best homes are built on the same foundation. Mock & Company, your A.B. Dick copier dealer, 1965 Westmoreland. From Central Virginia's Jim Price Chevrolet Peugeot in Charlottesville. WTVR and our sponsors wish the Washington Redskins the best of luck in the Super Bowl. Along with Willard and Air and Ken Willard for a look back at the Redskins division-winning season. You'll see exclusive highlights from NFL films, interviews with Redskins players and coaches, and an analysis of the upcoming game. It's the Redskins Road to San Diego, Saturday at 9 p.m. and again on Super Bowl Sunday at 1:30, right here on TV6, your Redskins station.
Lots of how are you doing is the real question. Well, I'm a little chilly, oddly enough, though the weather's been so beautiful in San Diego. I'm sure it's going to warm up again once the sun comes out. But, of course, it wouldn't be the Super Bowl unless there were at least one controversy involving a participating player. And yesterday, just such a brouhaha arose, unwittingly touched off by Denver tight end Clarence Kay. Since Kay underwent substance abuse treatment in the fall of 1986, eyebrows were raised around here when, without explanation, he failed to show up at a press briefing where his presence had been announced for Wednesday morning. Armed with the information that Kay had been seen out in a nightclub Tuesday night, some reporters here began to speculate that he had had a relapse with the substance abuse problem. Kay was swarmed by reporters when he arrived at the press tent yesterday morning and was livid about the speculation. And the Denver coach, Dan Reeves, began his own press briefing with a direct attack on that topic.
And there's no problem with Clarence Kay. Clarence Kay is ready to play, and it's unfortunate that, as far as I'm concerned, a rumor started the way it did yesterday.
Kay caught 2 first-half touchdown passes in the Broncos' first playoff win over Houston, continuing his emergence as a key receiver. So when he failed to show for the Wednesday morning interviews, his absence could hardly have gone unnoticed. But Kay felt he owed no explanation to the press or anyone else.
The media doesn't pay me to come down to this tent, you know. The Denver Broncos paid me to be out here and play a football game, and I just felt like, you know, why do you guys think I'm obligated to come down here and talk to them, you know? And it set me back a little bit last night.
Since his entry into drug rehabilitation last year, Kay has remained substance-free. However, the pressure of being under this media microscope, where any small misstep becomes a sports page headline, has taken him by surprise.
My doctor told me that when I was going through the clinic, that it would be days like this, but it's been a while ago that I heard that it just slipped my mind, and now a lot of things are beginning to come into focus that he talked about, you know, back last December.
Clarence Kay is glad to have set the record straight. His concern for now is to prepare himself for a football game, and he claims he won't dwell on events of the past.
This thing about my rehabilitation, it's getting out of, you know, it's been blown out of proportion, and I'm kind of tired of it. But yet again, you know, I'm not here to try to educate anybody. I just want to let people know what's going on with me so they'll understand me better. And when something does happen to Clarence K, they won't jump to the conclusions like that.
I've known Clarence for several years. He acknowledged to me that he was out late Tuesday night, but without drugs or alcohol. He takes a weekly test to back that up, and his participation in Sunday's game is not going to be affected by this. Harry?
Jim, what do you think about the game on Sunday? Broncos are supposed to win by a couple of points. Is there a chance that we might even, for a change, have an exciting Super Bowl?
Well, I think we'll have an exciting Super Bowl if the romanticist scenario is played out. That would be the scenario in which John Elway, with his magical talent, lifts the Broncos up on his shoulders and carries them to victory over a team that appears to be better in most other departments. But the Super Bowl in recent years has been no place for romantics. And I came here thinking that Denver would win and have changed my mind in the last 24 hours and succumbing to the reality of the fact that I think Joe Gibbs, the Washington coach, is the best in the business at preparing his team for one game. Washington is the more generally powerful team. I'm going with realism and picking the Redskins.
All right, Jim, and we will talk to you on the other side of the game on Monday morning.
Thank you, Harry.
You bet. 22 minutes.
Today's sports correspondent Bill McAtee interviewed them both in San Diego.
And good morning. Well, it was clear early in the week that the focal point for Super Bowl 22 would be at the quarterback position. They are two very different men, John Elway and Doug Williams. We had a chance this week to sit down with both of them. And we begin with our conversation with John Elway.
You've been in the league for 5 years now. How have you changed? I'm not talking about on the field, really more off the field. How have you changed in that space of time?
Well, I think that it's a growing-up process. I think that, you know, when you come into the league, you're young, you really don't know what to expect, especially as a quarterback, because the quarterback gets so much of the attention, and I think that you don't change so much physically or you're thinking about football. I think the biggest thing is privately how you change, realizing that all of a sudden being the quarterback, you're not going to be able to go out to dinner and have a lot of privacy outside the house. So I think it's a lot of adjustments to your personal life.
Was that tough for you, that part? Because you're a pretty easygoing guy. I mean, you seem comfortable in social situations.
It was real difficult for me early. I think that in my first couple of years here, when I came in with such a bang and you know, all of a sudden it was on me, I think that it took me a while to get used to it. And then I, like I said, you know, the maturing process, realizing that's part of being a quarterback in the NFL, and it's something that, you know, you finally have to just tell yourself that's all part of it and make the adjustment.
Is there more pressure on you or Doug Williams? You guys have been the focus of stories about the Redskins and the Broncos. You think if you had to pick one, you were Doug?
Well, I don't know. I guess the pressure might be on me just because of the things that people are saying about this one-man team and all that stuff, which is totally wrong. But I think that, you know, anytime you're a quarterback, there's going to be pressure on both sides. And I think that, you know, what I've gone through, I have a feeling I know what Doug has gone through. And you know, we're both going to have to play well for our teams to be successful.
You're no longer the guy with potential. You're a guy who's taken his team to the Super Bowl. But when you consider now, and that you've gotten older, this is probably in the back of your mind somewhere, your place in football history, how important is it that John Elway is not the guy who lost 2 Super Bowls, but a guy who finally proved that he could win the big one, the ultimate game?
Well, I think it's very important. And I think that, you know...
Well, that's interesting, because a lot of guys wouldn't admit that.
To me, it's as a quarterback, it really comes down to win and losses, no matter what your numbers are. And eventually, it's in the performances that are really remembered, and the games that you play in are the big games that have won and lost. And I think that, you know, us being here last year and losing, I think that, and then having the opportunity to get back and be world champs, I think it's a must-win situation for us, and that's the way I'm looking at it, because I certainly don't want to be a guy that has lost 2 Super Bowls in 5 years, and you know, and you never know if you're going to get the opportunity to get back.
John Elway, and it was interesting to hear him admit that he feels a great deal of pressure not wanting to be a quarterback who lost 2 straight Super Bowls. Doug Williams, on the other hand, is a guy who's just happy to be here.
Most of the stories about you have focused on the fact that you're the first black quarterback to start a Super Bowl game. And when I've seen you talk about that, you never seem really comfortable dealing with that subject. Why is that?
Well, I'm comfortable with it because it's true. But my thing is, I think the media and the press put too much emphasis on why I'm here. first of all, I'm here to play in the Super Bowl, which is the ultimate goal of any professional football player. Just so happened I was fortunate enough to be with the Redskins to make it this far, and I just happen to be black and playing quarterback. And that's why that's the way I look at it, is the fact that I'm here part of a team playing in the Super Bowl that everybody, 26 other teams, would love to be in.
I look at the things that you've gone through in the last 8 to 10 years, and there have been a lot of ups and downs. And I think the one thing that I'm most interested in is when your wife passed away, and suddenly there you were with a 4-month-old daughter and a single parent. What was that time of your life like?
It was tough, but I think what happened to me is the fact that I had a lot of good people around me, family, friends, associates. A lot of other people came to my rescue. Even my mom, I think, was probably the biggest factor in that, because she took my little girl, because with me traveling and going to other teams and things like that, she's the one who raised Ashley. But I had a lot of friends who didn't want me to be alone, who was determined to be at my side and always kept in contact to find out how I was doing, to make sure that I wasn't going to end up on the deep end. It was a tough situation, but I felt like with Ashley, there's a lot more to live for than that, and Ashley made the difference, I think.
You know, all the stories focus on you and Elway, and I asked John this question. If you had to pick one, more pressure on you or more pressure on Elway?
I don't know. I think it's both ways, if you want to say pressure, but I've always been a firm believer that pressure is something that the individual put up on themselves. I'm not going to let the press of the media, being black, put any pressure up on me Sunday as far as playing this football game. The people I'm going to try to keep from putting pressure on me is Carl McEnberg and those guys.
You having a good time with all this? It's a little overwhelming.
It's a little overwhelming, but I tell you, when you go to training camp in July and think about getting here this time of the year, hey, we just have to deal with it. If it happened again next year, I love this. I welcome the zoo.
Doug Williams, whose appearance here in Super Bowl 22 concludes what has been very much a storybook season for him. That's it from San Diego. We'll be back on Sunday. We'll have a conversation with the head coaches on Sunday Today. And now let's send you back to...
Won't become game time. We also know that this may have been one of the most interesting seasons which Redskin fans can ever remember. The team was plagued with many a question mark heading into the new campaign. And before the Redskins ever got it into high gear, the players hit the picket line. From there, a series of emotional, hard-fought victories and some losses which were extremely difficult to swallow. And then the event which would turn most teams into a sudden state of turmoil, the change in starting quarterback. But the Burgundy and Gold banded together and supported Doug Williams for the rest of the year. And despite being underdogs in playoff games against Minnesota and Chicago, Washington arrived in sunny San Diego for Super Bowl 22. We want you to sit back, relax, and enjoy, because for the next 60 minutes, we're going to relive the highlights, enjoy the wins, suffer the losses, and endure the strike. We're also going to sit down and have a roundtable discussion with a couple of Richmonders, former NFL players who know what championship action is all about. We'll do that as we come back with the Redskins on their road to San Diego.
WTVR-TV presents The Redskins Road to San Diego. Brought to you by Pepsi-Cola Bottling Company, Southern Virginia Ford Dealers, and Franco's Fashion Galleries. The Redskins Road to San Diego.
Before the Redskins ever hit the turf at RFK Stadium, it was time for the grueling annual ritual known as preseason training camp. Coach Joe Gibbs and his staff greeting the highly touted rookies, along with the ageless veterans and a smattering of free agents. Carlisle, Pennsylvania and Dickinson College greeted the sweltering summer session this year, as it has for many a season. But before the players ever buckled their chin straps for the first time, a bit of controversy. 37-year-old defensive tackle Dave Butts couldn't come to terms with the Redskins, and he decided to hold out.
We'd love to have Dave. We need Dave, but if we're prepared to go without him, if that's his decision.
Dave Butts made his decision. He did sign a contract and did return to camp. That was one preseason problem solved. But a few more boggle the minds of the Skins brass, including the position of quarterback, where waiting patiently in the wings was an 8-year NFL veteran with playoff experience, who just wanted the opportunity to show what he was worth. But management was quite happy to simply have Doug Williams and delighted with his attitude.
As long as I'm around, they're sure one thing, that they got a decent insurance policy. But at the same token, if somebody wants Doug Williams, I guess, you know, they're going to have to come up with a draft pick or a player in exchange that's going to be equal to the value of Doug Williams.
They didn't want to get caught in the situation they got caught in the year before where nobody had played and all of a sudden they got to be thrown in there if somebody gets hurt or anything else. And that was the situation he wanted to try to avoid, and that's why Doug is here.
But who would be there to do the blocking for the guys calling the signals? Once the mainstay and the bread and butter of the Redskins offense, the offensive line was in a preseason shambles. This is where most of the training camp attention was focused, as all-pro center Jeff Bostic hit the bench. And for the simple reason of beef up front, Russ Grimm would now be doing the snapping.
He's been our power side, and he's been doing all the pulling and blocking. He's got a little bit of a tender shoulder right now. He's had bad knees, and we think if we moved him into that anchor position right there, it would cut down on the running you'd have to do and the trapping you'd have to do. Plus, he's 285 pounds. That was one of the biggest reasons.
With Mark Mosley gone, the Redskins' kicking game came down to a battle of youth. A season ago, Max Zendejas turned every boot into a Redskins adventure, missing 5 field goals and 5 extra points.
I came back prepared, and mentally, physically, I feel that I just got to go out there and try to make every opportunity that they give me.
Zendejas was injured going into the playoffs, and it was Jess Atkinson who stepped in and did not miss. Heading into this season, Atkinson now became the incumbent. Zendejas, the challenger.
I'm just as hungry, but you can kind of pace yourself in the sense that you really look forward to the times where you got to produce under pressure, which preseason games, scrimmages, stuff like that.
But things weren't all bad in Carlisle. Perhaps the Skins' biggest asset was a receiving corps chock full of sure hands and an occasional burst of speed. The brightest star? Gary Clark, a James Madison University product who surprised the NFL with a Pro Bowl appearance a year ago. And believe it or not, he even surprised himself in the process.
And last year came as a shock to me, you know, to become All-Pro and to play in the Pro Bowl. For this year, I really got my work cut out for me. I think the defensive backs are giving me a little bit more respect. Therefore, that means a little bit harder cut. So I'm just going to work hard to see what happens.
I just want him to stay healthy. Last year, he really played unbelievable in his Pro Bowl, but he was hurt from about our 5th game on. He had hamstrings, could barely practice. He went in and played like that. Gary's got a lot of heart, he's got a lot of quickness, and he can run, you know, and he works very hard at what he does. Both him and Art Monk are continual workers, you know. We get out there and it's time to work, so it's one of those things. That's what makes them the best they can be.
The team looked to be the best they could be, kicking off the season at RFK against the rejuvenated Philadelphia Eagles. Coach Joe Gibbs deciding that Jay Schrader would indeed be his starter. Number 10 didn't last very long at all under center. An early shoulder injury forced Schrader to the bench, and his able-bodied backup Doug Williams sprung the Skins to a 10-0 lead with a 6-yard scoring strike to Art Monk. But the defense wasn't able to keep the Eagles in check, and their cagey quarterback Randall Cunningham engineered a trio of scoring drives, cutting Washington's lead to a mere touchdown midway through the 3rd quarter. A breakdown in the offensive line allowed the Eagles to tie it up on just one play. All-Pro nose tackle Reggie White stripping Williams of the football, sprinting 70 yards to pay dirt, and heading into the final period, it was a new ball game at 24-24. But Doug Williams was masterful in the 4th quarter, capping a 270-yard passing day with a perfectly executed 39-yard scoring strike to Art Monk. When it was over, Washington's season was inaugurated in grand style, a 34-24 win, and the certainty that if need be, there were 2 quarterbacks on the roster who could lead the team to victory. The Skins hit the road and out of the division for game number 2, and the 80-degree heat in Atlanta had the Falcons fans looking ahead for a heated upset. Again bothered by the shoulder injury suffered against the Eagles, Jay Schrader was planted on the bench, watching as neither team could muster an offensive attack in the first half. The Falcons tied it up at 7 before the intermission, when the Redskins' coverage in the secondary was virtually non-existent. Scott Campbell gunned it to a wide-open Floyd Dixon, and it was time for a session of locker room regrouping. With the 3rd quarter drawing to a close, Doug Williams hit Gary Clark from 18 yards out, giving the Skins a short-lived lead. The extra point was missed, and it would come back to haunt the team, which had problems executing all afternoon. On Washington's next series, the Falcons' defense set up their go-ahead score as Billy Gordon picked Williams' pocket.
From there, it was another miscue in the secondary as Campbell nailed a 23-yarder into the hands of Stacy Bailey. The Falcons converted the PAT and led 14-13 heading into the fourth quarter. But the Skins didn't waste any time, sustaining a 91-yard drive in 13 time-consuming plays. Williams firing his third touchdown pass of the day, 6 yards to Art Monk, and Washington seemed well on their way to victory number 2, leading it 20-14. But again, the maligned Skins defense couldn't hold on. An 80-yard Atlanta drive wrapped up the game when Gerald Riggs, who rushed for 120 yards on the afternoon, popped it in from 4 yards out. When it was over, the scoreboard read Atlanta 21, Washington 20. The missed extra point and some lapses on defense proving to be the difference. So the Redskins opened up the season even at 1-1, but that's when the ball was fumbled. The players' union and management were unable to come to terms, and the inevitable became a reality, a strike. Well, the owners decided that they would play football anyway, not with the familiar burgundy and gold Redskins we've grown to know and love in recent years, but instead replacement Redskins, who also drew raves of the fans. When we come back, we're going to reintroduce ourselves to the replacement Redskins, and we're also going to see some of the violence that plagued the streets in front of Redskin Park. We'll do that when we come back with the Redskins on their road to San Diego.
I think Elway's a lot different. Elway is truly is one of the great quarterbacks probably since Joe Namath, I think. He has the ability to be very accurate, precise. You know, he can also throw the football on the run. He has a lot of different qualities that a lot of quarterbacks in the league does not have, and that's real unique. But I think the way we have to do that is just go out and play our game. And I mean, as again I say, you know, there's too much emphasis being put on John Elway. I mean, he's a one-man show, but believe me, he can't be stopped. He's not like Superman.
Michael? Mr. Jackson?
Looking for me?
Now's the time to see what Franco's Fashions can do for you.
Jesus Christ is the Lord of all. He will fill the empty place in your life. If you accept Jesus, you'll be with a lot of good company. The leader of the free world, President Reagan. The winningest active coach in football, Joe Gibbs. The fastest football player in the NFL, just happens to be a Redskin, Darryl Green. And, of course, about 100 million others in this country alone. Yes, when you become a Christian, you're in good company.
Save on Ford's Front Runners now at your Southern Virginia Ford dealer. Like America's #1 selling compact pickup, Ford Ranger. Save over $1,700 with cash back plus option savings. Or on the world's best-selling full-size pickup, Ford F-Series. Save over $2,600. Or how about Ford Bronco 2? Save over $2,400 before we start dealing. The Ford Front Runners, out in front in sales and value. Hurry, see any one of your Southern Virginia Ford dealers now for the best selection.
The longer it goes and the more arrogant they get, the more the union's going to stick together.
Redskins player representative Neil Olkowitz led the charge when after 2 weeks of the regular season, the players exchanged their shoulder pads for sandwich signs and did their hitting on the picket lines instead of on the field. The owners said they would play ball anyway, and it became hardball as each team scampered to fill the roster with so-called replacement players. Coach Joe Gibbs greeted the microphones, laying it on the line as to where to find the necessary talent.
What we're doing from a coach's standpoint, I think it's kind of start from scratch again, and it's something I think that this is something that has never happened before. I mean, I don't really know This is my first time around the course going through something like this, and what we're going to try and do is just handle it as best we can and try and do the best we can.
And oh, was it ever the best. After a home game against New England was canceled by the strike, the replacement Skins started a 3-game winning streak with a victory over St. Louis. In front of only 27,000 fans at RFK, the new names became household names. Quarterback Ed Rubert going 34 yards to a streaking Anthony Allen, and the Skins were on the board first. After the Cardinals tied it up at 7, it was the Rubert to Allen combination that again sparked the crowd and sparked the Skins to the lead. This time a perfectly executed pass. 88 yards later, Washington was on top 14-7, but not for long. Earl Farrell, one of the many regular St. Louis players in the lineup, scored his second TD of the day on a 1-yard plunge, and it was 14 apiece midway through the third quarter. The Skins took the lead for good, using the ground attack and the grinded-out running of speedy Lionel Vital, who accounted for 82 yards and the go-ahead TD. From there, the defense asserted itself, keeping the Cardinals in check and allowing the Skins offense to get its hands on the football one more time. And one more time, it was the league's best new passing combo of Rubert to Allen. This time, 48 big yards and a 28-21 Skins victory.
I guess whenever you have a good day like this, you're surprised, but things just fell into place. Every now and then, things just fall into place, and the day was one of those days.
You know, the guys just blended together. They felt comfortable with each other, and, you know, we played great and had a lot of fun. And, you know, like I said, if this thing ends tomorrow, this will go down in history probably. So it was great, and, you know, we're just going to enjoy it now.
The enjoyment continued, and the rout was on a week later as the Skins absolutely annihilated the defending Super Bowl champion New York Giants on the road. Another splendid day at quarterback for Ed Rubert, who teamed with his #1 target Anthony Allen to set up the first of many Redskins scores. It was quickly 10-3 Washington after Wayne Wilson plunges one in from a yard out. And how about some of those new names and faces on defense? Big Bobby Curtis recovering a New York fumble, springing the Skins to a 2-touchdown lead. It was a day to remember for Lionel Vital, who banged through the Giants' defense, gracefully totaling 128 yards on the day. His 22-yard scamper icing the victory, but the scoring was far from over. Rubert drilling the football to Ted Wilson, this one for a total of 64 yards and a 31-9 Washington lead. Overall, the Skins defense amassed half a dozen sacks and wrapped the game up with a 38-12 victory and a 3-1 start overall.
This group has been real good from day one. They worked real hard, and for the very first game, they seem to be more closely knit than what you'd expect, and I think they continue that way. I think they got a good feeling for themselves, and you know, I've been impressed because our guys, this group has been real conscientious. I mentioned that from the first day, and been real serious, and they want to make the most out of this opportunity.
In front of a Monday night national TV audience, the Skins again made the most out of every opportunity. The Cowboys lineup was chock full of veterans, names like Danny White and Tony Dorsett. But names meant nothing to the emotionally charged Redskins, who lived out a dream. Defense was the key to this ball game, and when it was over, the Cowboys didn't know what hit them. What did hit them was guys like former Richmond Raven minor leaguer Joe Coffer and Carlton Rose and Steve Martin. At halftime, the lead was a slim 3-0 for the Skins on the heels of a 39-yard field goal by Obed Ariri. The Skins made it a 10-0 whitewashing late in the third quarter, going to the razzle-dazzle. The reverse to Ted Wilson catching the Cowboys napping, and it was a 10-zip lead. But it wasn't over. Danny White put together a drive that was culminated by a 38-yard TD pass to former Liberty University standout Kelvin Edwards. It was 10-7 late in the game, and the Washington defense knew the outcome was in their hands. What they did, quite simply, was take the football out of the hands of Tony Dorsett, who fumbled 3 times on the day, catapulting the Redskin replacement players to 3 wins overall. The final score, Washington 13, Dallas 7.
So no longer unknown, the Redskin replacement players put together a nifty 3-0 mark, springing them into first place in the NFC East. After a couple of tough road wins, time to return to RFK to face a couple of teams from the AFC East. When we come back, we'll talk about the Redskins ball games against the Bills and the Jets as we continue along the Redskins' road to San Diego.
Save on Ford's front runners now at your Southern Virginia Ford dealer. Like the front-wheel drive Ford Escort. Save over $1,100 on the best-selling car in the world with cash back plus option savings. Or the front-wheel drive Ford Taurus. Save over $1,300 on the best-selling car in its class before you get our own best deal. The Ford front runners, out in front in sales and value. Hurry, see any one of your Southern Virginia Ford dealers now for the best selection.
A woman appreciates style and sophistication. She likes a certain kind of warmth and good looks. She wants to be carried away in the throes of fashion. She wants a fur from Franco's.
It appeared to a lot of people that I had a lot of success in my life. Well, I don't call being uptight and discontent success. But after 40 years, I really found what success is. And that's accepting that Jesus Christ is the Lord of all. I'm here to tell you that God loves you, and he wants you to love him. Sometimes it's hard for skeptics like me to believe that Jesus is Lord. But if you'd like some help in that, may I suggest you attend one of the many wonderful Christian churches in the area that teach the true Word of God.
When it comes to sportscasting, more people depend on Channel 6 with Ivan Schwartz. Maybe it's because Ivan's sports department won the Associated Press Award for Best Sports Operation of the Year. Or maybe it's because he conducts the local high school coaches poll and Outstanding Athlete Awards each week. Or could it be because he's considered one of the most knowledgeable sportscasters in the state? Or maybe more people depend on Ivan because he's a friend.
Despite the fact the Redskin replacements went unbeaten and the team was solidly entrenched in first place, the fans were breathing a sigh of relief as the strike came to an end. And so did the Redskins' crisp play. Before facing the Jets, Jay Schrader's shoulder had plenty of time to heal, but he was off the mark, and so were his receivers, who mishandled many an easy reception. After a miserably played offensive quarter, the defense continued to dominate for both teams. Bound for a Pro Bowl appearance, Charles Mann single-handedly controlled the line of scrimmage. It wasn't until late in the second quarter when the Skins' points hit the board first. A 23-yard pass from Jay Schrader to Gary Clark. A couple of Jet field goals later, and it was Washington clinging to a slim 7-6 lead. But they didn't lead for long. Ken O'Brien hit his tight end Mickey Schuler from 15 yards out. And as Joe Gibbs paced the sidelines, Washington was in the hole. They trailed 13-7 before getting back in it late in the game. The running of Keith Griffin, who banged out 79 yards on the ground, moved the ball into scoring territory. With 6 minutes to play in the game, Schrader found Kelvin Bryant in the end zone from a couple of yards out. Ali Haji Sheikh booted the extra point, and Washington trailed by 2. The defense had to get the ball back, and Monty Coleman made the big play on third down, which forced the Jets to kick it away. Jay Schrader then took things into his own hands, sending Art Monk long and getting it into the range of a potential game-winning field goal. Ali Haji Sheikh, who had earlier missed from 40 yards out, had a 28-yarder in his sight to win it. With just 54 seconds to play in the game, the three-pointer was good, and the RFK crowd greeted the return of the veterans with a thundering ovation. A 17-16 last-second win and a 5-1 start for the Skins. At Rich Stadium in Buffalo, the Redskins established a running game for the first time this season, sparked by George Rogers. For all intent and purposes, this one was over in the first quarter, and all of Joe Gibbs' sideline ranting and raving wasn't necessary. His team was ready to play. In a Riggins-like performance, Rogers carried the ball a season-high 30 times, pounding out the real estate for 125 yards. But it was the combination of Jay Schrader to Kelvin Bryant which gave the Skins an early lead. This touchdown strike of 12 yards proving to be the game winner. In the third quarter, Schrader showed that his strength isn't only in his arm as he took the bootleg in from 13 yards. 17-0 Redskins. Make it a 24-0 pasting. Again, the duo of Schrader and Bryant hitting pay dirt. And the 27-7 final was in the books. The Redskins now with 6 wins in their first 7 games, but not before the defense showed its strength. A sensational pass rush led by Dexter Manley had high-priced quarterback Jim Kelly seeing stars all day. But after a glorious walk off the turf in Buffalo, the Skins knew it wouldn't be this easy in the weeks to come. Now the thinking process was geared towards beating the Eagles in Philadelphia. It was time to tighten the chin strap and make sure everything else was in place, as Washington's defense tried to contain the potentially explosive Eagles and their run-and-throw quarterback Randall Cunningham. But it was the Skins quarterback Jay Schrader who may have been the story of this one. Number 10 attempted 46 passes, only completing 16 of them while throwing a pair of interceptions. The first one enabling the Eagles to score their first TD. But just a couple of minutes later, George Rogers evened the score with a 3-yard TD plunge. 7-7 after the first quarter. The Skins then put it all together in the second quarter. Schrader hitting Art Monk from 19 yards out, and it was a 14-7 lead. The defense accounted for the next TD. After a hard hit, cornerback Darrell Green picked up the fumble and showed why he's one of the fastest men in the NFL. 26 yards after the recovery, the Skins' lead seemed secure at 21-7. But Randall Cunningham didn't roll over. What he did was get the ball to his best receiver for 2 straight touchdown drives. A 6-yarder and a 32-yarder to speedy Mike Quick. A couple of TDs and a couple of extra points later, Washington found itself in a 24-21 hole. In the fourth quarter, with just 2.5 minutes to play in the game, the Veterans Stadium crowd drew silent. On the 5th play of a 75-yard drive, Jay Schrader hit a streaking Gary Clark. A 47-yard 6-pointer, which put the Skins on top 27-24. But it only took Randall Cunningham half a dozen plays and a minute and a half to win the ball game. The icing on the Eagles' cake, a 40-yard pass to Greg Garrity, as Washington loses for only the second time. 31-27, the Skins drop to 6-2. That sudden drop seemed to spark the fans at RFK as the Skins returned home to face Detroit. The deafening noise kept the Lions off stride, and on numerous occasions, quarterback Chuck Long had to back off from the line of scrimmage, unable to hear his own signals. The urging of Joe Gibbs quieted the crowd long enough for the Skins to build a 17-3 lead. Darrell Green was the defensive catalyst, picking off a trio of Detroit aerials. 2 of the 3 leading to Skins touchdown passes, but none being hurled by Jay Schrader, who again proved to be disappointing, giving way to Doug Williams. When number 17 hit the turf, the team was rejuvenated. Williams teamed with Kelvin Bryant out of the backfield for a 16-yard TD. And just before the half, a 42-yard strike to Gary Clark. The defense bent in the second half, allowing the Lions a couple of third-quarter scores. But in the end, the game-saving interceptions of Darrell Green and Barry Wilburn prevented the game-tying score. And with the game football in hand and a proud smile on his face, the Skins' savior and newfound starter Doug Williams walked off the field as the Skins upped their record to an impressive 7-2.
That scared the devil out of me when he told me to warm up. You know, it was surprising, very surprising. But like I say, you know, if you're playing that role, you got to be ready to play.
That's the way our defense expects to play. You know, no matter what position we're put in, we expect to come in and stop them.
I did feel good catching the ball 3 times. As you can see, I got all 3 of them up there, and I'm excited about that. The team gave me a game ball. That excites me. But next week, if it doesn't work out the same way, I'm going to give all I can and let the chips fall.
The chips fell in the wrong direction on a windy November night at RFK. The quarterbacking duel between Schrader and Williams wasn't even a feud, as Coach Joe Gibbs decided to go with the hot hand. But Williams was cooled off by a ball-hawking Rams defense, which stripped him early and Mike Wilcher strolled in from 35 yards out in a 7-0 LA lead. But Williams showed his resiliency on a 300-yard passing day, hitting Art Monk for the score. The point after was missed, and Washington trailed by a point. And then the start of the special teams breakdowns. World-class sprinter Ron Brown fielding the ensuing kickoff and turning it upfield for a 95-yard return. The Skins' inability to punt block cost them before the half. A strong rush and the eventual blocked kick put the Skins in a 23-9 hole late in the first half. One of Washington's season-long shortcomings came into the forefront in this game. The Skins were only able to amass 66 yards on the ground, too often having to rely on the pass. After cutting the Rams' lead to 23-19 in the third quarter, the straw which broke the camel's back. And again, it was Ron Brown, burning the Skins' secondary on a 36-yard TD reception from Jim Everett. With just 4 seconds to play in the game, Williams hit Art Monk for a too little, too late touchdown. When the gun sounded, the Skins sounded drained and beaten.
We're playing hard, but we're making enough mistakes right now to lose football games, and we're going to have to get that straightened out. We just can't, we just don't seem to be able to get turned around. I think we're wanting to play hard football, but right now we're making enough mistakes, and there's enough things. We've got enough problems right now, special teams and in particular, that is just killing us.
So after losing 2 of 3 and getting banged around in the process, the Redskins came back and picked up 3 straight victories against conference competition, clinching the divisional title in the process. When we come back, we'll relive those wins. We'll also sit down and chat with a couple of Richmonders, former NFL players who know what championship action is all about. We'll do that as we continue on the Redskins road to San Diego.
Jesus Christ is the Lord of all. He will fill the empty place in your life. If you accept Jesus, you'll be with a lot of good company. The leader of the free world, President Reagan. The winningest active coach in football, Joe Gibbs. The fastest football player in the NFL, just happens to be a Redskin, Darrell Green. And, of course, about 100 million others in this country alone. Yes, when you become a Christian, you're in good company.
Seems this is the first store to have the new lemon lime slice with the great new taste.
How was it? Fantastic!
Listen, people, the new slice has more lemon lime taste than 7-Up and Sprite. We've got the juice. Who gets the diet? The new lemon lime slice. It's got a great new taste.
Think you'll have enough slice, Max?
Maybe. Maybe not. At Channel 6, we feel a very important responsibility to the community. That's why we developed Action File with Lisa.
I think it's really natural, and I think it's good that people feel free to call us here with their problems. I've heard a lot of friendly voices over the telephone these past few years, and now I hope I get the chance to put some faces with those voices.
People will be able to write in directly to Lisa. See, Action File, purely and simply, is an open line for anybody who needs information, who needs help, who has a complaint, and needs action.
We hope we can produce some results for all those folks that have been so good to us these past few years.
Lisa is the right person for the job. I've watched her work. She's smart, she's hardworking, she's persistent, she's an excellent journalist. If anybody can get results, Lisa can.
Action File. You can depend on it.
The name of this game is performing, and if you don't perform, you're not going to be in the game very long. So I have to get ready to get myself back into the game and perform when I get that chance.
And Schrader did get that chance the following week against the Giants at RFK when Doug Williams was plagued with a bad back. This was the hardest hitting affair of the year, with equipment flying all over the turf. And it was a tough start for Schrader, who was able to muster very little as the Giants jumped out to a 16-0 first-half lead. But the Skins put together their best comeback of the season, Schrader firing 3 touchdown passes in the final 16 minutes of the game. The first, a 34-yard strike to Gary Clark, cutting the deficit to 19-9. Early in the fourth quarter, Keith Griffin hauled in a short 6-yarder, cutting the Giants' lead to 3 points at 19-16. The offensive resurgence seemed to light a fire under the defense, which had been burned off early in the game. Dexter Manley recorded a season-high 4 sacks and put the ball back in the hands of the offense in the late minutes of the game. And did Schrader and his teammates ever respond? A short drive was capped by the game winner, 28 yards in the air to Ricky Sanders. It winds up 23-19 in favor of Washington as the Skins hold on the final play of the game.
Whether we win or loss, I felt that every guy can look himself in the mirror and say he laid on the line. That's what counts.
You know, we gave up a few sacks here and there, but with what the Giants were throwing at us, you're going to get those. You just have to expect them. But when you get the time, you got to be able to complete the passes.
I'm just thrilled with the whole team, really, because I kind of had a feeling that this is a very big game for us, you know, because I think our guys really wanted it from a pride standpoint.
That pride was evident in Jay Schrader prior to a ball game at St. Louis. But in this one, Schrader would do more handing off than passing. George Rogers did the damage on the ground, pounding out 134 yards and the eventual game-winning touchdown. But prior to that, Washington had to play come-from-behind football again, an aspect of the game they had mastered throughout the season. After Jay Schrader and Gary Clark teamed on an 84-yard TD to get the Skins on the board, Neil Lomax came back to fire a couple of scoring strikes, springing the Cardinals to a 14-10 lead. Schrader took things into his own hands in the third quarter, tying it up at 17-17, going up the middle for 6 points. And late in the game, Clint Didier hauled one in to cap a nifty come-from-behind effort, the Skins doubling St. Louis 34-17 and getting in some late-game licks in the process. Most importantly, this was the game which locked up the divisional title for the Skins. Although it was late in the season, perhaps this was the turning point.
Well, I think it's more satisfying for our team because nobody really gave us a chance to be there. We kind of refer to ourselves as the Rodney Dangerfields of the NFL. We continue to win, but really nobody gives us the respect that we feel we're due.
The Redskins swept their season series with the Cowboys in a game which showed the team's unity. After being embarrassed early in the game by a dominant Washington attack, the Skins forced the Cowboys to show their season-long frustration. What caused that frustration was a 24-3 Redskins lead. With Jay Schrader back in the lineup and throwing for 250 yards, the Skins built their lead behind Gary Clark's best day ever. 187 yards on 9 receptions, including a 56-yard scoring strike. But the Cowboys didn't roll over. Late in the game, Danny White combined with Rod Barksdale to make it a 24-20 game with 3 minutes to play. That's when the defense clinched it for Washington, and the catalyst proved to be number 71, Charles Mann, who was a man possessed in the final minutes. It wound up 24-20 Washington, heading to an out-of-conference encounter with the struggling Dolphins. The late December heat in Miami seemed to take its toll on the Skins, and it turned out to be an early Christmas present for the unconventional Dolphin supporters. Telvin Bryant rushed for a season-high 84 yards, 6 of which came on this second quarter score, which gave the Skins a 7-3 lead. But a minute later, the seesaw affair swung in Miami's favor as Dan Marino connected with Mark Duper. All 3 Redskins touchdowns came on the ground. Jay Schrader taking one in from 3 yards out to give the Skins the lead again. But then the Redskins secondary was helpless when Dan Marino teamed again with Duper for the 59-yard bomb. The Skins trailing 16-14 with an entire quarter of football to play. The Skins got the football back when Barry Wilburn hurled in the interception. This proved to be a big play at the time, as George Rogers quickly responded, capping an 81-yard drive with this score. It put the Skins back on top 21-16 with 7 grueling minutes to play. With just 1 minute and 7 seconds to play, Marino and Duper did it again. Washington's secondary unable to keep this duo in check, and the 6-yarder proved to be the game winner. Distance booter Steve Cox attempted a 67-yard game winner in the final seconds, but the distance just wasn't there. A disappointing Washington loss, 23-21. Perhaps the wildest game of the regular season was saved for the final game of the regular season. The Skins under the dome in Minneapolis to take on the Vikings, and it was the M&M guys doing the defensive damage early. Dexter Manley and Charles Mann leading the hit parade. But not long enough as the Vikings hit the board first on an Alfred Anderson TD. But the defense responded with the biggest play in the history of the franchise, at least as far as interception returns go. Barry Wilburn getting his hands on the ball and his feet a-churning, rambling 100 big yards and knotting things up at 7-7. After firing a couple of early interceptions, Jay Schrader was back on the bench. And out of the bullpen, the league's premier reliever, Doug Williams. The Skins, ace in the hole, responded quickly, hitting Ricky Sanders on a 46-yarder, which gave the Skins a 14-7 lead. The fourth quarter was a barn burner with 27 points hitting the board. Minnesota quarterback Wade Wilson opened the proceedings with a touchdown dive, putting the Skins down by 7. After the two teams exchanged field goals and Washington was still in a one-touchdown hole, Doug Williams orchestrated a short but sweet three-play drive, capped by a booming 51-yarder to Ricky Sanders, knotting things up at 24 and sending the game into overtime. A brief chat prior to the extra period put one thing in the minds of the Skins. Let's end the regular season on a winning note and go out with our heads held high. And Ali Haji Sheikh provided that high with a 26-yard game-winning field goal.
So an overtime win wraps up the regular season for the Redskins, and I suppose with as many times as the team came out of this locker room onto the field and faced a last-minute situation this season, this game against the Vikings was indicative of the whole year. A year in which the Redskins finished 11-4. 11 of those ball games going down to the wire and being decided by 7 points or less. Well, playoff time rolled around and things didn't get any easier. When we come back, we're going to show you 2 more emotional endings. We'll do that as we continue with the Redskins along their road to San Diego.
It appeared to a lot of people that I had a lot of success in my life. Well, I don't call being uptight and discontent success. But after 40 years, I really found what success is. And that's accepting that Jesus Christ is the Lord of all. I'm here to tell you that God loves you, and He wants you to love Him. Sometimes it's hard for skeptics like me to believe that Jesus is Lord. But if you'd like some help in that, may I suggest you attend one of the many wonderful Christian churches in the area that teach the true Word of God.
Save on Ford's Front Runners, now at your Southern Virginia Ford dealer. Like America's #1 selling compact pickup, Ford Ranger. Save over $1,700 with cash back plus option savings. Or on the world's best-selling full-size pickup, Ford F-Series. Save over $2,600. Or how about Ford Bronco 2? Save over $2,400 before we start dealing. The Ford Front Runners, out in front in sales and value. Hurry, see any one of your Southern Virginia Ford dealers now for the best selection.
The minute you see it, you know this city means business. That's also true about the people who work here. And while the right look can't guarantee success, it's definitely a blue chip advantage. That's why professional men and women all over town suit themselves at Franco's. We provide the fashion. Richmond adds the flair. Franco's Fashion Galleries, 5321 Lakeside Avenue.
Nice going, Mustang. Relax and have one on me.
Roger, Den Mother.
Great. Trouble with your refreshment system?
A negative.
Where is he?
Hi, boys.
Diet Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
The quest for a trip to San Diego and an appearance in Super Bowl 22 began with a playoff encounter in chilly Chicago. 23 below zero with the wind chill factor had the eye of the tiger combining with the breath of the dragon. The Bears warmed things up, jumping out to an early lead when Jim McMahon hit Ron Morris for his second quarter touchdown, which gave the Bears a 14-0 lead. When the Skins got the football in their hands, they scored on 2 straight possessions to wrap up the first half tied at 14. Capping a 72-yard drive in 7 short plays, George Rogers bowling it in from 3 yards out. And just 4 minutes later, another 7-play drive culminating in the tying score. Doug Williams hitting tight end Clint Didier with this 18-yarder. A seesaw third quarter witnessed the heroics of Darrell Green. Fielding a punt just inside Redskins territory, the perennial Pro Bowler jitterbugged and sprinted his way 52 yards for the score. In the process, Green grabbed his midsection in pain. A severe muscle pull in the ribcage limited his effectiveness the rest of the day, but it didn't matter. Single-handedly, he accounted for the game-winning score and let the defense do the talking the rest of the way. Marching down the field in pursuit of a potential game-winning score, the Bears fell short when the league's all-time leading rusher Walter Payton couldn't stretch out the reception for a first down. Payton's career coming to an end against the Skins. Washington 21, Chicago 17. Against Minnesota in the NFC title game, Doug Williams only completed 9 passes in 26 attempts, but this one was for all the marbles in the first quarter, a 43-yard strike to Kelvin Bryant out of the backfield. Quarterback Wade Wilson was bombarded with a vicious array of hits. 8 Redskins sacks, with Dave Butts and Dexter Manley doing most of the damage up front. And then, in the second half, it was the defensive stand of the season. First and goal inside the Redskins 5, the Vikings were stymied in an attempt to reach the end zone. The frontline heroics forced Minnesota coach Jerry Burns to go for the game-tying field goal, which knotted things up at 10 early in the fourth. But the Skins' next possession was the one that counted. 70 yards in 8 plays, Gary Clark hauling it in from 7 yards out. The Skins on the road to San Diego with a 17-10 lead. But the game was far from over. It came down to one play in the closing seconds, a play which Redskin fans will always remember. Wade Wilson looking for Darren Nelson on the goal line, and a vicious hit causing the ball to squirt loose. And it was 17-10. The Redskins win the NFC title.
I feel great. I feel great. I've been to 2 Super Bowls, and this is the best feeling so by far.
So 2 playoff games going right down to the wire. Will the Super Bowl wind up the same way, ultimately coming down to one play? Well, we don't know for sure. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to find that out. But we can speculate, and that's exactly what we're going to do when we come back. Sit down and chat with a couple of former NFLers from Richmond who know exactly what championship action is all about. We'll do that when we come back on the Redskins road to San Diego.
That's right. San Diego, here we come.
Now's the time to see what Franco's Fashions can do for you.
Being cool, you'll find, is a state of mind. A refreshing attitude. Things get hot. Cool is all you got. You're doing it country cool. Mountain Dew. Chill on out when the heat comes on. With the cool smooth Mountain Dew. Doing it country cool. Doing it country cool.
Save on Ford's front runners now at your Southern Virginia Ford dealer. Like the front-wheel drive Ford Escort. Save over $1,100 on the best-selling car in the world with cash back plus option savings. Or the front-wheel drive Ford Taurus. Save over $1,300 on the best-selling car in its class before you get our own best deal. The Ford front runners, out in front in sales and value. Hurry, see any one of your Southern Virginia Ford dealers now for the best selection.
Welcome back to the Redskins Road to San Diego. As we've been telling you throughout the show, we are bringing the show back to Richmond, a local eatery that's very popular, Poor Richard's, and with us a couple of local athletes who are also very popular, athletes turned businessmen from right here in the Richmond area. Joining us are Willie Lanier and Ken Willard, a couple of former Pro Bowlers. And guys, we're going to talk about Super Bowl 22. It's going to be a great game. We know that prior to it. But Willie, you played in a Super Bowl number 4. Tell us what's going through the minds of the Redskins and the Broncos last week, this week, prior to the ball game, emotionally.
Well, it was a little bit different when I played. In 1970, it was only 1 week
between the championship game and the Super Bowl itself, which ended up being in the same structure that your regular season happened to be. But with an extra week, I think that it just causes you probably to think about it a lot more than if you were in the normal sequence of your own season.
Is 2 weeks too much?
I think it probably would be, because I think players get very geared to a schedule. And once you get into a routine from that schedule, you get in your practice plans, and then you know the game is played that Sunday, then everything fits very neatly. But adding in an extra week and then going out to another location and then having a lot of interviews and a lot of additions to your own schedule probably just creates some factors that especially the younger players aren't used to.
All right, Willie, we're going to come back to you and talk about defensive side of the football, of course, being a former Pro Bowl linebacker. Let's switch to Ken Willard now, the former Pro Bowl running back for the San Francisco 49ers. Ken will concentrate on offense. The Redskins have not shown the ability recently to establish a running game. Is that going to be essential in the Super Bowl against Denver? And if they're unable to do it again, is it going to put some more pressure on Doug Williams and the receivers?
Well, I think the Super Bowl, the format itself, the hoopla leading up to the game makes the game a very unusual one. And I think people would have to say that in the past, probably Super Bowls do not really match up in excitement to the games we just had the past weekend. Traditionally, the NFC and AFC championship games turn out to be the most exciting games you'll see. And I think that's because the desire to get there is probably the greatest thing you have, and maybe it goes back to the fact that the chase is a little bit better than the catch. But you've got two really contrasting ball clubs. Washington has not established a running game, and I think that's for 2 or 3 factors. They've been running 2 or 3 running backs in there. You've got a guy like George Rogers, who really is a strong a-la John Riggins type. I'm not comparing him to John Riggins, but let's just say he's a John Riggins type, a bull-type runner who really depends on a lot of times carrying the football. He's not getting those times. Now, the kid who really looks good to me and looks good to a lot of people is this kid, Tim Smith. I think he has real potential, and I would not be surprised by next year that he be the focal point of that offense of the Redskins. When you've only got one running back there, as the Redskins play most of the time, he better be a stud. Yeah. And George has shown a little proclivity for minor injuries that have taken him out. Now, on the other hand,
and major fumbles we've had there, too.
You know, George has never been a fumbler in the past, and I have a philosophy that you don't make a fumbler, he doesn't become one if he hasn't been one, and you can't stop a guy if he is one. Now, George has had some problems, and after a while, just like everything else in life, it becomes mental. And I think right now he's going through a real change in his career. Now, he'll either be able to adjust to it or he'll be replaced, because I think there's no way in the world that he's going to see the time that he saw in the past. Kelvin Bryant can look fantastic. Again, he gets a hangnail, he's out for 2 games.
It's not like it used to be, is it?
Well, I think the athletes are a lot better, and I'm one of those people that don't delude myself. I'm happy I played in the era I played. Certainly from a physical standpoint, the athletes are better.
All right, let's switch topics now and talk about the athletes and how they've changed, Willie. John Elway, a quarterback who may go back to the days you played. That breed of quarterback, he can stick it in and just run with it, and he can also burn you with a good, strong arm. What is the most difficult thing about Elway to defend as far as the Redskins are concerned?
Well, from a linebacker standpoint, as well as the secondary is defending it, you mentally like to have a time in your head once the plays start where you know pressure is going to cause the ball to have to be delivered or the quarterback is being hurried. So that might be between 3 and 3.5 seconds from the time his ball is snapped. So once you get back into your coverages, mentally you're dropping back trying to scan the field. You get to 3.5, you look back and you expect something to be happening. With an Elway, you can't do that. So all of a sudden, you have to always at some point try to determine where the play is, where the ball is going to be thrown. With him, he can be out of containment, he can be scrambling, he can be coming up the field. So you find yourself always out of kilter somewhat of being very sure at what point the ball is going to have to be delivered. Once that happens, it really distorts your ability to maintain contact with whoever you're covering. Or then if you get into a zone situation, the distances, they can continue to run their routes. So they have the chance to improvise continually. And even in the Minnesota game, if you noticed a lot, Washington's receivers at many times were wide open. Because what would happen once the defensive back had maintained contact for 3.5 to 4 seconds, you try to check to see where the ball is, the ball's not there, then that receiver just automatically up up moves or
Right.
cuts across the end zone. So they have their automatics once they realize the main part of the play is not where it's supposed to be, and that just puts a tremendous pressure on the defense.
All right, Ken, we were talking about wide receivers. Redskins perhaps have their all-pro back. Art Monk, he was out for a few games. Is he going to mean anything as far as X's and O's are concerned in this Super Bowl ball game, or is it going to be more of an emotional spark, Monk's return for the Skins?
Well, I think Joe Gibbs has got a tough situation, and he's got some tough decisions in regards to Art Monk. If Art Monk can run his patterns as he's done in the past, you'll see a lot of him. But I think you almost get to a point where you say, let's dance with the person who brought me to the ball. And the kids that have filled in have done a very good job. I don't think Art Monk probably will be 100%. I think you're right. I think it's an emotional lift for the Redskins to have Art back in the lineup. And he is a tough, good receiver. They've had kids like Ricky Sanders fill in extremely well. And I think that at this point they'll probably be saying to themselves, let's go with what got us here and maybe spot him in a ball game.
Mm-hmm. All right, Willie, a key in this game, a general key, whether it be on offense or defense, for the Redskins. What is the thing they have to do to win the game?
I think they have to try to keep it from being a scoring affair, a run-and-shoot kind of situation. I think if it got into a situation the way Cleveland did with Denver last week, and it becomes a high-scoring affair up and down the field, and you can't, the defense really almost becomes a non-factor. Well, then I think the Redskins really have a problem. Being able to blitz, change their defensive schemes a lot, try to keep giving different looks. I think what you want to do is to try to frustrate the other side. If you have an Elway who you know likes to throw, likes to move, likes to have a lot of things happen, you want him to be frustrated. And the longer you can keep him frustrated, the better the advantage then starts to swing to you. So in doing that and doing it consistently over the course of the game, and the Redskins, of course, have the strict quick strike capacity, as we noticed in the Minnesota game, I think they can put themselves in a position to be close at the end, where then you can just go ahead and try to close the game out with whatever points you need to win.
Ken, how about you as far as a key is concerned for the Redskins now to win this one?
Well, I think the pass rush. I think if Manley and Mann have the type of day, and of course Dave Buds had a great game last week, I think if they have the type of day they had last week, they will make it very, very difficult because they do have the tremendous containment inside. And of course what they're trying to do is funnel Elway back into the middle. The one advantage Elway has, he runs most of the time from the shotgun formation. I don't think you'll see him blitz as much. I don't think the Redskins will blitz as much as they did last week because I think Elway could wreak havoc with you if he gets outside and they have a blitz on him. He can certainly tear up that defense. And so I think the key for the Redskins is to try to keep him in and funnel him back up the middle.
All right, gentlemen, we have a couple of minutes left, and now it's all come down to this. The Redskins against the Broncos. It's easy as pie to predict, right? Willie, give us a quick prediction and tell us what you're basing the numbers on.
I'm basing it on, I guess, the fact that the Denver Broncos have been there. They played a team that had a superior defense, the New York Giants, I think one of the best defenses to play in the Super Bowl in the history of the game. And they were able to get a 10-9 lead, but of course, New York's superiority took over the second half. I think that with having that experience, getting back through a tough schedule in the AFC West, having a very stirring game with Cleveland last week, that they should be able to put enough of their kind of scheme together. Elway's moving on offense. Joe Collier's defensive mind is without question as far as defensive coaches are concerned. So I think those kind of combinations should put them in position to be the victor January 31.
And a number?
And a number. I would probably say 31-26 Denver.
Okay. How about you, Ken?
Well, he was specific, wasn't he? I think Washington has a real good chance to win the ball game, and I think because of Joe Gibbs and the way he runs his ball club, I do think the key is Elway from a Denver standpoint. I do not believe the running game at Denver is very strong, although they looked like world beaters last week, so who knows as far as that goes. Somehow, you have to have confidence, and I seems like every time you get in a third down situation, you need 5 yards. The Redskins can pick it up. I think if the Redskins can control the football and keep it out of Elway's hands, they probably have enough of it to win. And I'd say it's, again, without predicting what the final score would be, I think it's going to be a very close game, and I would say the Redskins, which could be a critical factor, should win by about 3. Okay. And that's where you have your field goal kicker, and I think they're hurting.
All right, and a particular score. Is it going to be high scoring, low scoring?
I think it should be a high scoring game, and I'd say something in the order of 30-27.
Okay, well, you guys were very close, except that you each picked a different winner, huh? I guess that's how this Super Bowl is going to be. We'd like to thank Willie Lanier and Ken Willard, a couple of former Pro Bowlers, and Willie, of course, I would like to congratulate you on being inducted into the Hall of Fame as well. All right, thanks to these gentlemen for being with us and making a prediction on either side of the football. Super Bowl 22, the Redskins against the Broncos. We won't know the outcome until tomorrow, but we look forward to chatting with these gentlemen about it. And we want to thank you especially for spending the last 60 minutes with us recapping the Redskins' road to San Diego.
The Redskins' road to San Diego has been brought to you by Pepsi-Cola Bottling Company, Southern Virginia Ford Dealers, and Franco's Fashion Galleries.
Terry, when did you buy your first new Toyota?
Early 1980s.
How much did you pay for it?
Less than 9.
For one reason, and that's to win a Super Bowl championship.
Get your Super Bowl 22 souvenirs right here. Super Bowl 22.
We're going to be as close to full force in the Super Bowl as we've been all year.
John Elway would make that football team team. There's no question about it.
This is the ultimate for me. As far as my profession, this is it. We can't go any higher.
Well, here we are in San Diego, California, site of Super Bowl 22. You know, when this thing started, I thought it was going to be a short trip. I'd just come down from San Francisco to San Diego, easy. Nope, 49ers lose, and now instead of San Francisco, San Diego, we go from Washington. We go all the way down south, all the way across the country, up, back down. I'll tell you, this bus has been through quite a trip to get here, but it's a great matchup. The Redskins and the Broncos. And in this show, we're going to talk to the players and coaches from both teams. And I have guests. I have Joe Theismann. He's the quarterback who has quarterbacked 2 Super Bowl teams. And we got Dan Fouts. He's the quarterback of the San Diego Chargers. He plays these Broncos twice every year. Then we have Ronnie Lott from the 49ers. He knows all about the Redskins, all about the Broncos. We're going to go in the stadium. We're going to go in the locker room. We're going to have diagrams, tape, all kinds of stuff for you. So let's get started.
Goal Line Productions, in association with GGP Sports, presents this Super Bowl 22 sports exclusive. John Madden's Super Bowl Special. John Madden's Super Bowl Special is brought to you by Subaru. We built our reputation by building a better car.
Well, we're inside Jack Murphy Stadium, site of Super Bowl 22, between the Redskins and the Broncos. You know, in the NFC, I don't think anyone could see the Redskins coming. They were kind of the Rodney Dangerfields of the NFL. But in the AFC, I think everyone agreed that it was either going to be Denver or Cleveland. Of course, that's the way it ended up. The Broncos winning, the Broncos here, but it wasn't all John Elway. When you think of the AFC champions, John Elway immediately comes to mind. But even a Pro Bowl quarterback needs some help. And when you talk about the guys who receive Elway's bombs, you start with his young wide receivers, Vance Johnson, Mark Jackson, and Ricky Nattiel, referred to as the Three Amigos. How the nickname came about is a point of contention. But one thing's for sure, these 3 guys can drive a defense nuts.
They never know when they're primary. You know, you call a play in the huddle, and you have a quarterback stays in the pocket, and you say, okay, he's a primary receiver, and this guy's, 1, 2, 3. Those 2 guys really come off full speed, and the other guys kind of loaf down the field. All of our guys run because they are primary.
And with 3 of them out there, I'm glad I'm not a defensive back.
The Three Amigos are folk heroes in Denver. They have inspired songs, their faces grace posters and T-shirts. And upon their recommendation, Denver natives have developed a taste for Mexican food. Even John has gotten into the act.
Senor Elway. He's the Duke of Denver. You didn't know that, but I thought I'd tell you that.
Vance Johnson, injured against Houston, watched the AFC Championship game from his hospital bed, but should rejoin his buddies at full strength in San Diego. If their air attack is Denver's meat and potatoes, the team's ground game is the seasoning. It's often overlooked.
We got a bunch of running backs that, you know, nobody ever talks about, but Sammy Winder, Gene Lang, Steve Sewell, Ken Bell, you know, Tony Bodie, those guys get in there and they give you everything they got, and that's really all you can ask, and they make very few mistakes.
It's important to have the running game and at least get them thinking about the running game, and so they can't tie those ears back and just rush the passer.
You know, you're keeping the defense off guard, thinking pass, and then we run, and then, you know, once we establish the running game and get it going pretty good, the defense thinking run, and then we go up top.
The top is where the Denver Broncos are aiming. They almost lost their AFC Championship rematch to the Browns when Bernie Kosar led Cleveland downfield in quest of the game-tying touchdown, just like the Broncos' remarkable 98-yard drive in last season's AFC title game. Cleveland's drive was stopped by cornerback Jeremiah Castile, an unlikely hero.
Well, it was like a reverse deja vu, you know. Biner had the ball, you know he was going in for the score. In fact, he fumbled the ball, but he fell into the end zone without the ball. It would have been a touchdown. I was thinking overtime, and maybe this time the overtime would go their way.
The team had dodged a bullet, but that victory didn't mean much. I guess you'd say that beating the Washington Redskins is a mission in Denver.
The only people that believed in us is ourselves, so we've battled back and we've got back, and I don't think too many people would have thought we'd be back in there, and this time we just got to go back and do it right.
This year in particular, this means a little bit more because last year we were just happy to be there, to make it to the Super Bowl. This year we're going to win it.
Yeah, that's one thing about the Broncos this year. They just didn't want to get here to the Super Bowl. They want to win the Super Bowl. In fact, their owner, Pat Bowlen, said before the championship game, hey, guys, if you guys are just going to go out there and win the championship and then lose the Super Bowl game, I don't even want it. And, of course, if they're going to do that, now we talked about all the other guys, but the #1 guy on that Bronco team is John Elway. So we sent Joe Theismann, another Super Bowl quarterback, to talk to John.
He really, at times, doesn't have to say anything to get his message across. When he looks at you, he says something in his look.
He's the boss, and he gets the job done for us.
There's no doubt he's more dangerous when he's on the run.
Who is this man they speak of? Part tough guy, part teen idol, and part Terminator. He's John Elway, most valuable player in the NFL. And his teammates attest, the man in Denver's offense. John has been the center of attention since he came out of Stanford University in 1983. The most highly touted quarterback prospect since Joe Namath.
I walked into Denver and people expect me to walk on water, and there was a lot of pressure for me to perform, and I put a lot of pressure on myself because I wanted to live up to those expectations, and you know, it got to the point where I was just so overloaded that I wasn't going to do anything right, and so, you know, I think that it was a battle for me.
Like all good generals, he survived the battle, but not before consulting a superior, his father, Jack, who is now the head coach at Stanford.
My dad's my hero. You know, when the pressures got so great and you had to get it off your chest, he'd be the guy that I'd call. And I talked to him a couple times a week, especially when things got real tough. And you know, he was always the soothing force for me.
It was a matter of you know, giving him support during that time. I think that was the most important thing. And I was very concerned about, you know, his mental strength in terms of being able to handle it.
That has been taken care of. Now it's just a matter of his receivers handling the passes that John rifles.
You throw the ball hard.
Well, I think not on purpose. I think that if, yes, receivers, they might say it. I always want to make the catch as easy as I can for the wide receivers, but, you know, there's some times where I just want to get them the ball and let them make the catch.
Well,
so.
if it sticks in their chest, they should catch it.
I always try to hit them on the numbers, so.
Like that's where they put those two big ones out there.
Right.
When I caught the touchdown in the end zone against Cleveland, he must have threw that ball about 70 miles per hour. And I didn't even know he threw it that hard, but when I looked at it, at the replay, I was like, if I would have saw this replay before I caught this ball, I probably would have ducked.
The raw talent is there in abundance, but the qualities that make him, well, John Elway, are more than purely physical.
Nobody has any more talent than John does. And the thing that I think makes him special, nobody that I've been around works any harder than John does. I mean, he's got all that God-given talent, but he's not satisfied.
And the Denver Broncos won't be satisfied until their born in the USA quarterback makes their day in San Diego.
Well, Joe's gotten back from Denver, and he joins me here now. And Joe, you were talking about John Elway making their day, and last year in Super Bowl 21, he wasn't able to do that. What's the difference this year?
I think he knows what he has to do in this Super Bowl 22, John. John Elway is a different quarterback this year. He had a lot of confidence going into last year against the Giants, but this year he really understands that the burden is totally on his shoulders, and I think he's going to accept that responsibility a lot better.
You know, another point is maybe this Redskin defense isn't as good as that Giant defense last year.
I think that's been one of those overviews that people have said, but you got to understand, when you look at that Redskin defense, there's one area that has constantly concerned them, and that is a scrambling quarterback. Randall Cunningham has given them fits. Wade Wilson has given them fits. And when you ask Joe Gibbs about his football team, and the defense specifically, he says the one element that we really can't gear up against is a scrambling quarterback, and that's what Elway does best.
Well, that's interesting, and we'll be back to talk more about the Redskins as my Super Bowl special continues right after this.
Guess what? My folks just left.
Thank you.
The Subaru Justy with on-demand four-wheel drive gets you anywhere you want to go less expensively than any other four-wheel drive car.
Mr. Potts, you're home. Of course, the roads are terrible. What brings you out on a night like this, James?
Hey, sounded good. Save a few bucks, get the same quality. Then the gripes start from data processing. I got garbage all over the orders. Pittsburgh now takes all night to download delivery schedules.
AT&T gives you the fastest, most error-free data transmission.
I'm paying 32 truckers to drink coffee. This is a good deal.
AT&T's worldwide intelligent network, because we know it's not just long distance. It's your business on the line. AT&T, the right choice.
If you're looking for the right car or truck at the right price, it's gotta be a Dodge. Here's Tom with some excuses not to see a doctor about that pesky trick knee.
I don't have a doctor.
Come on, Tom. Henrico Doctors Hospital has free physician referral.
Well, I don't have time for all those tests.
Get them at lunch at one of their diagnostic centers.
Well, now, what if I need surgery?
You might not even have to spend the night.
But registration, now
It's
that...
simple with one of these.
Well, what about...
Parking? They have plenty.
Sounds like Henrico Doctors Hospital is trying to make health care convenient.
Sounds like Tom's run out of excuses.
For a winning deal, come to Central Virginia's car capital. 15 dealers representing 24 manufacturers. Only at the Midlothian Motor Mile, south of the James River, Richmond.
Well, as I said at the top of the show, I thought it was going to be a short bus ride. I thought I'd be at Candlestick Park, boom, just ride right down here to San Diego. But no, I think everyone was surprised by that. I think everyone thought that the dominant team this year was going to be the San Francisco 49ers. They looked like the Bears 2 years ago, the Giants last year. Everyone had just put them in there. And then the surprise team comes along, the Washington Redskins. And you say, where'd they come from? This is Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. If ever a football team took after its home city, this one does. In an election year, when we're supposed to pick the next president, the Redskins had a hard time deciding on which guy would start at quarterback. Now, everyone knows that San Francisco and Chicago were the front runners. So when Washington beat the Vikings and made it to the Super Bowl, it was the most pleasant surprise here since Truman upset Dewey. But the polls are still divided on this team.
I'm still not so sure we're a Super Bowl team, but, you know, it's just one of those things. I think we know how to win. And I think in close games, we have a knack of getting our nose across the finish line.
People say we're winning ugly, so we don't have a chance at the Super Bowl. I said, that's crazy. We're winning. I don't care how we're doing it. Whether it's 1 point or 20 points, we're winning. That's the main thing.
I think this team can show that it has character, and it can win. And if it's really pressed, it's hard to beat. We were beaten 4 times, but by 11 points, and it's kind of hard to beat them, you know what I mean? When they think they're in trouble, they're going to fight.
Washington expects a winning football team. George Allen's over-the-hill gang set the tone in the mid-'70s with a strong defense, Larry Brown, and experienced quarterbacks like Sonny Jurgensen and Billy Kilmer. In fact, if it weren't for the success of those Redskins, you wouldn't be able to watch your home team on TV.
Because of that success, the 72-hour blackout rule is now in football. The senators and congressmen said, hey, we can't get games, we can't get seats to the Redskin games. We ought to at least be able to see them on television when they're sold out.
Gibbs took over as head coach in 1981. 1 year later, the Redskins won Super Bowl 17 with players like Joe Theismann and John Riggins. They're the only team in the 80s to make it back, but it was a trip that Joe would rather forget.
We had a real good Super Bowl, and we got ready for it 1 week, and we had a real bad one. It gave us 2 weeks to out-coach ourselves. You know, we had ourselves so messed up we couldn't play the game.
These guys have been to more Super Bowls, 3, than any other team this decade. This year, the Redskins may have won ugly, but they won when it counted most, especially in the playoffs, when the defense came on strong. Charles Mann alone had 3 sacks against Chicago, and Wade Wilson was dropped 8 times. He'll be just as aggressive against the Denver Broncos.
I think, you know, what you have to do, you just got to go out and be free. You can't necessarily go into the game and kind of be thinking about what you got to defend John Elway. You just got to go out and play football. I think that the time when you go out there and start thinking, that's the time when you get beat. If you just go out and react, things are going to happen.
Joe Gibbs is kind of a low-key guy, but even he is excited now that receiver Art Monk has recovered from a late-season knee injury.
To me, this is about as excited I think I've ever been about a football game was this whole week, starting on Monday. By Wednesday, I was wanting to play the game. Let's just do it. I don't want to fool around any longer, do game plans or nothing to play.
If your history lessons tell you anything about Washington, whether the commander-in-chief is George Washington, George Allen, or Joe Gibbs, they'll fight you until the bitter end. I'll tell you one thing about a Joe Gibbs team. They're better in the fourth quarter than they are in the first quarter. And you say, well, why is that? And I'll tell you why. I think he's the best coach in the NFL at making adjustments, especially at halftime. But the guy that has to carry out those adjustments is his quarterback, Doug Williams. Now, Doug Williams has had an up-and-down career, but you have to love the way things have turned out for him.
Back is Williams, looking right, fires it into the end zone, touchdown, Washington Redskins. Gary Clark.
I'm playing the Super Bowl. The ultimate goal of professional football players is to go to the Super Bowl. And I just happen to be one of the professional football players that's been around for a while and has never gotten that opportunity up until this opportunity.
Doug's matter-of-fact speech hides the emotion of a guy who's been through more than his share of adversity. He got and lost the starting quarterback job 3 times this season. First, when Jay Schrader was hurt in the opener. The strike took that job away. Then Doug came off the bench and threw 2 touchdowns and a come-from-behind victory over Detroit. The job was his. Until a sore back and Schrader's own come-from-behind heroics against the Giants convinced Joe Gibbs to sit Doug down again.
I told Doug the fact that, hey, Jay was in there last night, and we had a big emotional win, and I think I have to basically make a decision here. Which guy am I going to put in the backup spot again? And I felt like that I needed to go ahead and go with Jay.
Well, I don't really think I'm unlucky because I've been fortunate in a lot of other things in life. So, you know, football is a short stop, and, you know, a lot of things you go through. I don't know, just kind of deal with them.
Doug finally won the job for good in the last game of the season against Minnesota. But the quarterback controversy didn't affect the respect Williams and Gibbs have for each other. A respect that goes back to 1977, when Doug was an All-American for Grambling University and Gibbs an assistant with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Doug Williams, to me, is a guy that has been through a lot. He's mature. I think a lot of players on our team, a lot of the younger guys kind of look up to Doug Williams as a guy that they can count on, a guy that's a leader, a guy that's a mature figure that's been through a lot of ups and downs.
Doug led the Buccaneers to the playoffs in 3 of his first 5 years, but the Tampa experience wasn't always pleasant. He was widowed in 1983 and left to care for his 3-month-old child. Later that year, he left the Bucs in a contract dispute. Again, with the Outlaws in the USFL, he was a good passer on a running team. when the league folded, only the Redskins called, and they wanted a backup.
Joe Gibbs and Bobby Beth, the only people that called and asked me, could I play backup? So if I had told them I couldn't play backup, I probably wouldn't have been playing at all.
So Doug can be a little emotional after taking the Redskins into the Super Bowl. They say adversity introduces a man to himself. Doug Williams, perhaps, knows himself too well.
I've heard the highs from alcohol and drugs, but to me, if it's a high, it'll be the Super Bowl high.
You know, as we get ready for Super Bowl 22, everyone's hoping for that close, tight game that goes right down to the last seconds. We really haven't had many of those in Super Bowls. And you wonder why? Well, we're going to explore that right after this.
Here's Jerry with a new car.
What'd you pay for it?
About $5,600. Are you kidding?
Does it run on batteries?
What's it made of? Gray paper?
Does it have a motor? Does it have a motor?
Can I kick the tires? Will the door come off the hinges?
Hey, guess what? It's a Subaru!
Oh, a Subaru.
Subaru!
Only one inexpensive car is built like a Subaru. The Subaru Justy. Inexpensive and built to stay that way.
Such a smart boy. Oh.
I'm Arthur Newman. Women would love to get their arms around my brother Paul. So would investment firms. But I have a firm that loves to work for people like you and me, too. Dean Witter. You see, I may not be a heartthrob, but Dean Witter still handles my investments with tender, loving care.
You're somebody, a Dean Witter.
A member of the Sears Financial Network.
We'll take a look at the guy who built this Super Bowl Redskin team right after these words from your local station.
The Dodge America plan on selected 87 Dodge cars and trucks clearly makes sense for the way America buys. You proved it. We've expanded it to include most every 87 car and truck in stock. 7.7% 48-month financing, plus $770 toward your down payment, plus our $770 protection plan. You get all three. The Dodge America plan. It makes sense for the way America buys. Now on selected 88s in stock, choose 7.7 financing or 770 cash at your Dodge dealer.
I don't mind working hard, but I'll tell you how I feel. I work an honest day, and I want an honest deal.
We start work early at Safeway, so you can get hot, fresh baked breads, pastries, and special cakes whenever you shop at a fair and honest price.
I work an honest day, and I want an honest deal.
Safeway, where you get an honest deal every day.
Over 12,000 seats have been added to Jack Murphy Stadium for this year's Super Bowl. Travel arranged through the new NFL Citibank Visa card. Now carry the card of your favorite team and earn free NFL gear just for using it. Call 1-800-NFL-VISA today.
Well, welcome back to my Super Bowl special. You know, one interesting thing about Super Bowls is the aftermath. Seems like after the game, everyone says, geez, another boring Super Bowl. Well, I'll tell you, I was in Super Bowl 11. We won that game. That wasn't boring to me. That was the greatest moment of my life. But there still is that thought. People say it was boring. Why is that? Well, I don't know. But I'll tell you this. I sent Barry Tompkins over to Las Vegas to find out about this deal.
It's been said that 6 out of every 10 people who watch a football game have a bet of one sort or another. Whether it's just a few cents with a friend or whether it's coming to a place like this, the sports book at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas, to make one of those exotic wagers on the Super Bowl game. But one bet you can't make is probably as close as anything else to a deadlock cinch, as a gambler would say. That is, will it be a good football game? The answer is no. In 21 previous Super Bowls, the average point spread has been over 15. And more often than not, the game's been over at halftime.
Consider, for example, numbers 18, 19, 20, and 21. Last year, the Broncos made it interesting until John Elway caught the attention of the Giants' defense, which was just about halfway into a bag of peanuts. 2 years ago, the Bears could have been cited for cruel and unusual punishment at halftime. Before that, the 49ers discovered a slight flaw in the Dolphins, no defense. And the Raiders beat the Skins by a tidy 29 points 4 years ago. The combined tally, 161 to 55.
Last year, the majority of the people had the Giants. They were very happy with the outcome. They didn't mind it being a blowout.
It's when you have the wrong side and get a blowout that you claim it's a terrible game.
Yet here they come to this desert mecca, wallets at the ready, about $50 million worth, casting their lot on such exotic Super Bowl wagers as first team to score, last team to score in the first half, first team to score in the last half, total interceptions, longest field goal, and who will score the first touchdown.
This is the single biggest betting sporting event, is the Super Bowl. And with this year's matchup between Denver and the Washington Redskins, it will make it even more exciting, and it maybe even exceed a little bit more than $50 million.
Historically, form has followed course in the Super Bowl. Only 6 underdogs have won in 21 games. 2 of those came when the AFL was in the process of gaining equality with its elder brother. 7 of the last 8 have been won by 10 or more points, and the one that wasn't saw the 49ers with a 20-0 lead over Cincinnati at one point. Only 2 Super Bowls have been both close and exciting, if a little bit sloppy. Ironically, Pittsburgh and Dallas played in both. And now we come to the Skins and the Broncos. The odds favor Denver. Eastern sentiment favors Washington. The press favors John Elway. And Jay Schrader is 40-1 to score the game's first touchdown. And in Vegas, they're lining up to bet them all.
Joe, you've been in 2 Super Bowls. What do you think?
Well, John, I can tell you, I've been in 2. One was a lot closer than it seemed. Super Bowl 17 against Miami. Although the score was a 10-point difference, that was a very close football game going all the way down. The second one against the Raiders, they blew us out. And what happens is you're forced to change your game plan. You go in, set to do something. We wanted to run the football. It was relatively close, and then the dominance of the Raiders in that football game made us change our game plan.
I think that's one of the reasons for that large gap in some of those games, just the dominating defense. You know, another thing that you know about, Joe, is the building of the Washington Redskins, and the guy that takes a lot of responsibility for that is an old friend of mine, Bobby Beathard. In fact, Bobby and I were roommates in college. We go way back. So after the championship game with the Vikings, I grabbed Bobby. And it had been a real long day for Bobby. I grabbed him, took him back in my bus, and I said, "Hey, Bobby, how'd you do this?" It's an axiom in sports that to be a champion, you have to win on the field. To be a champion in the NFL, you have to win off it as well. Head coaches control the game, but it's the general managers who make up the team. Bobby Beathard is a Redskins GM.
Good coaches follow good players. And that's what Bobby's done for me here. He's got me the players. He's been the guy behind my back that supports me when things don't go the right way. And he's out there on the road working to try and do all the things that it takes to help me acquire the talent.
With the exception of veteran lineman Dave Butts, every Redskin on the roster has been acquired by Bobby Beathard. 3 starters against the Vikings came from the USFL. Wide receivers Gary Clark, Ricky Sanders, and quarterback Doug Williams. All have made an impact.
The guys you're talking about are big play guys, and when we got them, we liked them. I didn't know at the time that they'd play this bigger role, but you look back now, and just like you said, if we hadn't been able to get those guys, we wouldn't be here.
Beathard knows about pro football. He played briefly for the Chargers in 1960, and his brother Pete was an NFL quarterback. In 1972, Bobby was a director of player personnel for the Miami Dolphins when they went 17-0. This is his 6th Super Bowl team, his 3rd one in Washington since 1978. What's the #1 thing you have to do in building a Super Bowl team?
When I came to the Redskins, I kind of copied the way Don was doing things down there, that the coaches and the scouting have to work closely together. And I think that's a real key. We know what each position coach wants, what he likes at that position, and we try to get those type of guys.
Even if it means scouting players at a position that's already filled. Beathard's philosophy epitomizes his team's desire to stay on top.
You never have too many good guys at a position. If a guy's a good football player, sign him, draft him, do whatever you can. Don't pass him up because you think you have too many guys at that position, because as soon as you do that, you're going to find out that somebody gets hurt and you don't have a replacement.
Sound advice from a man who's molded winners. I'll tell you one thing about Bobby Beathard. He's always looking for players. In fact, that's why I had to talk to him on the bus after the game, because he was flying the next day to the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, looking for players for next year's Redskin team. When we come back, we're going to talk about the Denver Bronco defense. We're going to talk to a guy who really knows that defense because he has to play against it twice a year. and that's all-pro quarterback Dan Fouts from the San Diego Chargers.
AT&T has lowered long-distance prices again. A 20-minute coast-to-coast call on weekends is only $2.84. Now, someone is closer than ever. AT&T has lowered long-distance prices again. A 20-minute coast-to-coast call on weekends is only $2.84. Now, someone is closer than ever.
Remember when a drive-in was $1, a hot dog was a dime, and cars were under $10,000?
Stop that, Jimmy!
Now the movie's $6. A hot dog's $1.75. And cars, well, Subaru still has an entire line of cars for under $10,000.
Stop that, Jimmy!
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Dan Fouts will join us, and we'll talk about the Denver defense right after these words from your local station.
Western sizzling great steak. Buy-a-doo-wop, buy-a-doo-wop. More than a great steak steakhouse. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba. Much more. More than a great salad bar. More than soup and salad. Everyone's number one. Favorite. Ba-ba. Buy-a-doo-wop, buy-a-doo-wop. Western sizzling. Do-wah. The more than a great steakhouse.
It's been a long time since I played basketball at Thomasdale High School. Hi, I'm Nelson Bennett at Bennett Ford in Chester, Virginia. Business and sports are a lot alike. Competition, teamwork, and fair play. Every customer must be treated fairly. At Bennett Ford, we insist on it. So before you buy your next car or truck, make sure you get the best deal. Come to Bennett Ford. All right. All right. No!
Hotel accommodations for John Madden's Super Bowl special have been provided by the Rancho Bernardo Inn and weather-perfect San Diego, one of the country's finest resorts.
You know, you talk about respect and lack of respect, I'll tell you about a group. You know, you think about the Denver Broncos. You think Dan Reeves, their coach. John Elway, the Duke of Denver. They got the three amigos. No one ever talks about the defense. In fact, when you get to that group, everyone's on a coffee break. But I'll tell you, they aren't bad. And they're built around a guy, Carl Mecklenburg, who lines up all over the field. When the Denver Broncos played the Dallas Cowboys in Super Bowl 12, their team relied on an intimidating defense, the Orange Crush. Guys like Lyle Alzado, Tom Jackson, Reuben Carter. They struck fear into the hearts of offenses from coast to coast. They beat my Raiders in the AFC Championship game that year. It's a decade later, but the attitude is, I'd want Alzado and his gang to be proud of me.
You've got to live up to that tradition. It might not be the exact same defense we were when I first got here 8 years ago, but you still have that same tradition of, hey, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to do everything I can to get the job done.
One man with first-hand knowledge of that tradition is defensive coordinator Joe Collier. He has helped keep Denver's defense among the NFL's elite. Despite personnel changes and a scheme that opponents call confusing, and that's putting it mildly, the most perplexing element in Collier's system is a guy they call the Snow Goose, Carl Mecklenburg.
He's able to play inside linebacker, outside linebacker, can be a pass rusher. You know, those type of things. You don't find many players that are able to do a lot of things like that.
I fit into a multiple defense a lot better. And so do the rest of the guys, and that's the way Joe Collier handles the defense. We just move around and do a lot of different things and try and confuse the offense.
Confusing is right. Check this out. Right here, Mecklenburg, the Snow Goose, is playing defensive line. But here he's a linebacker, and he can line up at nose tackle, too. As a matter of fact, Carl Mecklenburg has played every defensive position except defensive back. And hey, who knows? He was a lineman at the University of Minnesota, and he was taken in the 12th round of the 1983 draft. Collier saw something special in Mecklenburg, and he made the smart rookie his pet project.
It was one of our highest test scores that the NFL gives in the scouting combine test, and, you know, we knew when we decided to start moving around that was going to be a big factor because there's some kids that just couldn't handle it. And
so I was a pass rusher for a couple of years, and while they slowly worked me into the linebacker role, I think physically I'm a better linebacker, but all those years of playing defensive line, I've learned how to use leverage and strength rather than just size.
Carl Mecklenburg characterizes a Broncos defense, so they're not the Orange Crush of old. Brains instead of brawn, intelligence instead of intimidation, mixed in with some hard work and some hard knocks, have gotten them this far. And the new Denver defense is doing just fine. Now I'm joined by a guy who really knows that Denver Bronco defense, Dan Fouts of the San Diego Chargers. And Dan, does it bother you as a quarterback where Carl Mecklenburg lines up?
It doesn't bother me too much unless he tackles me a couple of times. It really bothers the running backs because as a linebacker, he's got defensive lineman type of size, and so when he rushes the quarterback from that position, he usually overpowers running backs. But he's got a lot of versatility, and you've got to be aware of where he is.
Do the Redskins have an advantage in that they use 2 ends and 1 back, 2 tight ends?
Definitely, because Mecklenburg can be a down lineman or as a stand-up linebacker, so he has been successful running over little running backs. He's going to have much more difficult time with the tight ends of Washington.
What do the Redskins have to do?
Well, they're going to have to run the ball. Everybody looks at Denver's defense and say, hey, we can run the ball against these guys. We're bigger than they are. But I tell you what, they create a lot of problems because they are in different spots all the time. They do a good job of changing the front on almost every down.
Well, we've been up here in this press box long enough. We're going to go down to the locker room and talk some X's and O's. We'll be right back.
They're going to do it. The U.S. is going to win a gold medal for the first time in 40 years. Pulling away from the East German. He's going to shatter the Olympic record. He shoots. He scores.
Welcome back. Hey, stop daydreaming, buddy. The Olympics are on.
Miller Lite salutes the Olympics. They bring out the dreamer in all of us.
To fathers about the Kodak Color Watch system.
The family is counting on old Dad to get great film developing. Look for the Kodak Color Watch seal, so your photos will look wonderful, and your son will let you borrow the car. Kodak Color Watch for great developing. You're going to thank me for it.
It's more effective than the leading men's deodorant. It's been proven better in clinical tests at blocking odor. It's Old Spice Fast Track Wide Deodorant. It blocks odor better.
We'll go into the locker room, get into some X's and O's, right after these words from your local station.
Carrie, when did you buy your first new Toyota?
Early 1980s.
How much did you pay for it?
Less than $9,000 for a brand new Toyota Corolla. Can you believe that?
Believe this. At John Poppel Toyota, we just made a special purchase of 65 brand new 1987 Toyota Corollas and Tercels. And we're going to sell them all on a first-come, first-served basis for just $8,988. Hey, where are you going?
What do you think?
Can't say I blame her, can you? But at those prices, you'd better hurry, too.
Now, Cutlass comes through for you again with up to $1,550 in savings. It starts with $400 cash back from Oldsmobile on Cutlass Calais. Combine that with up to $440 in option package savings, plus special savings on air-conditioned models, and your savings could add up to $1,440. On Cutlass Sierra, $750 cash back combined with special option package savings of up to $800 could save you up to $1,550. Think of it, the style and value of Cutlass Sierra with up to $1,550 in savings. See your Oldsmobile dealer for details now.
Well, we're in the locker room now, and we're going to go over some of the plays, the X's and O's, the diagrams of what both these teams do. First, we'll start with the Redskins. Now, the Redskins have what they call 4 packages. In other words, 4 offensive formations. The first one is regular. Now, this is usually how they start the game, usually play first down with it. Okay, first, the offensive line, the Hogs, these guys stay the same every down. That doesn't change. Now, in regular formation, the Redskins use 2 tight ends and 1 running back. Then they have the 2 wide receivers out here. That's their regular formation. Out of this formation, they can either run or pass. Now, there's a lot of people that think in this game that the Redskins have to be able to run. The Broncos have a smaller defense. Now, if they're going to do that, if they're just going to run, this is the formation they get into. They call it heavy. Now, instead of having 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, and 1 running back, now they have 3 tight ends. Here's a tight end here, Donnie Warren being their best blocker. They usually run to his side, and another tight end here. Now, when they go 3 tight ends, Then, of course, they only have, again, one back in the backfield. That can be either George Rogers running or Timmy Smith. And then they have one wide receiver. Now, that is called heavy. Now, they do that when they want to run the ball and they want to control the ball. Now, the next formation is heavy jumbo. Now, this is the same thing as heavy. Again, 1, 2, 3 tight ends, but this is the only time that they use two backs in the backfield. The only time they do this is short yardage and goal line. Now, the last package, or the last formation, is what they call posse. Now, posse, instead of having two tight ends, two wide receivers, they now only have one tight end. But again, this is Donnie Warren's side here. They still have a strong side here. They can still run out of this. But they have three wide receivers. 1, 2, 3. Then they bring in Kelvin Bryant in the backfield, and he lines up here. So they can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 receivers on you right now. And this is a formation that I think they have to go to. I think against the Broncos, they have to be able to throw the ball. And if they're really going to threaten them, if they're really going to scare them, they have to scare them right here with this posse and this speed right here and really put the pressure on them. And I think that's the toughest formation to defend. And talking about defenders, I'll tell you, we have one now. Ronnie Lott, all-pro safety from the San Francisco 49ers. Ronnie, you know about defending these guys. What's the toughest thing about the Redskins?
I think the toughest thing is to try to stay away from man-to-man situations. When you have a Gary Clark, a Ricky Sanders, possibly an Art Monk, it can be tough on you, especially being a defensive back and having Doug Williams standing back there throwing the ball deep. He's got a great arm, and they do a lot of things in that posse formation.
What's the biggest thing about defending the Broncos?
I think the one thing you have to do is you have to mix up the coverages. You have to make sure that John sees a different look all the time and not let him pick up that you're playing man-to-man a lot. If he sees that you're playing man-to-man, he's going to really come after you.
Are those three amigos, are they really as tough a group as people say?
Well, they're tough, but when you got the Duke at the quarterback, they make them that much tougher.
That's a live gun, isn't it?
That's true.
Well, thanks a lot, Ronnie. We'll be back right after this.
So, what's on the menu this week?
Well, I got problems with this new long-distance outfit Larry picked.
It was you? You're supposed to save us a bundle.
It might cost us a few clients.
Come on, we all thought it was a good idea.
We did?
At AT&T, we know how important long distance is to your business. So you get the world's most reliable network.
Last week I had 3 minutes to call in a bid. Busy circuit, busy circuit.
There I was, downloading this 10-pound sales report, and bingo, we're cut off.
Hey, I'm no engineer. Look on paper.
AT&T puts your calls through twice as fast the first time you dial. And our network uses the latest technology to solve its own problems, so they don't become yours.
Okay, look, if we can't count on them, they're history.
So, who's picking the place for Ed's party?
Larry.
AT&T's worldwide intelligent network, the most advanced technology and the experience to manage it. Because we know it's not just long distance, it's your business on the line. AT&T, the right choice.
We'll visit with the guy who originally brought pro football to San Diego, right after these words from your local station.
No matter how much you pay for a hamburger, it's still just a hamburger. But if you're looking for something different, now there's an even better reason to look at Arby's. Because right now, our delicious, slow-roasted, regular Arby's roast beef sandwich is $1.39. Another burger deal, big deal, when you can taste the Arby's difference for $1.39. Now that's a great deal.
Starting Monday, try Arby's regular roast beef sandwich for only $1.39.
Sure. I can afford a European car, but get this, I didn't want one. Wound up at a Jeep Eagle dealer, and I'm glad I did, for a lot of reasons.
One reason is the 1988 Eagle Premier, with a wider track than BMW 325 or Saab 900, at a price that beats them both. See Premier only at your Jeep Eagle dealer.
Hey, when you got choices, you might as well go for it.
See your Richmond Petersburg Jeep Eagle dealers.
Let's take a look at the board now about what Ronnie Lott and I were talking about. And I think the toughest thing that the Broncos can do is when they get in their shotgun formation, when they put Elway back here. Because that really puts the pressure on the defense, because he gets the ball back here, he can see the rush, he can move around and still pass, or, of course, move around and take a run to either side. Then he has his three amigos. 1 amigo, 2 amigos, 3 amigos. one tight end, and one running back. And I think that's the formation that if the Broncos are going to do a lot of damage, it's going to be from this formation, of course, with this guy here. You know, when you talk about great quarterbacks, three amigos, spreading guys all over the field, the passing game, I think you have to talk about the master of the passing game, Sid Gilman. Sid Gilman was also the guy who brought pro football to San Diego. So when we come here for Super Bowl 22, hey, you have to spend some time with Sid.
In the terms of greatness, Sid Gilman gets a 10 in a score of 1 to 10 because Sid Gilman was the great contributor to the modern game of professional football, especially the passing game.
1960 was a time of change in America, even in football where a new league was beginning its first season. The 8 men who announced this new venture had each put up $25,000 for an American Football League franchise. They had a laugh, and they called themselves the Foolish Club. But Baron Hilton made a smart move when he hired Sid Gilman to coach his Los Angeles Chargers. Sid had just lost his job with the Rams. But in that first year, his imaginative passing philosophy took the Chargers all the way to the AFL championship game. The only problem was hardly anyone noticed.
We accused Baron Hilton of having all his employees go to our game because we had more people on the field than we had in the stands. And it was really a tremendous fight there to fight the Rams, and we felt we had to move. And the place to move was San Diego. We had Balboa Stadium, which was a stadium that was built back during World War I, and it had about 15,000 seats, and we had an awful fight with the city council to renovate that Balboa Stadium to the point where it held 35,000 seats. Jack Murphy, of course, the great writer of the San Diego Union, helped us in this fight.
Their first office was atop a hotel near a strip joint. But Sid and his staff built a dynasty in San Diego. The Chargers won 5 divisional titles in the AFL's first 6 years, and a championship in 1963. Assistant coaches like Chuck Noll, Jack Faulkner, Al Davis, and personnel director Don Klosterman went out and signed college stars like John Hadle, Walt Sweeney, and future Hall of Famers like Ron Mix and Lance Allworth. It was the time of the bidding wars with the NFL, and almost all rules were made to either be stretched or outright broken.
Sid used to break a few of the rules in the league, and the Commissioner Joe Foss was always on the phone with Sid, but Sid was trying to win.
We signed people under goalposts in the men's room and stands. We signed them wherever we could sign them. In fact, when we got started, we had 100 coming and 100 going and 100 in line.
The fight for players, the competition was vicious. It wasn't a question of getting the player, it was getting them any way you can. And money in those days, which we thought was big money, was given out, and we signed so many great players, the Chargers.
Gilman's teams, his dynamic offense, and superb organization set an AFL standard. Other teams around the league copied his style just to keep up. Sid Gilman is 76 years old now, but he hasn't slowed down. He walks the golf course near his La Costa home every morning. Then he spends the rest of the day charting plays and formations. The only changes for Sid Gilman are the new plays and formations he's always drawing up. You know, one of the landmarks here in San Diego, of course, is a zoo. And this week, with all the people coming in for Super Bowl 22, everyone's going to the zoo, and the animals don't know what all the commotion's about.
All right, kids, gather around, kids. I'm going to tell you a story now. Kids, no gum chewing now. This is a story about Super Bowl week in San Diego. The reason people are coming here is that there's a big party, and they're coming from all over the country. Yeah, all the animals are coming to San Diego this week.
The animals in San Diego are of all stripes and colors. Everybody wants to be here. Only a select few get to come. The bears really wanted to be here. They rose up, looked good, then said, so long. The Rams made a late charge, then found themselves high and dry. The Lions seemed to spend the whole year going in circles and disappeared early. The Broncos are here, but they won't be horsing around like the rest of the animals. You see, guys, Super Bowl week is about almost everything except football. Super Bowl week is parties. I mean, there are parties of every ilk. There are swinging parties. Some of them are a real hoot. There are parties of a more formal nature where you go to see and be seen. I Love Your Outfit is an original. Absolutely. Had it made special. He certainly does stand out in the crowd, doesn't he? Did you bring the invitation? Security here is tough. Wake up, Harry. Pete Rozelle just walked in. Kids, you hear it all Super Bowl week. Tell me the truth. Do you really like my hair? Hi there. First Super Bowl game? When this is over, I'm going on a diet. This time I'm serious. How much longer till the game?
Well, the next part of the show is one of the parts that I like best. We're all going to get together. We're all going to talk about what we really think is going to happen in this game. Joe Theismann will be there, Ronnie Lott will be there, Dan Fouts will be there, I'll be there, and maybe we'll figure out this deal.
Here's Jerry with a new car.
What'd you pay for it?
About $5,600.
Are you kidding?
Does it run on batteries?
What's it made of? Crepe paper?
Does it have a motor? Does it have a motor?
Can I kick the tires?
Will the door come off the hinges?
Hey, guess what? It's a Subaru!
Oh, a Subaru!
Subaru!
Only one inexpensive car is built like a Subaru. The Subaru Justy. Inexpensive and built to stay that way.
Such a smart boy. Oh.
I'm Jack Garner. My little brother, James, that boy is everywhere. TV, movies. So investment firms are big fans of his, but my firm, they work real hard to help people like you and me invest, too. Dean Witter. Their mutual funds and investment advice help me get a real good grip on my finances.
You're somebody, Dean Witter.
A member of the Sears Financial Network.
I'm going to get all the guys together, and we're going to talk about this football game and get some predictions right after these words from your local station.
The Dodge America plan on selected 87 Dodge cars and trucks clearly makes sense for the way America buys. You proved it. We've expanded it to include most every 87 car and truck in stock. 7.7% 48-month financing, plus $770 toward your down payment, plus our $770 protection plan. You get all three. The Dodge America plan. It makes sense for the way America buys. Now on selected 88s in stock, choose 7.7 financing or 770 cash at your Dodge dealer.
Richmond, a city with a rich heritage and a bright future. First Baptist Church has been a part of that heritage and promises to be a part of that future. You're invited to join the family of First Baptist every Sunday morning for congregational singing, inspirational musical performances, and the dynamic preaching of Dr. Peter James Flaming. That's Sunday mornings at 11 a.m. right here on WXEX TV 8.
Transportation provided by Pan Am, which flies to over 100 cities worldwide, with service across the Atlantic to more cities in Europe than all other U.S. airlines combined. Expect more from Pan Am. Ground transportation by Kerry Limousine, who offers chauffeur-driven limousines and sedans in over 300 cities and 55 countries. Call 1-800-336-4646.
Welcome back. Well, we've been on the bus, we've been at the stadium, we've been up in the press box, we've been down in the locker room, we talked in the chalkboard, we've seen players, coaches, everyone talk about this game. So now we get together here, Joe Theismann, Dan Fouts, Ronnie Lott, with one last chance to analyze it. First of all, Joe, you've been in 2 Super Bowls. What's the most important thing for these 2 quarterbacks as they get ready?
I think, first of all, John Elway has to realize that it's his show. It's on his shoulders. He's the man out front. He has to understand that type of a burden. Doug Williams has to look at it a little bit differently. He has to realize that he can't take that total burden on himself. He has to spread it out around and among his receivers and his running backs. So you've got Doug Williams spreading out all the offense to different people, and John Elway having to take it pretty much on his shoulders.
Well, but that's what Elway wants to do. That's what Elway's all about. He's been the main man when he was at Stanford. He's been the first-round draft pick. He's played every down, it seems like, since he's been in Denver. This is what he's used to. He is the Duke of Denver.
Well, you know, you talk about the Duke of Denver and the 3 wide receivers. They're the 3 amigos. And, you know, with the Redskins, they just got 3 guys that are pretty good receivers, too. They don't have a nickname or anything, but, Ronnie, if you had to defend the Broncos or the Redskins wide receivers, which one would be the toughest?
Well, I tell you, you have to look at the quarterback situation, but if you looked at the athletes themselves, you'd have to say the Redskins receivers are much better. I think the reason why that they've been in the Pro Bowl, they have the experience. Art Monk is an excellent receiver, which will be back. I think Gary Clark's going to make some big plays in this game. And the Denver receivers are fast, but I just don't think they have the experience.
Joe, you played for the Redskins, and then you've seen a lot of John Elway. What do you think the Redskin defense has to do?
I think the Redskin defense, first of all, has to play their game. Now, what is their game? They've been trying to figure it out all year. It's been a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation for them. They can't be too concerned with John Elway running the football. John Elway running the football is not going to win Super Bowl 22 for the Denver Broncos. They've got to stop him from completing passes down the field. I think they have to line up and turn man and Manley loose, let him go up the field, and play just the kind of defenses that they're capable of doing.
I think with Elway being able to scramble, the key is to get the defensive backs to keep their eye on the receivers and not give up the big play. Well, one thing that you always see when you play against a team like Denver, you always have that weak safety deep. And one of Washington's great things on offense when they're throwing the ball is throwing the ball deep. I don't think they'll be able to do that against Denver because I know I haven't had a whole lot of success doing it. And we try it twice a year for the last 15.
I think when it comes down, I think the toughest thing that the Broncos do is when Elway's in a shotgun. I think that's as good as they get. And the toughest thing the Redskins do, I think, is when they get in that posse formation with the three wide receivers. And like you said, that's the toughest to defend.
It is the toughest, and the reason why is that when you have Kelvin Bryant on a linebacker, it's very tough.
You know, one thing, we talked about the offense, defense, a lot of Elway, amigos, and all these things. We never talked about the kickers, and it'll probably come down to a kicker. Some guy...
Wouldn't that be a shame?
The whole thing. Well, we talked about these things, and now let's get a feeling. Like, Ronnie, who do you think's going to win this?
It's one of those things that's a toss-up, really. I think the team that goes out there and plays with with that attitude that, look, it's our game, we're going to win it.
And which team is that?
I was waiting for John to get it.
I'm going to go with Denver.
Okay, Dan?
I like the Skins.
You like the Redskins, and Joe?
I think that the group is going to outdo the one man, so I'm going to go with Washington, but I think it's going to be real close.
All right, so we have a Bronco, a Redskin,
And?
Well, I'm the guy that thought I was going to have the short bus ride down from San Francisco. I thought the Super Bowl was going to be the 49ers against the Chargers. So what the heck do I know? I'll tell you one thing I do know, though, that on Sunday morning, there's two teams in professional football, the Denver Broncos and the Washington Redskins. And at the end of the day, there's only going to be one, the champion. The other one is quickly forgotten. It's funny, no one ever walks around and says, hey, we're number two, we're number two. Thank you at home for watching.
John Madden's Super Bowl special has been brought to you by Subaru. We built our reputation by building a better car. By AT&T, the right choice. And by Dean Witter. We'll help manage your investments based on your individual needs.
To get there and to experience it, and to know you had it right in the palm of your hand and not to have it happen, it really takes a lot out of you.
Feeling after losing the Super Bowl is the worst. Fighting that hard, getting all the way there, and then losing the game is the worst feeling I've ever had.
I think the team that loses the Super Bowl is totally forgotten.
I didn't feel like a loser. Matter of fact, I felt like a winner. Of course, in the eyes of the world, we were losers on the field, but man, I feel like I was a winner.
This has been a presentation of
First, 1988.
From NBC News, this is Today with Bryant Gumbel and Jane Pauley.
Good morning. Welcome to Today on a Monday morning, and welcome to Today in February. You watched the whole game, I take it?
I watched a critical half of it. Guess which one?
That was about the whole game, wasn't it? Same old story. The NFC rolled over it. That's the 4th straight year. John Palmer is going to give us more on the game and the rest of the day's news from over at the news desk in just a moment. And in just about 10 minutes, we're going to be going out to San Diego live to talk with some of the champion Redskins, among them record-setting running back Timmy Smith and defensive end Dexter Manley. And as a sidebar to the Skins win, we will this morning be talking with a man who will share in Sunday's winnings. A one-time Redskin who will be collecting his winner's check, though, behind bars. Jay?
And more of our First Couples series this morning. The next in our lineup of presidential candidates and their wives, George and Barbara Bush. They'll be joining us from Washington. And this will mark the Vice President's first television interview since his go-round with Dan Rather. Suzanne Summers will be by with a book she's written. She calls it Keeping Secrets, and it's her family story of growing up with an alcoholic parent. At our 8:30 half hour, we'll meet the stars of 21 Jump Street and Catherine Deneuve.
And on After 8, we may be getting the first good news for American farmers in just about a decade. First, let's start over at the news desk, get February underway with John Palmer. Good morning, John.
Brian, Jane, thanks. Good morning. First, the Super Bowl. They are still celebrating in Washington, D.C. this morning, but there is certainly no joy in Denver after the Redskins' 42-10 romp over the Broncos in Super Bowl 22. Jim Miklashevsky has our report.
42 unanswered points for the 42-10 blowout in San Diego blew clear across continent to Washington, D.C. Thousands of Redskin fans poured into the streets. Redskin mania was literally in the air.
My baby. It's really hot in here, okay? Denver, number one. I didn't even understand the game. I didn't even understand the game.
Even here, Redskin quarterback Doug Williams was the most valuable player.
Number one Redskins, Dougie Fresh.
Despite the raucous crowd, police showed remarkable restraint, but there were some arrests. Washington hopes to clear these streets in time for a victory parade later this week. Jim Miklashevsky, NBC News, from the home of the world champion Washington Redskins.
As you might imagine, it is quite a different story in Denver, where Bronco fans had hoped that they would be hosting that victory parade. For some Denver fans, it was just too much. Their second Super Bowl loss in a row, and a few fans took out their frustrations by burning their Bronco jerseys. Denver spirits soared in the first quarter when the Broncos jumped to a 10-point lead, but it was all downhill after that. Streets in the mile-high city were deserted during the game as everybody watched, their joy turning to disbelief. As one fan put it, last year it was enough just to be in the Super Bowl, but this year they wanted very much to win. In other news this morning, there was major violence in the Israeli-occupied West Bank this morning.
Redskins broke records for the most yards passing and rushing and the most touchdowns in the Super Bowl as they romped to a 42-10 win. This morning we go live to the Redskins Hotel in San Diego, where we welcome our new Today Show sports correspondent Jimmy Cefalo and his world champion guests. Record-setting running back Tim Smith, congratulations there, and defensive end Dexter Manley. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, Brian. Thank you. It's good to be part of the show, and also nice to be sitting next to brand new members of the World Championship Washington Redskins. Congratulations to both of you, and thank you for getting up early this morning. Or is it staying up a little bit later than normal? Did you get any sleep last night?
Well, thank you for having us on, first of all. Yes, I got sleep. I went back and spent time with my family, and I didn't necessarily get out and enjoy the victory. I enjoyed the victory with my family.
You're clutching the Lombardi Trophy, Super Bowl winner. You better give it to the offensive player on the side. I'm afraid you're going to drop this thing. Timmy, how about you?
You know better than I do.
Did you get any sleep last night?
Oh, yeah. I went up and got me a little rest because I know I had to get up pretty early this morning.
All right, Dexter, let's start with you. This is the second Super Bowl championship of the 80s for the Redskins. Second during a strike year. Are you hoping for a strike again next season?
No, we don't want a strike next year, but we've said after the strike, you know, hopefully history will continue to repeat itself. But I think this Super Bowl means a lot more to the Redskins for one simple reason. Every time I hold this trophy here, I think of certain people within the Redskin organization that means a lot to the Redskins, such as guys like Nate Fine and Joe Kuzo. Those guys, Nate Fine had lung cancer, and Joe Kuzo had a severe stroke. They've been with the Redskins for many, many years, and we just want them to feel very special because we did this for them.
You had quite a bit of motivation coming into this season. You had a lot, but this was an unusual year for Dexter Manley. Last week, you didn't say a great deal. It was a quiet Dexter Manley, quiet for you. You went on the field yesterday and really played very well. Tell us about your performance yesterday with John Elway.
I felt that I played well. I felt that, you know, you have to play relentless when you go out and play against guys like the Denver Broncos, and particularly in a big game like this here. I just felt that, you know, all the great athletes have to rise up to the occasion. Not only me, the rest of my teammates did too as well. Doug Williams, Charles Mann, Dave Butts, Timmy Smith here. So it has been an up and down year, but, you know, as long as it's going up, I'm fine.
In watching the tape and yesterday from the press box, it seemed that after a sack of yours, you had some words with John Elway. What was said?
Well, John Elway kind of initially, verbally, we got into some words, and I wouldn't want to use them on air. And initially, then we kind of settled down, and he kind of came and apologized, and I apologized back to him because he's a first-class guy.
Timmy, this morning, I think most of the football world is asking, who in the world is Timmy Smith? I mean, 5th-round draft choice out of Texas Tech, 204 yards, sets a Super Bowl record. How do you explain that?
Well, basically, I explain it because we have a very experienced offensive line, and our offensive line believes in me, and I believe in them to get the job done. So, basically, we just went straight at Denver.
Well, this guy sitting right next to you earlier in the day said to me, you know, Timmy Smith looks like he's a little bit overweight, and he doesn't look very fast, but he gets into the end zone.
Well, basically, I think I lost a little weight this week trying to get prepared for this game. I didn't know when I'd get in the game. Whenever I got in the game, I was going to be prepared.
5th-round draft choice, I said earlier, but really on draft day, you'd never expected to get drafted, did you?
Well, basically, when you miss 2 years of college, you don't know what to expect. I thought, you know, you had to do something great your senior year to get drafted, but basically, Coach Bobby Better them seen some extra talent in me that the Washington Redskins needed.
Dexter, you've been a member of this team for a long time, and it never seems that you get enough respect as a unit. You're underdogs once again this Super Bowl year. Do you think it's time now for the Redskins to get the respect?
Well, I think we deserve respect. I look at the reason I feel we don't get respect is because you look at teams like Chicago, the Giants. I mean, we don't have that personality. We're not that type of football team. I think we're very physical. I just think that for some other reason or another, we just don't get the respect. But I think that our record speaks for itself. Since the 80s, we've been to 3 Super Bowls and a couple of playoffs in the playoffs. So I think that, you know, we'll have to come back and continue to keep winning. I think that there will be a commitment here, and it has been a commitment since I've been a part of the Redskins, and I think that's all of our common goal is to win.
Well, you know what the true test of a champion is? When you wind up on the front of a Wheaties box, and now less than 12 hours after the football game was over here in San Diego, right on the front cover is the Washington Redskins. Congratulations to both of you, and thanks for getting up and joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Let's go back to New York.
All right, Jimmy, thank you. Tony Robinson was the University of Tennessee's star quarterback, racking up some pretty impressive figures. In his junior year, he completed 61% of his passes for over 1,900 yards and 14 touchdowns. In his senior year, Robinson was looking to top that when 6 games into the season, a knee injury, coming as it did against Alabama on this play, ended his college career. Well, away from football and the cheering crowds, Robinson got into trouble. He was arrested and convicted of trafficking cocaine and sentenced to 6 years, most of that on probation. Tony was in jail when a sympathetic judge gave him a chance to fulfill his pro dreams. He allowed Tony to get out of jail as long as he was playing pro football. First, there was a stint with the Richmond, Virginia Ravens. That was in July of last year. And then came the phone call from the Washington Redskins. The player strike was a reality. Tony Robinson was called as one of the replacement players. Robinson saw no action in the first 2 games, but in the 3rd and last strike game against the Dallas Cowboys, Robinson was brought in cold off the bench to relieve the injured starter. He completed 11 of 18 passes for 152 yards as the Redskins beat the Cowboys. But that's all the pro action Tony Robinson was to see. With the strike over, he headed back to Tennessee to finish his jail sentence, football in hand. That's where Tony Robinson saw his former team win Sunday night, and because he was on the Redskin roster for 3 games, Robinson's due a share in the Super Bowl money. He's with us this morning from the Knoxville Penal Farm. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, Brian.
How much do you have coming?
I don't know. I'm waiting to see what that check looks like when it comes in the mail.
You were, as I noted, a replacement player, what some of the players might call a scab. Do you think the regulars begrudge sharing their money with you?
I don't think they'll have any problem. You know, I think we were a part of it this year, so I don't think they'll have anything to say about what they have to give us.
Though you weren't playing, did Sunday feel like a game day for you?
Yes, it was. All week, you know, it was like I was getting ready myself. And once it started off, It didn't start so hot, but I knew they were going to come back because I knew Washington was a second-half team, what they done in the second quarter.
As you watched, did you keep on thinking about what you would have done?
Well, there are things I've seen I could have done, but I think everything that Doug done, I would have done myself.
What did you think of Doug's performance?
Hey, I think it was excellent. The way he was passing the ball at the beginning of the game, you didn't think he was going to do so well, but second half just shows what experience can do for you.
Did the other guys in there with you look to you as the expert? I mean, did you have to field a lot of questions, or was there a certain amount of quiet?
Well, I didn't have to field any questions except a few little first-hand wages around, you know, that's about it.
Look, let's talk about the future a little bit. You're scheduled for release on February 26th, right?
That's right.
What then? What then, Tony?
Well, after then, I plan on going home and spending a little time with my family in Tallahassee, Florida, and also work out while I'm there, and hopefully I get a phone call from someone.
Is someone representing you now talking to teams on the outside?
Yes, there is.
Can you tell me how much interest there is?
Beg your pardon?
Can you tell me how much interest there is in the league in Tony Robinson?
Oh, well, I'm not sure right now. I thought you said was there anyone representing me in the league?
Look, the Hamilton Tiger Cats of the Canadian Football League have expressed some interest. Would you be willing to go to Canada?
Yes, I would. You know, it'd been an opportunity for me to play, and the main reason why I would like to get back out there is because I love the game of football.
Are you prepared to do anything to earn a living outside of football, Tony?
Well, I'm going to go back and get my college degree. I don't lack but 3 or 4 quarters in graduating, so if there's nothing in football, at least I will have my education to fall back on.
Final note, you'll be on probation for 5 years and 9 months after you get out. Are you prepared to say with any degree of certainty that you'll be able to stay out?
I'll be able to. Brian, once you're in, you never want to go back in. Once you get out of here, you don't want to come back in.
Tony Robinson, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
22 past. We'll take a break here.
Now, later on, Philip Michael Thomas is going to be here. First, though, we go down to Washington. Edie Magnus there has the news. Edie, good morning.
Good morning to you both, and good morning, everyone. For a third day, the violence in Israel's occupied team sizzling 42-10 Super Bowl victory over the Denver Broncos. The crowd was generally well behaved. There were only a few arrests for looting, vandalism, and fighting. The big story at yesterday's game in San Diego was the Redskins' Doug Williams, who started the season as a backup quarterback and who ended up as the Super Bowl's most valuable player. Williams, suffering from a knee injury and sore from root canal surgery, led the Skins' stunning second-quarter comeback, completing 18 of 29 passes for a Super Bowl record of 340 yards and 4 touchdowns. And Charlie Gibson, I know that makes you very happy.
Indeed it does, Edie. You know, those 100,000 people at Wisconsin and Am were about...
Had you known before the game it was likely to succeed?
Well, we knew they was going to be expecting that play because we've been running it all season. You know, we got Big Jacoby and Mark May, all them put it in front of you. It's kind of hard for them to see you coming around the corner.
The second quarter offensive explosion. Everyone in the huddle must have been vibrating with energy after the touchdown pass to Sanders that got you started.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. Now, we knew we had a very physical offensive line that we was going to go straight at Denver because they wasn't expecting that. They expected us to go around them.
Timmy, you played 2 games your last 2 years at Texas Tech, and now all of a sudden here you are basking in the glow of the greatest performance ever by a running back in the Super Bowl. Has it sunk in yet?
Well, basically it's too early right now, but probably about next week it'll be sunk in.
And you'll talk to your agent then?
Yeah, we'll start going in and talking to Bobby.
Good luck, Timmy. I know what you're after.
Yeah,
all right, let's go back to Kathleen and Harry in New York. Thanks very much.
Charlie, if you're a Washington fan, and I think you are a Washington fan, it was truly a super day. If you're a Denver fan, I think it's one of those days that you would rather forget about. In the first quarter, Denver came out, they started running the ball, and John Elway had success passing the ball. But in the second quarter, that was altogether a different story. For Doug Williams, the first quarter of today's game was like a nightmare. He could do no right. But the second quarter, he could do no wrong. But he almost didn't make it to the second quarter because of an injury that almost took him out of the game. When you got injured, what was going through your mind at that point?
Well, the most important thing to me was whether or not I could stretch my leg out again and walk. The pain wasn't going to be a problem if I can walk on it. And, you know, I didn't care about the pain because I played hurt before. I got all the off-season to get well. Whatever it took to win the football game, that's what I was willing to do.
In your wildest dreams, do you ever imagine that this could happen to you?
I thought it could happen to me. I watched Phil Simms last year. You know, it happened to him, so I felt like I had the same opportunity that Phil had.
For rookie running back Tim Smith, it was a player's dream come true. He rushed for over 200 yards and scored 2 touchdowns. Did you think that you would have a chance to run as much as you ran today? Was this in the game plan?
Well, really, I didn't have no idea I was going to start until everybody was walking out, and I asked the coach who's going to start. He said they're going to introduce George, and he's going to let me go out there and start. So, you know, that kind of made me feel good.
For wide receiver Ricky Saunders, this was a day for breaking records. He broke Lynn Swan's reception record with 193 yards and 2 touchdowns, including this incredible 80-yard TD. Last night, when you were relaxing in bed, trying to get ready for the game, did you imagine that you were going to have the kind of day that you had today?
Oh, no way. You know, I was laying in the bed, you know, I was just sitting there going over my game plan, and I never thought I would have a day like this. It's just exciting.
Must be a dream come true.
Oh, it is. It's a lifetime dream. Since I was a little boy, I've been wanting to do it.
The number one question that I had to answer last year, right after the Super Bowl, wasn't how did you guys do, but can you guys repeat? I'm going to present that question to you. Can you guys repeat?
Well, I think our answer will be just like yours, you know, that we would sure like to. There's a lot of things going against you, as you guys know. I know that, first of all, every time you play somebody last year, I know for us, when we played the Giants, man, they were the champs. We wanted to play our absolute best, and you never have to say anything as a coach. So you had to face that all year.
Right.
We were pretty much the underdogs all year. Mm-hmm. Now it switches around. Everybody said, hey, the Redskins this year, we will face that same thing. And that takes a lot matching up to that.
I know I asked you this the other day. Where are you going now?
I'm going the same place Phil Simms went. I'm going to Disney World. Big
Harry, you know defense about as well as anybody. Tell me how the Redskins were so able to dominate that Denver defense. I was amazed how easily they did it.
Simply, Charlie, they just came off the ball. They're much bigger than the Denver linemen and linebackers. And when those guys up front, they're in essence, there are 5 offensive tackles up there, and they average about 285 to 290. And when those guys lean up against you, it's pretty difficult to come off and make a tackle. And Timmy Smith had some huge holes to run through with Jacoby and Grimm and McKenzie and Mark May opening the holes for him.
Harry Carson, thank you very much. I wish I'd been with you yesterday. Thanks very much.
I would rather be in the Virgin Islands with you.
You'd have rather been on that field yesterday, I suspect.
That's
Maybe
true.
Next year.
That's true.
Thanks, Harry, very much.
All right.
It's now
New York Giants. But then the second quarter came, and a record 35 points by the Washington Redskins. Bad news for Bronco fans. Last year, fans thought it was fun just to be in the Super Bowl. This year, they wanted a win.
I'm pretty depressed. Pretty depressed.
I thought we would have killed him, but we were disappointed.
In orange stripe down Main Street, and more than 100,000 fans were on hand when the Broncos came home a year ago. The orange stripe is here again, but the Broncos are losers again. Today, when the Broncos come home, the welcome may not be as enthusiastic. Roger O'Neill, NBC News, Denver.
The home team won the Super Bowl, of course, trouncing the Denver Broncos 42-10. The Redskins were led by, as Tom McDonald reports, by quarterback Doug Williams.
On Saturday morning, Redskins quarterback Doug Williams woke up with a toothache. Went to the dentist, found out he had an abscessed tooth, and had root canal work done. The next day, Doug Williams played in his first Super Bowl and led the Washington Redskins to an easy upset victory over the Denver Broncos.
In the opening quarter, Doug Williams and the Washington Redskins could do nothing right, and they fell behind by 10 points. John Elway, on the other hand, started fast, throwing a touchdown pass on Denver's first play. In the second quarter, the Washington Redskins did nothing wrong as Doug Williams outplayed Elway, throwing a Super Bowl record 4 touchdown passes as Washington scored 42 unanswered points. Williams, playing on a bad left knee, gained almost 300 yards through the air in the opening half, the best performance by any quarterback in Super Bowl history.
The good thing about this week, you know, the interview's been long, been a lot of black questions asked, but I think once we got on the practice field, the most important thing was working hard and doing what we did today, and that's why I didn't let anything affect me.
Williams was an easy winner of the Most Valuable Player award. He started the season as a backup quarterback who was almost traded away. He ended the season with the best game of his football career. Doug Williams said he had something to prove in Super Bowl 22, and he silenced all his critics with a record-breaking performance.
Well, let me say it like this, you know, it's not so much the black quarterback, it's still good to be the winning quarterback in the Super Bowl. Now, whatever happened after that, you know, you put whatever color on it you want, I feel good about it.
Bart Starr, Joe Namath, Terry Bradshaw, Roger Staubach, Joe Montana are some of the big-name quarterbacks who've won Super Bowl rings. But none of those great players accomplished what Doug Williams accomplished on this field on Super Bowl Sunday. Tom McDonald, ABC News, San Diego.
To 10 win over the Denver Broncos. The win sent a 100,000 crowd, 100,000 Washington fans into the streets last night in a wild celebration that lasted into the morning hours. The nation's capital will host a victory parade for the Redskins on Wednesday. The Denver Broncos will head home today to a more subdued reception. Fans in Denver were shocked and disappointed by the Broncos' loss in San Diego, their second Super Bowl loss in 2 years. President Reagan will lobby again.
The Redskins made an electrifying comeback in the second quarter and defeated the Denver Broncos 42-10. Skins quarterback Doug Williams was named Most Valuable Player after completing 18 of 29 passes for a Super Bowl record, 340 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Called it a super reception. There'll be a parade here in Washington tomorrow. In Denver, thousands were out along the streets to honor the losing Broncos, cheering them as if they'd won the game. Like the Broncos on Sunday, the weather.
Celebration brought to you by McDonald's. It's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's. By Best Products and Pioneer Electronics. By Ream Heating and Cooling, call Bradley Incorporated. And by your Zenith dealers. The quality goes in before the name goes on. And now, exclusive WWBT Live Star 12 coverage from Washington, D.C.
Hi, I'm Ben Hamlin, joined with Wally Bruckner here on Pennsylvania Avenue, awaiting the start of the Redskins victory parade. And Wally, the chilly weather didn't seem to keep away the Redskin fans this morning.
No, the rain held off. It was pouring buckets, and it stopped sometime in the nighttime. The crowds have been a little late arriving, but they are out in force, armed with confetti, balloons, banners, and the parade just did kick off a few moments ago down on 3rd and Constitution as they begin their 10.5 block winding up here to the district building. Should be a lot of fun.
I guess you could say this is a special year for Redskin fans. When the playoffs started, they didn't look like they would play a home playoff game. Everybody having San Francisco pick to win it all. The Vikings knocked the 49ers off, and suddenly the Redskins have a home playoff game. They win that. They go on. They win the Super Bowl, and now they have a parade today.
An unbelievable parade, too. You know, you go back to February 2nd of '83, the last time they had a victory parade like this, and it was just a day ago. It was February 2nd, and a driving rain started thunderstorm, and it didn't deter the crowds. This time, we'll call it a sunny day for Redskin fans. They got a lot to be thankful for and a lot to be proud of. Believe me, before this broadcast out, you are going to hear a lot of noise from the throngs now gathered here on Pennsylvania Avenue.
And I guess noise helps to keep you warm. They'll cheer a lot, and then they'll just forget about the colder day. But it's really not that bad out here, really.
It really is a great day for a parade, and we're going to have a good time on this broadcast. You Redskin fans, throw on the burgundy and gold. You can turn the TV up just a little bit louder for this one, and enjoy the lunch hour with us as we bring you the Redskins Victory Parade live from Washington.
And some of you soap opera fans sitting at home going, ah, they cut into Santa Barbara. It will be on a little later today at 3 o'clock. So don't scream at us too bad. I mean, how often does a team win a world championship in football? Santa Barbara on at 3, and we'll bring you exclusive live Star 12 coverage of the Redskins Victory Parade this morning.
Tell you what, why don't we take an opportunity to say hello to our sponsors back in Richmond, and then when we come back, we will join the parade currently in progress. So come on back.
Video television with breathtaking sound by Bose. Go hear it. Zenith and Bose. Quality. Teletext is like your own newspaper the instant you want it. And now the teletext is becoming available just about everywhere. A Zenith digital TV is all you need for home delivery. Zenith. Quality.
We're back, and the parade is starting to make its way to our vantage point here on Pennsylvania Avenue on the platform, and the folks have been anxiously awaiting the start of this event, and it's finally getting down to this part of the street, Wally.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, politicians love a good parade, and they especially love a winner. If you notice, the first 17 cars in this parade are being occupied by all the council members here from the district. So why not get out in force? The Redskins actually don't start arriving until the 18th car, which is set to have head coach Joe Gibbs. Some of the Skins will be in tour buses. Interesting, this parade was thrown together in rather record time because, to be honest with you, I don't think the district people expected the Redskins to come away with a win. And as a result, they threw this parade together as late as last night. They did not have a working order for the parade to follow as to who was going to be in what position and how it was going to go. We got that information this morning. We're keeping our fingers crossed and hoping it's correct. And we will be identifying the folks as they do come through here.
I'm sure it was not a problem at all getting it all put together. After all, winning a world championship is something that this city just loves. I mean, this is the second Super Bowl win for the Washington Redskins, and I would have to say this is probably the sweetest. Winning as underdogs against a team like Denver with the John Elway, people not expecting a lot from them, and they turn the tables and wallop them, you know, 42 to...
Yeah, wallop's an understatement. There's some folks here in the crowd that have the burgundy and gold colors and have made the Three Amigos hats. I don't know if they're planning on doing a Mexican hat dance with those later on or stomping on them or what. Some great banners around here as well. Gary Clark gave us the spark, and Big Dave Butts, who will be speaking later on. So the folks, I think, are ready for a parade. We've got, of course, a couple of high school marching bands. Cardoza High School will be the first one, and they will be coming into view.
Okay, and as the band makes its way here, it's getting to our vantage point, and before all of the festivities get to our vantage point, we're going to step away for this short message. Stay with us.
Are you sure you understand this game?
He's up and gone early. It's crazy, but no matter how hot it gets, he works without air conditioning, because that's how he makes his living.
Our 12's exclusive live coverage of the Redskins Victory Parade. We're here on Pennsylvania Avenue, and it looks as if the parade is finally reaching us, Wally.
Yeah, it's getting down there. You know, I have to give the folks that are lined up along here a chance to see this. You know, the federal workers were given a 2-hour pass, and the district workers were given a 4-hour pass. They don't have to be at work from 10 until 2. A handful of schools also, if you get a note from home that says you will be attending the Redskin parade, that's an acceptable excuse for a day off. Boy, the times have changed since you or I were in school, Brad. I'm going to a victory parade. Mom, can you give me a note? And I don't want to go to school today because the Redskins won the Super Bowl. You're looking at the Cardoza High School marching band, the first of 4 bands to appear here coming into view. I'm sure we'll hear several renditions of Hail to the Redskins before this day is out.
I feel sorry for those young ladies in those skirts and leotards today. Kind of a chilly day. I think I would have put on the long pants for this one, but, you know, it's a great time. They probably don't even feel the cold.
Everybody loves a winner. There's the sign that hung proudly. It was just unveiled moments ago over the district building here. The Super Skins fan club and the District of Columbia Council salute the Super Skins, world champions. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? World champions.
It does. The crowd of the Dole roar here, I'm sure when the football team actually gets up here, they will really let it out. They're kind of warming up with the bands and some of the other floats that'll be coming through. But once the Redskins get up here, they will really let it out. And the Cardoza High School band, those guys are really stepping. We have a feeling they would play that song.
A lucky guess, I think. It's #1 with a bullet in the district. Of course, some of the dignitaries now starting to make their way around, and with the weather cooperating as it has today, the convertibles are out and looking good.
Nothing like an open-air ride, especially when you have a parade. And what would a parade be without politicians? You know, how could you have a parade without them?
Well, I don't think you can. They're mutually exclusive or something along the line like that. But the folks turned out here to see the Washington Redskins. They can put up with the politicians in the front, but the Redskins are definitely the stars of the show. They started with a breakfast this morning at the Capitol before the parade stepped off, and they finish with an afternoon with the president and Nancy Reagan, at which point they will give the president a football and a Washington Redskins jersey as well. So they have a full day, world champion.
Yeah, but I'm sure that they can really work in this full day. I mean, it's a lot more fun being the champion and having all these things to do rather than have things not work out your way as far as the game is concerned and be sitting at home saying, what if, or if we had, or that kind of thing. So,
well, Monday night, when you were returning from San Diego, we had some footage supplied by our NBC affiliate in Denver, and they had roughly 15,000 folks turn out to give them a parade. The Broncos did not want to attend. Coach Dan Reeves made it a mandatory attendance, and they went through with it. But this is a far cry from 15,000. The early guesstimates on what today's attendance would be 500,000 roughly.
Right.
So this is equivalent to a New Year's Eve in Times Square. There's a lot of happy folks out here today.
And I think with the rain holding off, you might even get a few more than 500,000. That was a concern early that, you know, the wet weather might continue through this. But as you can see, it is not raining and everyone's out. We're just waiting for the Redskins. More dignitaries coming through in the cars now and high school bands. And a little later on, the world champion of football, the Washington Redskins.
Now, if my count was correct on that last convertible, that was either the Honorable Nadine Winters or the Honorable Carol V. Thompson, both city officials here in the district.
Okay, now we got the Fairfax High School band coming up, and before they get to our vantage point, we're going to step away for a commercial break. Don't go away.
If you've ever tried recording the late movie and ended up with the morning farm report, you'll love Zenith's VCR on-screen programming. It lets you correct your mistakes instead of watching them. Zenith. Quality. With so many automatic features, Zenith's new, smaller VHS camcorder not only lets you take perfect pictures, it lets you show them again and again. Zenith. Quality.
These people ought to call their Rheem dealer. He could deliver an efficient, dependable, and quiet central air conditioning system that would give their home a cool air of quality on even the hottest days.
Mildred, get the phone.
For a winning deal, come to Central Virginia's car capital. 15 dealers representing 24 manufacturers. Only at the Midlothian Motor Mile, south of the James River, Richmond.
We're back with exclusive Live Star 12 coverage of the Redskins Victory Parade. Hi, I'm Ben Hamlin, joined by Wally Bruckner this morning, and parade making its way by at a great time to be had by all today in the nation's capital.
You remember I was telling you about some of the school kids that could get excused? I jotted them down here. Arlington, Fairfax, the district, Montgomery County, and Falls Church. With a note from Mom and Dad, this is an excused absence. It was not the case in Prince George or Alexandria, where I'm sure there's a lot of unhappy school kids.
Richmond not on that list either.
No, it isn't, although I did meet some real fine folks from Richmond earlier today. You know, we joined Andrea McDaniel in the morning program this morning as we had the Live Star 12 crew up bright and early with a 5:30 crew call down here, and we did some things and had some fun out here with the promenade as the folks were starting to gather. So yeah, there is a Richmond contingency up here, as we have found throughout the season covering the games at RFK. There are always folks from Richmond who make their way up here. The burgundy and gold definitely penetrates all the way down there and
if
beyond.
they ever get a bigger stadium here where there's some more seats, maybe some of those other Richmonders can get season tickets to get up here. I think I heard somewhere the waiting list was like, if you signed up today, 60 years to get a Redskins season ticket if you could make that. Okay, and there are the tourmobiles with the Washington Redskins on board, and this is, I think, what most of the people here are waiting to see. Catch a glimpse of the world champion Washington Redskins as they make their way down Pennsylvania Avenue.
You can see the mounted police as well going by. The district police have stepped up security here. Some 300 additional officers will be working directly in front of this press platform, because once they come off the parade route, they kind of hang a left right in front of our position, and then they are escorted into the district building through a side door, and they appear on the platform. The police will be added to kind of keep the crowd from surging forward to there, so that everybody will have a chance to listen and hear and actually enjoy what so far has been a very good parade, although there you can see some of the folks breaking through. And I believe that could be the lead car with the mayor, His Honor, Marion Barry Jr. and Doug Williams. So there's quite a mob scene going on right now. It looks like this parade could be slowed down for quite some time. Security, as we were just boasting, what a fine job they were doing. They could not handle this mob of folks. Now here come the Mounties.
The Mounties are heading down. I think it'll take them a few minutes to get that particular crowd back under control, but they did break through, as you can see there, and that was not supposed to happen. Hey, but they won the Super Bowl. I mean, everyone's excited. Can you blame them?
Everybody is excited. Part of the Blue Force on duty here today.
And there you see lots of folks out today cheering. Cold weather, not a problem at all. Everyone just happy to be out here today and be a part of this big celebration for the Washington Redskins. And there you see the fans directly behind our vantage point here on the platform across from the district building, and they're just really excited. All kinds of signs and banners, plenty of burgundy and gold in the crowd, and everyone just seemed to be having a great time. It looks like they're starting to clear up some of that congestion down the street where the Redskin fans who were just totally excited kind of broke through out onto the street there, and the police are trying to get that under control now.
They just could not contain themselves here this morning.
I think there are too many people to contain here, you know. It's just, you contain a few thousand people, you know, 500,000. You just kind of hope they stay where you would like them to.
They've roped off everything, and they have shut down the road that the parade route will travel o'clock this afternoon, so the vehicular traffic has been removed from the parade route. Now it's the pedestrian crowd that is assaulting the parade and has brought it to a standstill. You can see the top of some of the tour buses as the streamers and confetti come out of some of the offices. Folks are out of their office windows. They are on rooftops. They are on balconies. That's quite a sight here.
It is. I think some of the folks out of the windows have a better vantage point than some, folks front row on the ground there. You can kind of see it coming in when it comes by from one of those windows or balconies. Looks like the tour buses are starting to move. I can't say the same for the cars back in that mob scene back there.
Much like in San Diego, though, Ben, you are once again in the front row for the speaker's podium here today. In order to work this crowd into the lather that is now achieved here, they've been playing the radio broadcasts of the outtakes of all the touchdowns throughout the morning with Frank Herzog from WMAL Radio, which carries the Redskins games up here. And with each touchdown, the fans here lining Pennsylvania Avenue are reliving each moment.
I'll tell you, what a second quarter. I mean, that has to go down. I think the 35 points in a quarter is one Super Bowl record that will probably stand forever, I think.
The hats that seem to be the hottest seller, if you notice in the hats and the T-shirts and the sweatshirts that say Doug Williams, a touch of class, and his number adorned to it. Of course, some of our crew has already broken into the expense money and is now wearing the official Washington Redskins Super Bowl champion hat. So this, if we can get a shot of this, you can see, we too fall victim to these things. And we give you that Channel 12 thrill cam zoom on that. Beautiful.
A collector's item for sure. The bus is finally getting through there. I think that that might be the way to travel these days. A car, stuck in a crowd like that, you may not ever get in.
Well, like we mentioned at the outset, with this information late arriving, it looks like what the mayor's office has put together, the folks that created this parade, it looks like everyone is in tour buses. There were only supposed to be 2. There appear to be several more. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it looks like everybody in the Redskins organization is in the tour bus, and they decided to forego the ride in the convertible.
Well, it might have been a situation that only certain players, according to your list, were going to ride in the convertibles, and maybe they just decided they wanted to travel as a team, and they just gave up the convertibles for some guys, and everyone got on the bus together.
Something tells me, though, His Honor and Mr. MVP are still going to be the convertible crowd. We'll just have to wait and see as it continues to come up. There's a good shot from our rooftop TV-12 camera, mounted at the JW Marriott Hotel here on Pennsylvania Avenue.
And they're making their way up to the building. Crowd control is quite a job today. As you can see, the Mounties are coming in on both sides of the buses, bringing the players down the parade route here. I mean, this is crazy.
If you see the convertible with the lead car, if you will, it appears that Doug Williams has kept his open-air invitation. And there you can see with his hat on as the convertible now makes the turn.
Super Bowl 22's most valuable player, quarterback Doug Williams, leading the procession in the convertible, and right behind him, the tour buses carrying the rest of the Redskin team members pulling in for the big celebration today. And this crowd is really working up to a fever pitch now, with the Redskins actually pulling in, coming in by tour buses. There you see the windows open, they're all waving.
Yeah, let's take that.
There's Dexter Manley holding the Super Bowl trophy there, the Vince Lombardi trophy as it's called. He's psyched.
Hanging it at the window, Dexter, I love you. That is beautiful. If we can just hold those shots and give you a shot at what the folks lined along Pennsylvania Avenue have come out to see, and that is those Washington Redskins hanging and waving out the buses, just having a grand old time.
Oh, and the players just love this. They just love this. All the sweat and all the work, all the aches and the bumps and the bruises. I mean, this is why you go through that, to celebrate on a day like this.
The day after the Super Bowl, Doug Williams, as he picked up his Subaru for the MVP award, could hardly walk in that knee brace, in quite a bit of pain. Did not sleep that night after the game, but as he said jokingly in a couple of interviews, I've got 5 months to heal now.
Oh, yes. And I'm sure the Denver Broncos were probably wondering how bad it would have been had Williams been playing on 2 good knees. I mean, if he led him to a 42-10 win on a bum knee, you know, what would he have been like if both of his knees were healthy?
The section where the parade is now in and is grinded to a halt was what the security forces, was their biggest fear area, because this is where crowd control became key as the Redskins really came into view and the procession would slow down. And so far, the uniforms seem to have done a pretty good job of keeping the crowd. And you can see they are not that far away from the buses.
So they're keeping the crowd away from the buses somewhat, but still folks starting to trickle in. They're bringing them inside, and they're going to be starting to come outside in the area that they have roped off for them across the street from our vantage point here to begin some remarks and speeches from some of the dignitaries in the city, as well as some of the players.
Now, again, this is tentative, but our speaking list includes Joe Gibbs, Bobby Beathard, Dave Butts, and Doug Williams. Stay tuned, though. That could be subject to change.
Oh, something like this, you never know. From moment to moment, you just kind of go along and see what happens. Okay, the players are starting to unload on the buses, so I think they'll be coming out in front of us momentarily. They are moving on into the D.C. building. And we'll be just a few minutes away from the start of speeches from some of the Redskin players and some of the Washington dignitaries on this. Some of the other bands that were coming up as part of the parade were just kind of swallowed up by the crowd back there. You know.
And like so it goes.
Sort of like the Twilight Zone.
If you can hear it now, Ben, the chants of "We Want Doug" are already roaring through this capacity crowd. For those of you just joining us, do stay with us. You're watching Live Star 12 coverage of the Redskins Victory Parade live from Washington, D.C. More right after this.
He'd heard the news. He couldn't wait, or else he'd miss that bold new taste.
McDonald's Cheddar Melt.
It was beef from McDonald's, a quarter pound on a light rye bun, but it won't stay around.
McDonald's Cheddar Melt.
With cheddar cheese sauce, grilled onions too, a bold new taste, too good to be true. With super-sized fries, he knew he'd arrive.
Cheddar Melt.
It's a good time for the great taste
to go
of McDonald's for a limited time.
Look what I've got.
What's that?
My new Pioneer audio-video remote control.
Pioneer.
Mm-hmm.
So, where'd you get it?
I got it at Best.
Oh, you're so smart.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, that controls the multi-disc CD changer.
Oh, and this?
Well, that controls the video enhancer with a split-screen function.
You know, we could just cancel our dinner reservation.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that.
Honey.
Oh, just kidding, just kidding.
So, smart guy, did you get a good deal?
Sure. Why do you think they call it Best?
There's only one way to appreciate Zenith's 27-inch stereo television with breathtaking sound by Bose. Go hear it. Zenith and Bose. Quality. Teletext is like your own newspaper the instant you want it. And now the teletext is becoming available just about everywhere. A Zenith digital TV is all you need for home delivery. Zenith. Quality.
While we wait for the players to come out of the podium and start their speeches, there's an interesting development a couple of blocks down the street. And when the crowd broke through to try to get through the players, it seems a band was trapped in the middle of this crowd. So as you can see, it's been a wild day here as Redskin fans just go nuts during the big celebration for the world champion Washington Redskins. And there you can see it. They are trapped in the middle of a crowd about 2 blocks from here.
But it looks like they're still performing their act. You know, they've got that showbiz adage down, Ben. You know, they have got, look at them. They're working that crowd. That could be the Eastern Blue and White from Eastern High School.
That's who it is. That's their banner. And
this high school band, the Trap Band, is the #1 band in the district. Every year they place at least one person on the McDonald's All-American Band. They've performed at the Mardi Gras the last 3 years. They are a high-stepping band under the direction of Anthony Boyd, and they were handpicked by the Redskins themselves this year because of their style of play. They're a lot of energy.
Well, maybe they'll use some of that energy to weave through the masses and get down here, or either they'll have to watch today's festivities from here on television tonight. They are stuck. And there are still cars and politicians behind the band, so there was quite a logjam down the street where that crowd broke through to get out to touch maybe one of the members of the Redskin football team. Tell you, the policemen working crowd control today certainly earned their money. I mean, this is no easy job, folks. Trying to contain a crowd of 500,000. I think they've got that easy. Maybe a little more. What do you think, Lon?
It's tough to say because we can't see all the way down, but everywhere you look, as you can see, there are people everywhere.
Okay, there are folks climbing on red lights out here. I mean, it is...
I tell you what will be interesting as the speakers come to mount the podium to give their talks, as was the parade itself, the opening remarks are all going to be handled by the dignitary, the district people, and the politicians. There's our Channel 12 Skycam up on top of the roof there. And so by the time the Redskins get down, if they should step out on the podium ahead, I don't see how anyone else is going to be getting to their speeches as the crowd starts chanting, "We want Doug," when he just came into view. By the time he hits that podium, this crowd is going to be wild. The police officers right in front of us, we mentioned the number of over 300 right in this square alone, seem to be doing a good job of restraining the folks. They are trying to break through here and get right in front of the podium, but so far so good as crowd control continues to be an issue.
And there's our Skycam up on the roof there, taking those great shots for us. And I believe that is Bob Rimsberg who's operating that camera today, getting us those great roof shots from high above the parade route.
Hats off to our technical crew who worked throughout the pre-dawn hours here in the district to set this up. And our platform here, if we can get a shot of this sometime, is just an absolute circus because it is just a media heaven here. We are the lone Virginia TV station on the media platform. Washington stations here, some have even built their own sets. And if you take a look down here, it is just TV folks and producers and talents everywhere as Redskins fever is at a fevered pitch here for Washington. You pick up the newspapers and it's front page. You turn on the TV and it's the top story. This crowd has put all business on hold for at least this day as they give tribute to the Washington Redskins, Super Bowl champions in style.
Let's step away for a few minutes and hear from our fine sponsors, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
I could sure use my tax refund now.
With H&R Block's Rapid Refund program, you don't have to wait.
Great, but I'm a little short of cash right now.
With Rapid Refund, you don't need any.
What's that?
With Rapid Refund, we file your federal return directly with the IRS, and a refund loan is on its way to you the next day. You don't need cash. All fees can be deducted from your check. Available whether Block prepares your return or not.
That's the way it ought to be.
That's the new Rapid Refund program from H&R Block.
If you could have a central air conditioner custom built for your home, you'd want it built with quality materials for lasting value. You'd want it to be efficient, dependable, and quiet. You'd want it tested before it left the factory. And you'd want it installed and serviced by a knowledgeable dealer. Rheem is building the air conditioner you want. It's a phone call away. Rheem, the air of quality.
Call Bradley Incorporated today for special pre-season savings.
They said it's coming. A quarter pound, it's new at McDonald's. Nothing like it around.
New cheddar melt.
The sauce is cheddar. Grilled onions, too, on a light rye bun from McDonald's to you. And take along for the ride super-sized fries. It's a good time for the great taste.
Cheddar melt.
McDonald's.
New cheddar melt.
For a limited time, get McDonald's new Cheddar Melt Sandwich and supersized fries for just $1.89 plus tax. Big meal, great deal at participating McDonald's.
To Channel 12's exclusive Live Star 12 coverage of the Washington Redskins victory celebration. I'm Ben Hamlin with Wally Bruckner, and there you get a look at what it's like down on Pennsylvania Avenue, the big celebration for the world champion Washington Redskins. And lots of folks out today in spite of the chilly temperatures, but as long as the wind stays down, it really won't be that cold, I don't think.
You know, we saw the band still stuck back in traffic as you see the chief himself.
There he is, in full headdress for this occasion, too.
Well, you might as well go formal. You know, with the season that the Redskins had and the celebration and the outpouring of love here for the team in this city, which loves to get behind, you know, winners, they're already looking forward to next year and situations that are going to be arising. And the quarterback controversy with two guys who are big buck players, guaranteed starters. You've got a running back situation now with Timmy Smith. Is George Rogers going to stay, or is he going to be traded? This town will not let go of the Redskins and then bring them back when they come time to report to Carlisle in August. The Redskins will stay in the sports pages throughout this offseason, more so than they have in the past. And it will not be of the scandalous variety. This is all going to be football meat throughout the offseason.
Yeah, but those two situations you mentioned are very good situations. I mean, they've got extra running backs, and you have two quarterbacks, and you almost need two quarterbacks this day and time in the NFL. I mean, with injury situations like they are, I mean, a guy gets hit and you're finished. I mean, you bring in some kid who's never played. I think they're very fortunate to have the two quarterbacks, and I think it makes both of them better, you know, the healthy competitive situation. Okay, and this is our latest update on the
Eastern High School blue and white.
They are still trapped in the masses, but they have not stopped performing. This has got to be something that'll go in the Guinness Book of World Records or something, you know?
That
longest performance trapped in a crowd or something like that.
That's beautiful. Doug Williams, a touch of class. The signs everywhere. How do you like me now?
I'll tell you, he was a busy guy out in San Diego. I mean, I think every time he moved, there were at least 30 people around him. And he just handled it all so well and went out and played great. I mean, the distractions for him, I mean, all the interviews, you know, the questions about being the first black quarterback in the Super Bowl. And it was just so much for him to deal with in addition to preparing for the football game. And to do all that and go out and play well, I think is a real tribute to him.
It was also one of those great stories that arises out of a game that, in many parts of the country, was a mediocre game. I mean, the ratings that are coming in on it shows that the numbers were way down because it was another blowout, as has been the case of Super Bowls the last 5 years. But yet, the Doug Williams story, a guy that overcame adversity, he's hung in there, he's been around for a long time. He kept coming back, and he finally got what he wanted. And now he's enjoying his moment in the sun. I know moments after the Super Bowl ended, they did, as they did with Phil Simms the previous year, the Doug Williams "I'm going to Disney World" commercial that has already aired. It's been on the Late Night with David Letterman, which you can see here on our air at TV 12.
Okay, and that's the dish that's bringing you this exclusive live coverage back to Richmond, the dish to Live Star 12, surrounded by a sea of screaming and cheering Redskin fans enjoying this celebration for the football team today. And this, of course, is exclusive Live Star 12 coverage back to Richmond, and that little dish is the dish that enables us to do all of this.
We're also back to Minneapolis, Minnesota, because our friends at KSTV called and would be looking in on our coverage of the nation's capital today. The Viking fans, I guess, said hell to the Redskins. They beat us. They deserve some of this. So this is being seen back in Minneapolis as well.
looking at the way the Vikings came on at the end of the season, they're going to be a good football team.
They're going to be a real good football team. But, you know, that's neither here nor there, because what is here now is this madness that is Redskin mania. As Doug Williams has now ascended the podium, you're still looking at some of the buses and other emergency vehicles trying to work their way through the traffic. But some of the folks are now out on the podium, which is a good sign that some of these speeches will begin. You know, I was mentioning to Doug Williams, if I can get back to that for just a moment, his Wheaties box comes out this week. He's got his Disneyland, his Disney World commercial now. Hopefully he'll get one of those major soda endorsements. This is a guy that was just so genuine and so good to us personally when we were up there working throughout the season. He never avoided the situation. He always answered the questions. A class guy all the way. Doug Williams, a super guy. And I think that was one of the nicest sidebars of the story.
We could have another crowd control problem coming here. The crowd trying to break through to get to the podium area across the street. And there you see Doug Williams coming out with crutches today, so that knee definitely in a little bit of pain today, but he's hanging in there. And now the crowd has broken through. It looks like there's nothing they're going to be able to do to keep them from getting over to the podium area.
They've rolled some extra police cars and some extra vehicles in here, but no, they are out there in full force.
Here comes another break to our left right here. They'll never hold him. They'll never hold that crowd. They're giving it a shot. It's impossible.
That's an outstanding shot of Doug Williams on the podium, hand raised in the air in victory.
Let's just hope they don't stampede this platform. What a day, what a day.
He hasn't even spoken yet. Little, he has some comments. They knew something like this was bound to happen.
I think our band has finally made it here. My hat's off to those guys. They never stop. That's got to be a Guinness Book of World Records time for that. I mean, trapped in the crowd and never stopped performing. It looks like they're finally going to make it through. Players are starting to get out on the podium now, and I guess the speeches will be starting shortly. It'll be interesting to hear some of their comments to the masses who have gathered for this big celebration. And we're going to step away for a commercial break, and we'll be back to hear some of those speeches. Don't go away.
He'd heard the news. He couldn't wait, or else he'd miss that bold new taste.
McDonald's Cheddar Melt.
It was beef from McDonald's.
Rain instead of ice.
A bun, but it won't stay around.
McDonald's Cheddar Melt.
So, and we'll set at 5:35.
He's too good to be true. With super-sized fries, he knew he'd arrive.
Cheddar Melt.
It's a good time for the great taste
To go.
of McDonald's for a limited time.
Look what I've got.
What's that?
My new Pioneer audio-video remote control.
Pioneer. So, where'd you get it?
I got it at Best.
Oh, you're so smart.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, that controls the multi-disc CD changer.
Oh, and this?
Well, that controls the video enhancer with a split-screen function.
You know, we could just cancel our dinner reservation.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that.
Honey.
Oh, just kidding, just kidding.
So, smart guy, did you get a good deal?
Sure. Why do you think they call it Best?
There's only one way to appreciate Zenith's 27-inch stereo television with breathtaking sound by Bose. Go hear it. Zenith and Bose. Quality. Teletext is like your own newspaper the instant you want it. And now the teletext is becoming available just about everywhere. A Zenith digital TV is all you need for home delivery. Zenith. quality.
Welcome back to Channel 12's exclusive Live Star 12 coverage of the Washington Redskins victory celebration. I'm Ben Hamlin. Wally Bruckner joins us here as we bring back to you in Richmond some of the activity going on in the nation's capital today as the Redskins celebrate that Super Bowl victory over the Denver Broncos.
What a celebration we've got going on. Our vantage point is directly across the street from the district building where the podium is set up. Between us and them used to be an open street. As you can see, that has changed. All the area behind us, the sea of humanity, has now pushed way forward as well. We are packed in here. There is no place for anybody to go, but yet that band is still working the crowd as they come down the left-hand side of your monitor, past the district building.
And a car has been swallowed up by the crowd, and they're working on a bus right out in front of us, too. I mean, this is something else. Lots and lots of folks out today. Okay, Senator John Warner is here, and maybe he'll have a few remarks for the crowd today. Senator John Warner out of Virginia here.
He is scheduled to represent the state of Virginia with some comments from the podium. As Doug throwing some confetti. Is that a happy man?
He is thrilled. And not only did the guy play with a knee that was injured in the game Sunday, he had root canal work done the day before. And to go on and play. And as you can see, they're trying to get the crowd to back up from the podium area a little bit. But it's just a mob scene here, Wally.
It is. I tell you, there are some TV crews behind us as well. You see some of the artwork of the signs that folks made here and brought out today. They are trying to restore some kind of order here and to restore some kind of our TV shots as well.
Like I said, I'm hoping that this platform is safe. I mean, we're surrounded by people on both sides of this, so I don't know.
They built this last night. They did a fine job.
There weren't a couple of 100,000 people here last night.
It was a late arriving crowd, actually. At 10 o'clock this morning, you could still work your way through here. However, now, there's no room for anybody.
Mr. Hicks is going to give us an invocation. Be quiet! 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 Mr. Hicks!
As you can see, they're calling for silence and the invocation by the Reverend Beecher Hicks. So let's go to the podium.
May we bow our heads in prayer for a moment of silence. O thou by whom we come to know that which is eternal, we come as a united people with prayers of thanksgiving and joy. We thank thee for the miracle in San Diego and for the safe return of our wounded but victorious warriors. We thank you today for the Washington Redskins, men of persistence and indomitable spirit. We thank you for this city, its mayor, and its leadership, which joins with us in celebration of this marvelous achievement of athletic prowess and power. We thank you for men of consistency and valor and determination, men of strength and skill. We thank you for role models, those who see victory in the presence of defeat, who perform in spite of personal pain, those who instruct more than coach the higher and nobler values of courage and character. We pray for those now who nurse their wounds of conflict and pray for their healing and wholeness. And now in the midst of our celebration, we pray for a new game plan that will save our children from the blitz of cocaine and marijuana and all manner of substance abuse. We pray for a new game plan that will save our teenagers from the sack of teenage pregnancy and murder and suicide. We pray for a new game plan that will not permit this city and this nation to fumble the ball of opportunity for full education and full enfranchisement and full economic opportunity this city and its people so richly deserve. We pray for a new game plan that will permit the young people of this city to catch the path of principle, purpose, and integrity. A new game plan that will ensure that all of the citizens of our nation's capital, black and white, rich and poor, Republican and Democrat, will be able to run past racism and greed, sidestep hunger and homelessness, stiff-arm bitterness and jealousy, until that day when all men shall come to touchdown in the name of freedom and justice for all. Amen.
All right, we got to move quickly. We know you want to hear from the Redskins. Let's get it on. All right. All right. We're going to give you, Doug. Be polite. Here it goes. Chairman Clark. James Clark. Chairman of the City Council.
All right. If you'll be quiet, I'll be quick, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get through the program quickly if you'll help us, all right? On behalf of all of the citizens of the District of Columbia, on behalf of the Council of the District of Columbia, we have a resolution. Now, I know what you want, and we're going to help you to get it quickly, so just please be patient. I am not going to read it all. I am only going to read 2 sentences of it. And that is that the Redskins' faith and perseverance in the face of adversity have given inspiration and hope to all of the youth of this city. This resolution is presented on behalf of the Council of the District of Columbia to congratulate our champions, the world champions, on their Super Bowl victory. They belong to us, and on behalf of them, I'm going to present this on behalf of the city and the council to Coach Gibbs to honor him and their team for the Super Bowl victory and for the National Football Conference Championship. Other members will present resolutions at later times. Coach Gibbs.
Thank you. All right, the senior senator from the state of Virginia, the Honorable John Warren.
We also, the Virginians, the Governor of Virginia, Governor Belial, and Representative of Virginia, give our resolution, which I will not read, but on behalf of Joe Gibbs from the state of Virginia. Thank you. And I say to you, Joe Gibbs, Doug Williams, and your teammates, you set standards of excellence and courage to be followed by all Americans in whatever goals of life they seek. We are the Washington Redskins, but in the hearts and the minds across this land, this is America's team.
Our good friend and neighbor from neighboring Prince George's County, the Honorable Steny Hoyer.
We want Doug. And we want Doug. We understand that.
Yes, sir.
Joe Gibbs, Doug Williams, the entire Washington Redskin team, we in the Washington metropolitan area are incredibly proud of you for what you have done on the field and what you do, as the prayer said today, to give us all a role of how to have with the meat.
Our good friend and neighbor from neighboring Prince George's County, the Honorable Steny Hoyer.
We want Doug. And we want Doug. We understand that. Yes, sir. Joe Gibbs, Doug Williams, the entire Washington Redskin team, we in the Washington metropolitan area are incredibly proud of you for what you have done on the field and what you do, as the prayer said today, to give us all a role of how to have a victory over life and to succeed over adversity. Today in Maryland, William Donald Schaefer, our governor, has declared it Super Bowl champion Washington Redskin Day, this day and every day. Congratulations to y'all.
All right, hold it now. Be careful. Be careful. Stand still. All right, let's move it quickly. Dale Lewis, chairman of the Board of Trade. Dale. I'll be very brief. On behalf of the Greater Washington Board of Trade, I want to say congratulations to the mayor, to our city council, to the chairman, and to all of you, to the coach and to the team. We're proud of you. Doug, we love you. The Super Skins, congratulations. Hail to the Redskins. 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 The #1 fan, the mayor of this city, the Honorable Marion Barry.
Hail to the Redskins. Hail victory.
All right, let's go.
Brave on the warpath, fight for all DC. Run or pass and score, we won a line score. Beat them, swamp them, touch them at the point score. Fight on, back up the bed, back up, till you have won, sons of Washington. Rock, rock, rock. Hail to the Redskins. Hail victory. Brave on the warpath, fight for all
of our city, let me welcome you to our official parade for the Washington Redskins. All the team members, the coach, the owner, the staff, everyone who's involved. They have brought us victory, the world champions, the football champions of the world, the Washington Redskins. The Washington Redskins, the Super Skins, Washington Super City. We love Washington and Maryland and Virginia and the Redskins. I'm not going to read the proclamation again, but today is World Champion Washington Redskin Day in Washington, D.C. Coach Gibbs. recipient of the team will get a medal similar to this. We'll give it to him a little bit later. At this time, I'd like to ask the #1 coach in the world who's taken us to 3 Super Bowls, 5 or 7 playoffs, the coach of the Washington Redskins, Joe Gibbs.
Everybody wants to hear from Doug and some of the other guys, so I'll sit down. I just want to say that the Redskins, it comes from every one of us, all 45. It took all 45 guys to get this, and all of you fans, all of us together, the family and everybody else. It's great for us to bring a trophy back to y'all. You guys out there are the ones responsible for getting it. It comes from everybody, not one star, not anybody, everybody pulling together. Thank y'all very much, appreciate it.
The great general manager of the Washington Redskins, Bobby Baffert.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you guys realize what you're really doing out there. You're putting more pressure on us to come back next year. But thanks for everything. And we all want to recognize what a great job Joe Gibbs and these players do. We had a tough time getting there this year. Coming from behind 10 points was nothing compared to how hard it was to get there. Thanks for everybody. Thanks for everything.
Another outstanding Redskin, Dave Butts. Big Dave! Dave Butts! Dave Butts!
I'm the only one qualified to say this, but we came, we saw, and we kicked their butts.
Before I, hold it, right down here. Before I introduce the next person, let me indicate that Sunday was a great day. It didn't snow here, so I was out there. And the person who led the Washington Redskins to victory was an outstanding second quarter, 35 points, set world records, Super Bowl records, our quarterback, our leader, #1, number 17. We got a problem with him. Before we bring on Doug, back up a little bit, please. We gotta have just a little bit of back up just a little bit in the back. Everybody take 2 steps backward. Back 2 steps. Somebody gonna get hurt. Back 2 steps. All right. Our quarterback, the leader of our Washington Redskins offense, number 17, a graduate of Grambling University in Louisiana, Doug Williams. Hello.
First of all, I was told to ask for everybody to push back just a little. Just a little. Just need to move it back just a little, please. Okay. First of all, another girl. Give me, man. They're gonna make it Coach Gibbs somebody.
Ben, while we're waiting for a couple of things here, we might want to acknowledge that there seems to have been a couple of accidents, whether folks got trampled or what. You can see them now lifting a young lady up and over into the official box there to try to get her some help. They did the same thing with a gentleman. There's just too many people jammed in there, and I think a couple of folks got hurt. And before they do anything else or get on with the speeches, they're trying to restore some order and make some room there. And unfortunate, with one of the unfortunate sidebars, when you get this many people packed into this much area, sometimes you can't help but move with the sea of humanity. And that seems to have been what has happened here. We don't know how badly they've been hurt, but obviously, as you saw them pass them up through the reviewing stands, there's some folks that have been hurt out there in that crowd, which explains the lull right now as we're waiting for them to restore some order and get back to the speeches at hand and to revel in this celebration.
Everyone at the podium, including Doug Williams, has been asking the crowd to move back, to just back up some, give them a couple of feet.
I consider myself a real lucky person because first of all, 2 years ago when I became a free agent, there was only one team. There was only one football team that gave me an opportunity to play, and that was the Washington Redskins. So, you know, no matter what success that I've had, I have to accredit it to a lot of people. People like Joe Gibbs, Bobby Beth, and Mr. Cook, who gave me the opportunity to play. And on Sunday, and on winning that MVP award, when I think to look at it, you know, that award could have gone to a lot of people. You could have gave it to the whole defense. You could have given it to Timmy Smith. You could have given it to Ricky Sanders. And for me, for sure, you could have given it to the offensive line because at that particular time, I was hurt. I couldn't hardly move, and those guys did things for me that the average quarterback don't get, and that's blocking. And all I like to say is that I'm just glad to be a part of the world champion Washington Redskins and be a part of this city, Washington, D.C. Thank you.
One more time for the Redskins. Number one. Number one. Number one. Thank you. That ends the program.
And it's just the kind of guy Doug Williams is. He passes the praise to everyone, saying the MVP trophy could have gone to a number of guys who had great games as well as he did, and he was especially appreciative of his offensive line who gave him the time to do the things that he had to do, which was important, I guess, with the knee injury that he played with, the hyperextended left knee.
He's a class guy all the way. From here, they leave. They have to work their way through this crowd again, which is going to be quite a feat, and then they have an afternoon engagement with the President and Mrs. Reagan for more pomp and circumstance. However, as you can see, we are surrounded here by folks on both sides. The same with the district building. It will be a while before anybody, I believe, will be getting out of there. You can see behind us now they're starting to unleash the hundreds of burgundy and gold balloons that they had strewn atop the district building as our celebration continues here in downtown Washington.
I think it's safe to say that President and Mrs. Reagan won't have this kind of a crowd control problem for their little gathering this afternoon. Okay, we're going to go away and hear from some of our fine sponsors for this program, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
He's up and gone early. It's crazy, but no matter how hot it gets, he works without air conditioning. Because that's how he makes his living. People trust him, and he deserves it. He earns it every day. Of course, you wouldn't have to tell us that.
Your Ream dealer makes Ream the right choice. Call Bradley Incorporated today for special pre-season savings.
They said it's coming. A quarter pound, it's new at McDonald's. Nothing like it around.
New cheddar melt.
The sauce is cheddar. Grilled onions, too, on a light rye bun from McDonald's to you. And take along for the ride supersized fries. It's a good time for the great taste.
Cheddar melt.
Of McDonald's.
New cheddar melt.
For a limited time, get McDonald's new cheddar melt sandwich and supersized fries for just $1.89 plus tax. Big meal, great deal at participating McDonald's.
Look what I've got.
What's that?
My new Pioneer audio-video remote control.
Pioneer. So, where'd you get it?
I got it at Best.
Oh, you're so smart.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, that controls the multi-disc CD changer.
Oh, and this?
Well, that controls the video enhancer with a split-screen function.
You know, we could just cancel our dinner reservation.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that.
Honey.
Oh, just kidding, just kidding.
So, smart guy, did you get a good deal?
Sure. Why do you think they call it Best?
Welcome back to Channel 12's exclusive Live Star 12 coverage of the Redskins victory parade. Ben Hamlin with Wally Bruckner, and I'd say, unfortunately, some incidents with crowd control. A couple of people have hurt, but all in all, I think the crowd here really enjoyed today's activities.
Yeah, I think that's a safe statement. You know, when you have this many people and crowd control was an issue right away. Let's hope the incidents were at a minimum. We will not know that until our 6 o'clock newscast tonight, of which 50% of our show will be originating from the nation's capital. I know Gene Cox is on his way to join us for tonight's 6 o'clock show. You, of course, will be doing your sports segment. And then you and I come back at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, a special one-hour tribute to the Redskins. We'll look back at their year on the football field as well as the festivities here this afternoon, the celebration part of it. So keep it right here on 12 as far as the Redskins are concerned and everything else, news, weather, sports.
Absolutely. The party has just begun. It will be an all-day affair here in the nation's capital. I've had a ball so far. We've been out here since 6 in the morning. We've seen the crowd build. Now we're starting to watch the crowd disperse. You have yourself a good afternoon. I've enjoyed myself. I hope you've enjoyed it at home. And we'll look for you later on tonight.
Okay, and I'll talk with you live in the newscast at 6:20. Don't forget, Gene will be here to co-anchor the show from Washington. And at 7 o'clock, our special salute to the Redskins right here from Washington, D.C. This is Ben Hamlin for Wally Bruckner. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, and we'll see you during the news tonight at 6. Bye-bye.
This has been a WWVT exclusive presentation from Washington, D.C. This broadcast has been brought to you by your Zenith dealers. The quality goes in before the name goes on. By Ream Heating and Cooling. Call Bradley Incorporated. By Best Products and Pioneer Electronics. And by McDonald's. It's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's.
Stainmaster Carpet on sale now at the House of Carpet, 8013 Midlothian Turnpike at Buford Road.
This is WWBT 12 in Richmond, Virginia.
Regularly scheduled programs will not be seen at this time, so that Channel 12 can bring you the following WWBT special. The Skins win! The Washington Redskins Super Bowl victory celebration. Brought to you by McDonald's. It's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's. By Best Products and Pioneer Electronics. By Ream Heating and Cooling. Call Bradley Incorporated. And by your Zenith dealers. The quality goes in before the name goes on. And now, exclusive WWBT Live Star 12 coverage from Washington, D.C.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us again. I'm Ben Hamlin and Wally Bruckner here as we bring you our special tonight, a tribute to the Washington Redskins, the world champions of pro football in the city of Washington. A little quiet now, but just a few hours ago, Wally, everything in a frenzy here.
Yeah, quite a difference 7 hours makes. At high noon, these roads were packed. Pennsylvania Avenue, the crowd estimated anywhere between 600,000, 650,000. There was nowhere to go. The Redskin faithfuls turned out to pay tribute to their victorious world champion, Washington Redskins. It was quite an outpouring of love for the burgundy and gold. It was a pretty good time in this town.
I think this town has been wound up since Sunday. I mean, after the game, a big win, a decisive win, to win by 32 points over the Denver Broncos. That set them off, and then it just continued to build and continued to build, and then today the team finally here, and they could actually see them and hear them, and it was just a great day for all Redskin fans who happen to make it to D.C. today.
Well, you know, sports always provides a little avenue to get away from the realities of the world. And in this situation, we needed some of the Iran-Contra aid, situation going on. The Supreme Court justice always in the news. And now the Redskins gave them something to turn their attention towards. Forget about politics. Forget about the domestic situation and the situations abroad. And the town really turned out for it. So much, in fact, that the federal employees were given a 2-hour hiatus to turn out for the parade. The district employees were given a 4-hour hiatus. You could leave the office at 10 o'clock in the morning, and you weren't responsible to be back till after 2. So you could see the entire parade, all of the speeches, and still catch lunch, maybe a couple of souvenirs, and then make it back to the office. This was a great day to be a Washingtonian, or at least associate and say, I am a Washingtonian today.
And how about a school kid? A number of the school districts up here, a note from your parents saying that you were attending today's festivities downtown. Hey, it was an excusable absence from school. I'm sorry they didn't have a pro football team in the town that I came from. It would have been great to get a day off to do something like this.
6 different school districts. Please excuse Wally and Ben. They had to go to the Redskins parade. I wonder if that'll work back at the shop. Absolutely outstanding.
I don't think Harvey would allow that. We're working. That's the only reason we're here today. And Wally, your day started very early this morning. Channel 12 has been covering this from the start. We started the year with the Redskins up in Carlisle, Pennsylvania for training camp. Made it with them through the regular season to the playoff games all the way out to the Super Bowl in San Diego. And today we were here for the big celebration of the nation's capital for the world champion Washington Redskins football team. It has been a great day for the Skins and their fans. What a celebration for the Washington Redskins today.
Let's take one time out now and then come on back and share with you the victory parade for the Washington Redskins. Stay with us.
They said it's coming. A quarter pound, it's new at McDonald's. Nothing like it around.
New cheddar melt.
The sauce is cheddar. Grilled onions, too, on a light rye bun from McDonald's to you. And take along for the ride super-sized fries. It's a good time for the great taste.
Cheddar melt.
McDonald's.
New cheddar melt.
For a limited time, get McDonald's new cheddar melt sandwich and supersized fries for just $1.89 plus tax. Big meal, great deal at participating McDonald's.
Look what I've got.
What's that?
My new Pioneer audio-video remote control.
Pioneer. So, where'd you get it?
I got it at Best.
Oh, you're so smart.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, that controls the multi-disc CD changer.
Oh, and this?
Well, that controls the video enhancer with a split screen function.
You know, we could just cancel our dinner reservation.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that.
Honey.
Oh, just kidding, just kidding.
So, smart guy, did you get a good deal?
Sure. Why do you think they call it Best?
If you've ever tried recording the late movie and ended up with the morning farm report, you'll love Zenith's VCR on-screen programming. It lets you correct your mistakes instead of watching them. Zenith. Quality. With so many automatic features, Zenith's new smaller VHS camcorder not only lets you take perfect pictures, it lets you show them again and again. Zenith. Quality.
He's up and gone early. It's crazy, but no matter how hot it gets, he works without air conditioning. Because that's how he makes his living. People trust him, and he deserves it. He earns it every day. Of course, you wouldn't have to tell us that.
Your Ream dealer makes Ream the right choice. Call Bradley Incorporated today for special pre-season savings.
Ben Hamlin and Wally Bruckner back with our exclusive Live Star 12 coverage of the Redskins victory celebration. And Wally, quite a victory celebration it was.
Indeed. You know, with that many people, it was a very well-behaved group. Yes, there were some incidents, and yes, there were some injuries. Nothing serious, but by and large, it was a well-behaved group. As tight as people were packed in there on Pennsylvania Avenue, no one ever lost their temper. There was no rowdy behavior going on. The folks really came out to see their heroes, the Washington Redskins, and primarily the man with a touch of class, Doug Williams.
Before the player buses got up to the D.C. building, you could hear them all chanting, "We want Doug, we want Doug, we want Doug," and he was still a few blocks away. And there's some rather interesting moments, a band being stuck in the mob scene, trying to get down to the D.C. building, making its way down the parade route. And for those of you who had to work today and couldn't get off and get up to see the parade, well, let's look back at how it turned out this afternoon here in the nation's capital. We have a feeling they would play that song.
A lucky guess, I think. It's number one with a bullet in the district. Of course, some of the dignitaries now starting to make their way around, and with the weather cooperating as it has today, the convertibles are out and looking good.
Nothing like an open-air ride, especially when you have a parade. And what would a parade be without politicians? You know, how could you have a parade without them?
Well, I don't think you can. They're mutually exclusive or something along the line like that. But the folks turned out here to see the Washington Redskins. They can put up with the politicians in the front, but the Redskins are definitely the stars of the show.
Okay, now we got the Fairfax High School band coming up. Okay, and they are the tourmobiles with the Washington Redskins on board, and this is, I think, what most of the people here are waiting to see. Catch a glimpse of the world champion Washington Redskins as they make their way down Pennsylvania Avenue.
You can see the mounted police as well going by. The district police have stepped up security here. Some 300 additional officers will be working directly in front of this press platform, because once they come off the parade route, they kind of hang a left right in front of our position, and then they are escorted into the district building through a side door, and they appear on the platform. The police will be added to kind of keep the crowd from surging forward to there, so that everybody will have a chance to listen and hear and actually enjoy what so far has been a very good parade, although there you can see some of the folks breaking through. And I believe that could be the lead car with the mayor, His Honor, Marion Barry Jr. and Doug Williams. So there's quite a mob scene going on right now.
And there you see the fans directly behind our vantage point here on the platform across from the district building, and they're just really excited. All kinds of signs, banners, plenty of burgundy and gold in the crowd, and everyone just seemed to be having a great time. It looks like they're starting to clear up some of that congestion down the street where the Redskin fans who were just totally excited kind of broke through out onto the street there, and the police are trying to get that under control now.
They just could not contain themselves here this morning.
I think there are too many people to contain here, you know. It's just, you contain a few thousand people, you know, 500,000. You just kind of hope they stay where you would like them to.
You can see the top of some of the tour buses as the streamers and confetti come out of some of the offices. Folks are out of their office windows. They are on rooftops. They are on balconies. It's quite a sight here.
It is. I think some of the folks out of the windows have a better vantage point than some, you know, folks front row on the ground there. You can kind of see it coming in when it comes by from one of those windows or balconies. Looks like the tour buses are starting to move. I can't say the same for the cars back in that mob scene back there.
Much like in San Diego, though, Ben, you are once again in the front row for the speaker's podium here today. In order to work this crowd into the lather that is now achieved here, they've been playing the radio broadcast of the outtakes of all the touchdowns throughout the morning with Frank Herzog from WMAL Radio, which carries the Redskins games up here. And with each touchdown, the fans here lining Pennsylvania Avenue are reliving each moment.
I'll tell you, what a second quarter. I mean, that has to go down. You know, I think the 35 points in a quarter is one Super Bowl record that will probably stand forever, I think.
The hats that seem to be the hottest seller, if you notice, in the hats and the T-shirts and the sweatshirts that say Doug Williams, a touch of class, and his number adorned to it.
The bus is finally getting through there. I think that that might be the way to travel these days. A car, you know, stuck in a crowd like that, you may not ever get in.
Well, you know, like we mentioned at the outset, with this information late arriving, it looks like what the mayor's office has put together, the folks that created this parade, it looks like everyone is in tour buses. There were only supposed to be 2. There appear to be several more. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it looks like everybody in the Redskins organization is in the tour bus, and they decided to forego the ride in the convertible.
Well, you know, it might have been a situation that only certain players, according to your list, were going to ride in the convertibles, and maybe they just decided they wanted to travel as a team, and they just gave up the convertibles for some guys, and everyone got on the bus together.
Something tells me, though, His Honor and Mr. MVP are still going to be the convertible crowd. We'll just have to wait and see as it continues to come up. There's a good shot from our rooftop TV-12 camera, mounted at the JW Marriott Hotel here on Pennsylvania Avenue.
And they're making their way up to the building. Super Bowl 22's most valuable player, quarterback Doug Williams, leading the procession in the convertible, and right behind him, the tour buses carrying the rest of the Redskin team members pulling in for the big celebration today. And this crowd is really working up to a fever pitch now, with the Redskins actually pulling in, coming in by tour buses. There you see the windows open, they're all waving.
Yeah, let's take that.
There's Dexter Manley holding the Super Bowl trophy there, the Vince Lombardi trophy as it's called.
Right now we're going to take a commercial break, and when we come back, Rick Stos has a look at the Redskins year in review. Stay with us.
Look what I've got.
What's that?
My new Pioneer audio-video remote control.
Pioneer. So, where'd you get it?
I got it at Best.
Oh, you're so smart.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, that controls the multi-disc CD changer.
Oh, and this?
Well, that controls the video enhancer with a split-screen function.
You know, we could just cancel our dinner reservation.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that.
Honey.
Oh, just kidding, just kidding.
So, smart guy, did you get a good deal?
Sure. Why do you think they call it Best?
There's only one way to appreciate Zenith's 27-inch stereo television with breathtaking sound by Bose. Go hear it. Zenith and Bose. Quality. teletext is like your own newspaper the instant you want it. And now the teletext is becoming available just about everywhere. A Zenith digital TV is all you need for home delivery. Zenith, quality.
These people ought to call their Ream dealer. He could deliver an efficient, dependable, and quiet central air conditioning system that would give their home a cool air of quality on even the hottest days.
Mildred, get the phone.
For a winning deal, come to Central Virginia's car capital. 15 dealers representing 24 manufacturers. Only at the Midlothian Motor Mile, south of the James River, Richmond.
The road to Super Bowl 22 started September 13th at RFK against the Philadelphia Eagles. It was a costly opener. On the fourth play of the day, quarterback Jay Schrader injured his shoulder. 3 other Skins would go down during the day, including kicker Jess Atkinson. Washington, though, would win behind the arm of Doug Williams. Williams would come off the bench to throw for 272 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Well, I went after what we worked on all week in practice. You know, I didn't take a lot of snaps, but at the same token, we worked on it, and if you're going to work on it during the week, you might as well run it in the game.
The final score, Washington 34, Philadelphia 24. Game 2 saw Washington travel to Atlanta to take on the Falcons. It was perhaps the low point of the season for the Skins. A missed extra point by Ali Haji Sheikh was the difference, Washington falling 21-20. 2 weeks later, a new Redskin team would take the field for the October 4th contest against St. Louis. With the regulars on strike, the Subskins were born. Quarterback Ed Rupert and wide receiver Anthony Allen combined to put on a show. Allen catching 9 passes for a Redskin record 255 yards.
You don't plan to go out and break records like that, but things went my way today, and I had fun.
The Subskins outlasting the Sub Cardinals 28-21. The replacement Skins rolled in Game 4 as Lionel Vital rushed for 122 yards as Washington demolished the Giants 38-12. Winning fans with every outing, the replacement Skins now face their toughest test in Game 5, the veteran-reinforced Dallas Cowboys. Quarterback Tony Robinson engineered an 80-yard third-quarter drive to give Washington a 13-7 lead. In the final minutes, though, the defense would win the game as they stopped a Cowboy drive at the Washington 14-yard line late in the game. The underdog Skins winning 13-7. The replacement Skins record now 3-0, 4-1 overall. On October 25th, the regulars returned to face the Jets in RFK. Down 16-7, quarterback Jay Schrader would rally Washington in the final 10 minutes. Ali Haji Sheikh booting a 28-yard field goal in the fourth quarter to give the Skins the win.
As soon as you kicked it, you know you got it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, it's a funny thing, though. You know, it's, if you stay down on it, follow through with it, you know, and you kick it, you know it's good.
The Redskins winning by a single point, 17-16 over the Jets. Now 5-1, the Skins shuffled off to Buffalo to meet the Bills. It was perhaps Washington's best game of the season. The Redskins ran the ball at will, racking up 278 yards on the ground. Kelvin Bryan would catch 2 touchdown passes as Washington destroyed Buffalo 27-7. Game 8 saw Jay Schrader struggle as Washington fell to Philadelphia 31-27. Schrader continued to have problems the following weekend, November 15th against Detroit. So much so, Coach Joe Gibbs brought Doug Williams in to start the second quarter. Williams was brilliant, hitting 11 of 16 passes for 181 yards as Washington scored 17 second-quarter points.
Today, I just felt like that we were out of sync, and I really felt like that we needed a lift.
The defense, meanwhile, had a field day, picking off 4 Detroit passes. Washington 7 points better than the Lions, 20-13. Williams was the starting quarterback for the November 23rd Monday night contest against the Rams. L.A. in the midst of a dismal year, the Rams still had enough to defeat the Redskins. Special teams play was the key. as Ron Brown returned a kickoff 95 yards for the score. The Rams stopping the Redskins 30-26. Coming off 3 poor outings in a row, the 7-3 Redskins now face the injured but still dangerous New York Giants. It was all New York in the first half as the defending Super Bowl champs rolled to a 16-0 halftime lead. Unexpectedly, a miracle happened in the second half. Jay Schrader replaced an injured Doug Williams and led Washington to victory. In the span of 11 minutes, Jay would pass for 217 yards and 3 touchdowns.
We blocked everybody out and said, hey, we didn't play like we wanted to in the first half. Let's just go get them. Everybody reached down inside and lay it on the line.
Washington coming from behind to notch win number 8, 23-19 over New York. Sparked by the Giant win, Washington would now roll off 3 straight wins. An 84-yard touchdown pass from Schrader to Gary Clark started Washington to a 34-17 triumph over the St. Louis Cardinals. The hated Cowboys were next, and Washington started with vengeance. Gary Clark would catch 9 Jay Schrader passes for 187 yards as Washington jumped out to a 24-3 lead.
He caught Everson peeking back on the touchdown play, and he just looked him off, looked the safety off, and then came back to him.
The defense, meanwhile, held off a late Cowboy comeback. The final score, Washington 24, Dallas 20. Game 14 with the Miami Dolphins was a thriller. George Rogers' TD run with 6:17 left put the Redskins in front 23-21. But a Dan Marino to Mark Duper 6-yard touchdown pass late in the game would make Miami a winner 23-21. The regular season finale saw Washington at Minnesota to meet the Vikings. Once again, Doug Williams came off the bench and delivered. The Redskins would score the final 13 points to force overtime. This Ricky Sanders touchdown catch tying the game at 24-all. Ali Haji Sheikh won the game in overtime with a 26-yard field goal. The Redskins win 27-24 to close the regular season at 10-4.
The Dangerfield of the National Football League. I think most people just had handed San Francisco the trip to San Diego, and I think Minnesota felt the same way, and they went out there and played some of the best football that they possibly can. Listen to all the critics in this city, listen to the coaches talking about what they was going to do, and and we got sun-kissed on our team and a lot of stuff like that, and we just felt like we just had to come and play our game.
The final score, Washington 21, the Bears 17. The NFC title game was a defensive struggle. The Redskins would sack Viking quarterback Wade Wilson 8 times. Washington would score only 2 touchdowns on the afternoon, the first on this 43-yard touchdown pass from Doug Williams to Kelvin Bryant. Then a little bit later on a 7-yard touchdown pass, Gary Clark catching this one in the end zone. The game came down to one play, 4th and goal for the Vikings. Minnesota trying to tie. Darrell Green with the defensive play as the Redskins hold off the Vikings to advance to the Super Bowl.
Either we're going home or we're going to California.
You're going to sing California Here We Come maybe once tonight?
I'm going to sing it about 100 times tonight and all next week, too.
I don't think it was easy. It took an all-out effort on our part. I'm not taking anything away from Minnesota. Minnesota's a heck of a ball club. They wouldn't be here if they weren't. We just wanted it a little bit more, and just about this much was the difference today.
The Sons of D.C. advancing to the Super Bowl 17-10. All the pregame talk for Super Bowl 22 was about Denver quarterback John Elway. And for the first quarter, it looked like everybody was right. Elway hit Ricky Nattiel with a bomb as the Broncos jumped out to a 10-0 first quarter lead. The Redskins, though, would come back with perhaps the best quarter of football in Super Bowl history. First, Doug Williams hits Ricky Sanders on a pass and run combo 80 yards the distance. Washington within 3 at 10-7. On the next possession, Williams to the air again nails Gary Clark with a 27-yard touchdown pass, and suddenly Washington is ahead 14-10. Timmy Smith, starting in place of George Rogers, would add to the Washington lead with this 58-yard touchdown run down the sideline. Smith 204 yards on the day. Washington now in front 21-10. Less than 2 minutes later, it was Williams to the air again. This time a 58-yard touchdown aerial to Sanders. The Redskins rolling to a 35-10 halftime lead, all 35 points coming in the second quarter. The lead was more than enough as the Washington D completely shut down the vaunted Denver attack in the second half. Let the celebrations begin. The Washington Redskins are the world champions.
Washington Redskins has been noted for a football team to keep plugging, and eventually we come out on top. And I think that second quarter was probably the greatest second quarter that I've been around.
Yeah, I was saying to everybody, I said, look, we haven't made a play yet. Everybody just hang in there. And luckily, we were only down 10. And sure enough, when we got the big play to Ricky, the pass, and I think everybody said, hey, we're back on track again.
The history-making score, Washington 42, Denver 10. This is Rick Stoes, Channel 12 Sports, and we'll have more on the celebration in Washington after this timeout.
If you've ever tried recording the late movie and ended up with the morning farm report, you'll love Zenith's VCR on-screen programming. It lets you correct your mistakes instead of watching them. Zenith. Quality. With so many automatic features, Zenith's new smaller VHS camcorder not only lets you take perfect pictures, it lets you show them again and again. Zenith. Quality.
If you could have a central air conditioner custom built for your home, you'd want it built with quality materials for lasting value. You'd want it to be efficient, dependable, and quiet. You'd want it tested before it left the factory. And you'd want it installed and serviced by a knowledgeable dealer. Rheem is building the air conditioner you want. It's a phone call away. Rheem, the air of quality.
Call Bradley Incorporated today for special pre-season savings.
You don't have to wait for your tax refund. Now you can get your money fast.
You can?
How do you do that?
Just go to H&R Block.
That's it?
That's right, and ask for the Rapid Refund Program.
Then what happens?
For a small fee, they file your federal return directly, and a refund loan is on its way to you the day after your return is filed with the IRS. It's available whether Block prepares your income tax return or not.
Yeah, that's fast.
That's the new Rapid Refund Program from H&R Block. It's fast.
He'd heard the news. He couldn't wait, or else he'd miss that bold new taste.
McDonald's Cheddar Melt.
It was beef from McDonald's, a quarter pound on a light rye bun, but it won't stay around.
McDonald's Cheddar Melt.
With cheddar cheese sauce, grilled onions too, a bold new taste, too good to be true. With super-sized fries, he knew he'd arrive.
Cheddar Melt.
It's a good time for the great taste
To go.
of McDonald's for a limited time.
And for those of you who could not get the day off and make it up to the nation's capital for today's victory parade, we have it for you now.
Avenue have come out to see, and that is those Washington Redskins hanging and waving out the buses, just having a grand old time.
The players just love this. They just love this. All the sweat and all the work, all the aches and the bumps and the bruises. I mean, this is why you go through that to celebrate on a day like this.
The day after the Super Bowl, Doug Williams, as he picked up his Subaru for the MVP award, could hardly walk in that knee brace. In quite a bit of pain, did not sleep that night after the game, but as he said jokingly in a couple of interviews, I've got 5 months to heal now.
Oh, yes. I'm sure the Denver Broncos were probably wondering how bad it would have been had Williams been playing on two good knees. I mean, if he led him to a 42-10 win on a bum knee, you know, what would it have been like if both of his knees were healthy?
The section where the parade is now in and is grinded to a halt was what the security forces, was their biggest fear area, because this is where crowd control became key as the Redskins really came into view and the procession would slow down. And so far, the uniforms seem to have done a pretty good job of keeping the crowd. And you can see they are not that far away from the buses.
So they're keeping the crowd away from the buses somewhat, but still folks starting to trickle in. They're bringing them inside, and they're going to be starting to come outside in the area that they have roped up for them across the street from our vantage point here to begin some remarks and speeches from some of the dignitaries in the city as well as some of the players.
Now again, again, this is tentative, but our speaking list includes Joe Gibbs, Bobby Beathard, Dave Butts, and Doug Williams. Stay tuned, though. That could be subject to change.
Oh, something like this, you never know. From moment to moment, you just kind of go along and see what happens. Okay, the players are starting to unload on the buses, so I think they will be coming out in front of us momentarily. They are moving on into the D.C. building. And we're just a few minutes away from the start of speeches from some of the Redskin players and some of the Washington dignitaries on this. Some of the other bands that were coming up as part of the parade were just kind of swallowed up by the crowd back there. You know.
And like so it goes.
Sort of like the Twilight Zone.
If you can hear it now, Ben, the chants of "We Want Doug" are already roaring through this capacity crowd.
For the players to come out of the podium and start their speeches, there's an interesting development a couple of blocks down the street. And when the crowd broke through to try to get through the players, it seems a band was trapped in the middle of this crowd. So as you can see, it's been a wild day here as Redskin fans just go nuts during the big celebration for the world champion Washington Redskins. And there you can see it. They are trapped in the middle of a crowd about 2 blocks from here.
But it looks like they're still performing their act. You know, they've got that showbiz adage down, Ben. You know, they have got, look at them. They're working that crowd. That could be the Eastern Blue and White from Eastern High School.
That's who it is. That's their banner. And
this high school band, the Trap Band, is the #1 band in the district. Every year they place at least one person on the McDonald's All-American Band. They've performed at the Mardi Gras the last 3 years. They are a high-stepping band under the direction of Anthony Boyd, and they were handpicked by the Redskins themselves this year because of their style of play. They're a lot of energy.
Well, maybe they'll use some of that energy to weave through the masses and get down here, or either they'll have to watch today's festivities from here on television tonight. They are stuck. And there are still cars and politicians behind the band, so there was quite a logjam down the street where that crowd broke through to get out to touch maybe one of the members of the Redskin football team. I'll tell you, the policemen working crowd control today certainly earned their money. I mean, this is no easy job, folks. Trying to contain a crowd of 500,000. I think they've got that easy. Maybe a little more. What do you think, Bob?
It's tough to say because we can't see all the way down, but everywhere you look, as you can see, there are people everywhere.
Okay, there are folks climbing on red lights out here. I mean, it is...
I'll tell you what will be interesting as the speakers come to mount the podium to give their talks, as was the parade itself. The opening remarks are all going to be handled by the dignitary, the district people, and the politicians. There's our Channel 12 Skycam up on top of the roof there. And so by the time the Redskins get down, if they should step out on the podium ahead, I don't see how anyone else is going to be getting to their speeches as the crowd starts chanting, "We want Doug," when he just came into view. By the time he hits that podium, this crowd is going to be wild. The police officers right in front of us, we mentioned the number of over 300 right in this square alone, seem to be doing a good job of restraining the folks. They are trying to break through here and get right in front of the podium, but so far so good as crowd control continues to be an issue.
And there's our Skycam up on the roof there, taking those great shots for us. And I believe that is Bob Rimsberg who is operating that camera there, getting us those great roof shots from high above the parade route.
We're going to break away now for some important commercial messages, and when we come back, we'll hear from some of the world champion Washington Redskins. Stay with us.
up and gone early. It's crazy, but no matter how hot it gets, he works without air conditioning. Because that's how he makes his living. People trust him, and he deserves it. He earns it every day. Of course, you wouldn't have to tell us that.
Your Ream dealer makes Ream the right choice.
Call Bradley Incorporated today for special pre-season savings. On the next Health Matters.
With breast cancer in particular, if you catch it very early, I think there's a very good chance of being cured.
Learn how you can detect breast cancer early and find out about the treatment options. Also, what happens when the breast must be removed. Meet a group which helps women deal with the emotional aspects of mastectomy. All that and more on the next Health Matters.
Health Matters, Sunday at 12:30.
They said it's coming. A quarter pound, it's new at McDonald's. Nothing like it around.
New cheddar melt.
The sauce is cheddar. Grilled onions, too, on a light rye bun from McDonald's to you. And take along for the ride super-sized fries. It's a good time for the great taste.
Cheddar melt.
Of McDonald's.
New cheddar melt.
For a limited time, get McDonald's new Cheddar Melt Sandwich and supersized fries for just $1.89 plus tax. Big meal, great deal at participating McDonald's.
Look what I've got.
What's that?
My new Pioneer audio-video remote control.
Pioneer. So, where'd you get it?
I got it at Best.
Oh, you're so smart.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, that controls the multi-disc CD changer.
Oh, and this?
Well, that controls the video enhancer with a split-screen function.
You know, we could just cancel our dinner reservation.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that.
Honey.
Oh, just kidding, just kidding.
So, smart guy, did you get a good deal?
Sure. Why do you think they call it Best?
Is that a happy man?
He is thrilled. And not only did the guy play with a knee that was injured in the game Sunday, he had root canal work done the day before. But it's just a mob scene here, Wally.
It is. I tell you, there are some TV crews behind us as well. You see some of the artwork of the signs that folks made here and brought out today. At 10 o'clock this morning, you could still work your way through here. However, now, there's no room for anybody.
Beecher Hicks is going to give us an invocation. Be quiet.
As you can see, they're calling for silence and the invocation by the Reverend Beecher Hicks. So let's go to the podium.
May we bow our heads in prayer for a moment of silence. O thou by whom we come to know that which is eternal, we come as a united people with prayers of thanksgiving and joy. We thank thee for the miracle in San Diego and for the safe return of our wounded but victorious warriors. We thank you today for the Washington Redskins, men of persistence and indomitable spirit. We thank you for this city, its mayor, and its leadership, which joins with us in celebration of this marvelous achievement of athletic prowess and power. We thank you for men of consistency and valor and determination, men of strength and skill. We thank you for role models, those who see victory in the presence of defeat, who perform in spite of personal pain, those who instruct more than coach the higher and nobler values of courage and character. We pray for those now who nurse their wounds of conflict and pray for their healing and wholeness. We pray for a new game plan that will permit the young people of this city to catch the path of principle, purpose, and integrity. A new game plan that will ensure that all of the citizens of our nation's capital, black and white, rich and poor, Republican and Democrat, will be able to run past racism and greed, sidestep hunger and homelessness, stiff-arm bitterness and jealousy, until that day when all men shall come to touchdown in the name of freedom and justice for all. Amen.
The Redskins' faith and perseverance in the face of adversity have given inspiration and hope to all of the youth of this city. This resolution is presented on behalf of the Council of the District of Columbia to congratulate our champions, the world champions, on their Super Bowl victory. They belong to us.
I say to you, Joe Gibbs, Doug Williams, and your teammates, you set standards of excellence and courage to be followed by all Americans in whatever goals of life they seek. We are the Washington Redskins, but in the hearts and the minds across this land, this is America's team.
Hail to the Redskins! Hail to the Redskins! Hail to the Redskins!
Hail to the Redskins! Hail, victory!
All right, let's go!
On the warpath, fight for all ye see. Run a fast and score, we want a lot more. Beat 'em, swamp 'em, touch them, let the point score. Fight on,
back up the bit, back up.
Till you have won, sons of Washington. Rock, rock, rock! Hail to the Redskins! Hail victory! Brave on the warpath, fight for all ye see.
We're going to break away for some important messages, and when we come back, we'll hear from more of the world champion Washington Redskins. Don't go away.
I could sure use my tax refund now.
With H&R Block's Rapid Refund program, you don't have to wait.
Great, but I'm a little short of cash right now.
With Rapid Refund, you don't need any.
What's that?
With Rapid Refund, we file your federal return directly with the IRS, and a refund loan is on its way to you the next day. You don't need cash. All fees can be deducted from your check. Available whether Block prepares your return or not.
Now that's the way it ought to be.
That's the new Rapid Refund program from H&R Block.
He'd heard the news. He couldn't wait, or else he'd miss that bold new taste.
McDonald's cheddar melt.
It was beef from McDonald's, a quarter pound on a light rye bun, but it won't stay around.
McDonald's cheddar melt.
With cheddar cheese sauce, grilled onions too, a bold new taste, too good to be true. With super-sized fries, he knew he'd arrive.
Cheddar melt.
It's a good time for the great taste
to go
of McDonald's for a limited time.
Look what I've got.
What's that?
My new Pioneer audio-video remote control.
Pioneer. So, where'd you get it?
I got it at Best.
Oh, you're so smart.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, that controls the multi-disc CD changer.
Oh, and this?
Well, that controls the video enhancer with a split-screen function.
You know, we could just cancel our dinner reservation.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that.
Honey.
Oh, just kidding, just kidding.
So, smart guy, did you get a good deal?
Sure. Why do you think they call it Best?
There's only one way to appreciate Zenith's 27-inch stereo television with breathtaking sound by Bose. Go hear it. Zenith and Bose. Quality. Teletext is like your own newspaper the instant you want it. And now the teletext is becoming available just about everywhere. A Zenith digital TV is all you need for home delivery. Zenith. Quality.
And the celebration continues as we hear more from the world champion Washington Redskins.
The coach
of the Washington Redskins, Joe Gibbs.
Everybody wants to hear from Doug and some of the other guys, so I'll sit down. I just want to say that the Redskins, it comes from every one of us, all 45. It took all 45 guys to get this, and all of you fans, all of us together, the family and everybody else. It's great for us to bring a trophy back to y'all. You guys out there are the ones responsible for getting it. It comes from everybody, not one star, not anybody, everybody pulling together. Thank y'all very much. Appreciate it.
The great general manager of the Washington Redskins, Bobby Bassett.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you guys realize what you're really doing out there. You're putting more pressure on us to come back next year. But thanks for everything, and we all want to recognize what a great job Joe Gibbs and these players do. We had a tough time getting there this year. Coming from behind 10 points was nothing compared to how hard it was to get there. Thanks for everybody. Thanks for everything.
Another outstanding Redskin, Dave Butts. Big Dave! Dave Butts! Dave Butts!
I'm the only one qualified to say this, but we came, we saw, and we kicked their butts.
All right. Our quarterback, the leader of our Washington Redskins offense, number 17, a graduate of Grambling University in Louisiana, Doug Williams.
There was only one football team that gave me an opportunity to play, and that was the Washington Redskins. So, you know, no matter what success that I've had, I have to accredit it to a lot of people. People like Joe Gibbs, Bobby Beth, and Mr. Cook, who gave me the opportunity to play. And on Sunday, and on winning that MVP award, when I think to look at it, you know, that award could have gone to a lot of people. You could have gave it to the whole defense. You could have given it to Timmy Smith. You could have given it to Ricky Sanders. And for me, for sure, you could have given it to the offensive line, because at that particular time, I was hurt. I couldn't hardly move, and those guys did things for me that the average quarterback don't get, and that's blocking. And all I like to say is that I'm just glad to be a part of the world champion Washington Redskins and be a part of this city, Washington, D.C. Thank you.
One more time for the Redskins. Number one. Number one. Number one.
And I'm sure the city of Washington is very glad that Doug Williams is a part of the Redskins football team.
Yeah, right now I think they are enamored with Doug Williams, as well as Timmy Smith. The entire Redskins team, a team in the truest sense of the word. And I'm going to make one political statement in this show tonight. And here it is, gang. If you can read my lapel button here. Joe Gibbs for president. I want to jump on that bandwagon right now, because he did great things with the Washington Redskins this year. Thanks to the coaching of Joe Gibbs, the Washington Redskins came back as Super Bowl champions.
And we're going to go to a commercial break and come back and take one last look at the Redskins this year. Stay with us.
They said it's coming. A quarter pound. It's new at McDonald's. Nothing like it around.
New cheddar melt.
The sauce is cheddar. Grilled onions, too, on a light rye bun from McDonald's to you. And take along for the ride super-sized fries. It's a good time for the great taste.
Cheddar melt.
Of McDonald's.
New cheddar melt.
For a limited time, get McDonald's new cheddar melt sandwich and supersized fries for just $1.89 plus tax. Big meal, great deal at participating McDonald's.
Look what I've got.
What's that?
My new Pioneer audio-video remote control.
Pioneer. So, where'd you get it?
I got it at Best.
Oh, you're so smart.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, that controls the multi-disc CD changer.
Oh, and this?
Well, that controls the video enhancer with a split-screen function.
You know, we could just cancel our dinner reservation.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that.
Honey.
Oh, just kidding, just kidding.
So, smart guy, did you get a good deal?
Sure. Why do you think they call it Best?
If you've ever tried recording the late movie and ended up with the morning farm report, you'll love Zenith's VCR on-screen programming. It lets you correct your mistakes instead of watching them. Zenith. Quality. With so many automatic features, Zenith's new smaller VHS camcorder not only lets you take perfect pictures, it lets you show them again and again. Zenith. Quality.
Who do you call to defeat the heat?
Call me Ream.
Ream is marching through the neighborhoods of America.
Call me Ream.
To defeat the heat on the home front, your Ream dealer has a complete line of rugged, efficient air conditioners to reduce utility bills and keep you in comfort year after year. Call him fast, call him reliable, but call him.
Call me Ream.
Call Bradley Incorporated today for special pre-season savings.
We're back. Ben Hamlin and Wally Bruckner as we continue our exclusive Live Star 12 coverage from the nation's capital of the Washington Redskins victory celebration. And it's been a lot going on all day, and we're not quite done here yet, Wally.
Nah, it's just been a super party for a Super Bowl champion. I'd be the first one to tell you that covering the Washington Redskins this past season has been a treat, and it's been a treat because they've won. But in victory and defeat, they have been a very good class organization. Through the hard work and dedication of some of our Channel 12 photogs, Rick Stoss and Ted Mayer, Mike Kraft and Woody Coates, well, we've delivered some pretty good pictures to you folks through this season. Now, all of this celebration could never have happened if it weren't for one special quarter in San Diego just 3 days ago. We returned to Super Bowl 22, to Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego, California.
You've been waiting for so long, now the time has finally come. Wait and see.
Oh, it's great looking at that again after being out there watching it. A great win by the Redskins in the Super Bowl.
And some great pictures by Rick Stoes. He, too, had the game of his life out there.
It was like Dr. John, in the right place at the right time, catching some great shots. Well, we've had a lot of fun bringing you all of the activity today in the nation's capital. The day started very early. Wally up this morning doing cut-ins for Andrea McDaniel. I'd like to quickly say there are some very important people that helped make this possible. Our Director of Technical Operations, Dave Frazier, and his staff hard at work for the last couple of days, running cables so we could bring you some of the great shots that you saw today. His staff just super. Our truck operator, Ray Dudley, he's inside. We had to bring him along. He's the only guy that can find the satellite. All I can see is stars, but he finds satellites so we can get back to Richmond. But again, a special thanks to all of the technical people that helped make all this possible today.
Absolutely, and you Redskin fans, wear this one proud. This was a very sweet season, 1987, and look forward to the new season ahead, because when training camp opens in Carlisle, it is going to be filled with plenty of football stories to keep us going throughout the new year. I've had a ball. It's
I've
been
had
great.
a great time, too. How about a high five? This is a Super Bowl win. Good night.
You. Good night.
This has been a WWVT exclusive presentation from Washington, D.C. This broadcast has been brought to you by your Zenith dealers. The quality goes in before the name goes on. By Ream Heating and Cooling. Call Bradley Incorporated. By Best Products and Pioneer Electronics. And by McDonald's. It's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's.
For the past few days on 12 News, you've been finding out how credit can virtually control your life. From the Channel 12 newsroom, I'm Brenda Hughes. Well, next we're going to delve into the rights you have if you've been turned down for credit, and also find out there is help for what may seem to be a losing battle. That's tomorrow at 6 o'clock on 12 News.
This year marks the first time Virginians can participate directly in a presidential primary March 8th. But you
goes around to stop Sanders.
Way to go, Slick!
The ball is engraved with the names of all the Redskins
on our fabulous bonus gift offer.
I chose the free Panasonic Color TV.
I took the VCR.
I got the microwave.
Hello, I'd like to have your catalog and bonus gift certificate mailed to me free.
Certainly, sir.
See how easy it is? Call for your free catalog and bonus gift certificate right away.
Call 1-800-228-5600. That's 1-800-228-5600, toll free. Call 1-800-228-5600.
Good afternoon from Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego, California. The road to Super Bowl 22 stops right here. This afternoon, we're going to play the biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. Or for this year, anyway. The Washington Redskins against the Denver Broncos.
AFC の一色で第1位になりましたデンバーブロンコス対、そして NFC 東地区第1位ワシントンレッドスキンズとの対戦になりました。
Super Bowl 22 was viewed as a contest between one man and a team. The Washington Redskins and head coach Joe Gibbs were making their third Super Bowl appearance in the past 5 seasons, thanks to their cast of many. while the Denver Broncos and head coach Dan Reeves were playing in their second straight Super Bowl because of the superhuman talents of John Elway, number 7. Elway's skills were matched against Doug Williams' heart. Cast as the Super Bowl's Rodney Dangerfield, number 17 was a quarterback who had not gotten the respect that he deserved after leading the Redskins into pro football's premier pressure event. The stage was set for the most stunning beginning in Super Bowl history as the Redskins and the Broncos braced for the ambush at Super Bowl 22.
Now, the final chapter, students, in Bosworth's book of etiquette. Personal hygiene. How will you separate yourselves from those barbaric hordes that exude a most malodorous air? New Ride Guard Sports Stick from Gillette. Maximum protection and a fresh new scent. A veritable olfactory medley. New Ride Guard Sports Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized. Raise your glasses, gentlemen, to civilization.
Gillette has changed the face of shaving. First, we made it closer. Then we made it smoother. Atra Plus. Its Lubra Smooth Strip actually releases lubricants to glide the razor more smoothly. Incredible smoothness from the first stroke to the last. The Atra Plus system. First we made it closer, then we made it smoother.
Send summer off in style at S&K's Goodbye Summer Sale. Silk and linen blend sport coats on sale $59.97 each. 2 for $100. Lightweight summer suits $79.97 to $119.97. Knit shirts, summer shorts, swimwear, and casual slacks $9.97 each. Now at S&K. Buy 'em and wear 'em before summer slips away. Don't you hate goodbyes? S&K Menswear. 5 locations in Richmond and stores in Charlottesville, Williamsburg, and Dale City.
It's hot, Central Virginia.
It's red hot.
It's Lee Nissan of Petersburg Super Summer Sell-Off.
You'll get hot deals and cold cash.
That's right, hot deals on every Lee Nissan car and truck.
And cold cash up to $2,000.
Lee Nissan Sentras, $59.90 and $118 a month.
With no money down.
Hot deal.
Lee Nissan pickup.
$131 a month with $500 cold cash back.
Lee Nissan 200 SXs.
$189 a month.
And up to $2,000 cold cash back.
Lee Nissan Maximas, $239 a month.
Hot deal.
Then get $1,000 cold cash.
Hot deals and cold cash.
Through Monday only.
At Lee Nissan.
Still burning up the competition.
Spread black left slot. Lee 15X cutout Y sneak on one. On one, right?
Black left slot.
Yeah.
On their first offensive play of Super Bowl 22, the Denver Broncos immediately demonstrated that there is no adequate defense for speed and daring.
Set hot!
Wide to the far side, 84, Ricky Nattiel. Shotgun formation on first down for Elway. That's a surprise.
Come on, John!
Red 98, hot!
Broncos will go right to the shotgun. First snap, Elway drops to the 35, and he's throwing it up the far side. Nattiel is open. Ball coming. Nattiel catches it for a touchdown. 56-yard touchdown pass. Elway to Nattiel. First Bronco plays. 13:03 to go in the first quarter.
The quickest touchdown ever in a Super Bowl was simply Denver doing what they did best. The first time Elway touched the football, he launched a 56-yard rocket to rookie Ricky Nattiel, who had streaked past Redskin cornerback Barry Wilburn.
Well, the Redskins are stunned. First horse out of the gate doesn't always win the race.
While Denver stormed out of the gate, the Redskins stumbled. Washington was suffering from an attack of nerves, while John Elway was attacking with nerves of steel. On Denver's second offensive possession, the Redskins appeared to have no answer for the AFC's top-ranked offense and its multi-talented quarterback.
Denver in the gun again to Steve Sewell. And Sewell wants to throw the ball. Elway wide open. Here comes the pass. 25, 20, 15. And Elway dives to the 12-yard line.
A play that began as a sweep out of the shotgun formation turned into the first pass reception by a quarterback in a Super Bowl when Elway slipped around defensive end Charles Mann. With 3rd and 3 at the Redskins' 7-yard line, Denver's head coach Dan Reeves needed a play that would, at the very least, keep the drive alive. In a similar situation, when these same two teams had met a year earlier, Reeves had sent Elway on a quarterback draw. And when Denver successfully blocked out defensive tackle Dave Butts, the Broncos scored a touchdown. In Super Bowl 22, Denver would attempt this same strategy. Only this time, the Redskins were ready. Dave Butts, number 65, was involved in a crossing stunt with number 77, Darrell Grant, who slanted into the point of attack. This allowed Butts to have a clear shot at Elway, who was dropped for a loss. Denver settled for a Rich Carlos field goal and what seemed to be a valuable historical edge.
No team has won a Super Bowl game after trailing by more than 7 points at any time during the game. Redskins are down 10 here in the first quarter.
Kick it off for the 3rd time again. Sanders is deep, and he catches this one inside the 2. Turns, and he's up to the 10. Knocked down at the 17-yard line and loses the football. Big pile up and around the 15-yard line. Who's got it?
Though Denver believed they had the ball, after a frantic scramble, the officials ruled that Redskins linebacker Raven Caldwell had dug it out of the mob. Unfortunately for Dan Reeves, the replay only showed that the fumble had been caused by a punishing hit by Ken Bell, number 35. Once the ball was on the ground, several players had a shot at it. But when it disappeared beneath the pile, the replay was inconclusive, and the ball was awarded to Washington. Many would later argue that this play was the turning point of Super Bowl 22. But while Denver was denied an important opportunity, their defense never allowed the Redskins to cross midfield on their next 2 possessions. Everything seemed to be going wrong for the Redskins. Even the basics, like a 7-step drop. Late in the first quarter, Doug Williams slipped and twisted his left knee. Williams was ruled down before the apparent fumble. But when he tried to walk back to the huddle, he collapsed. It appeared as though it couldn't get any worse for the Redskins, until Williams' replacement, Jay Schrader, number 10, was immediately sacked by Carl Mecklenburg. Denver dominated the first quarter 10-0, and there was nothing to indicate that the Broncos were riding into the Super Bowl's biggest ambush ever.
There are 3 nevers in sportscasting. Never wear your best suit to a locker room celebration. Never yell, "It's out of here," before it's out of here. And even if you have to say Biancalana to Benicas to Balboni, never, never let them see you sweat.
Dry Idea for men. For the most powerful wetness protection available to man.
Sweat belongs on the ball field, not in the broadcast booth.
Try Dry Idea for men. Never let them see you sweat.
Gillette has changed the face of shaving. First, we made it closer. Then we made it smoother. Atra Plus. Its Lubra Smooth Strip actually releases lubricants to glide the razor more smoothly. Incredible smoothness from the first stroke to the last. The Atra Plus system. First we made it closer, then we made it smoother.
Hello, this is the First News Sunday Social, and it's a listing of some things going on today that you might want to attend or get involved in. The wheelchair tennis tournament continues today. This is sponsored by the Central Virginia Wheelchair Tennis Association. This is at Rockwood Park. It's all day long. There is the phone number to call if you want some additional information, and they will answer the phone. But it's in Rockwood Park, wheelchair tennis tournament, and there is, again, is the phone number to call. Now, the James River Chamber Opera is holding auditions today for its fall gala. This is going to be quite some production. It is at St. Andrew's Episcopal Church, not the gala, but the auditions. Begin today at 2 o'clock, continue through 8 o'clock. There is the phone number to call. And then at Fort Clifton in Colonial Heights, the Fabulous Cruisers begin playing at 2:30 today, play all day long. They're going to have a great time. That's at Fort Clifton in Colonial Heights. That's it for today. I'm Bernie Simmons.
As the second quarter began, quarterback Doug Williams had tested out his sore left knee and was ready to return to the lineup. Even more encouraging was the fact that Denver's offense had finally started to stall. After completing 3 out of his first 4 passes, Elway completed only 1 out of his next 9. Some were misfires. Others were caused by defensive pressure that allowed the Redskins to regroup. Washington's first offensive play of the second quarter ignited the most stunning 15 minutes of football in NFL history.
The Washington Redskins offense is back on the football field, and so is number 17, Doug Williams. Play action fake. Williams going up top. Got Sanders on the fly. Midfield. He's gone unless they can catch him. The 30, the 20, the 15, the 10. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. Just like that. Well, Doug Williams and company light it up, and they're back in this game.
Yes, sir. We're coming back. We're going to do it.
Obviously, they're going to pass. Williams to pass, lobs it up. He's got Clark at the goal line. He's got it. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. The Redskins have arrived. They woke up. He'll hand off to Smith, and he's back. Good hole. Midfield. Horse race to the 40. Far side 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. Timmy Smith from 58 yards. We are seeing a virtuoso performance. Play action fake this time. Faked out everybody. He's got Sanders in the clear at the 10. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. That's a new Super Bowl record. 4 touchdowns in 1 quarter. Get another one right here. Let's see. Do they go up top? Lobs it into the end zone. He's got Whittier. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. Holy
The Redskins scored 35 points on 5 straight possessions, and by the end of this unbelievable second quarter, everyone in the stadium had memorized the words to hail to the Redskins. Denver's collapse was as sudden as it was complete. Bronco defensive coordinator Joe Collier's unit had given up 5 touchdowns on only 19 plays from scrimmage and had helped to create a new Super Bowl hero. Doug Williams made the most of his moment in history. However, number 17 wasn't just the first black quarterback to start in the Super Bowl. For one magnificent quarter, he was the finest quarterback ever to play the game. This electrifying performance began when Bronco cornerback Mark Haynes crowded the line of scrimmage on the first play of the second quarter, and when wide receiver Ricky Sanders gained an uninterrupted release. Haynes was beaten deep by Williams' accurate throw. Bronco safety Tony Lilly arrived too late as Sanders took the ball in stride for a record-tying 80-yard touchdown reception. The Redskins needed only 5 plays on their second possession to take the lead, 14-10. Gary Clark's diving catch shocked the Broncos and put Washington ahead, 14-10. But this jolt was nothing compared to the second play of Washington's next offensive series. With Denver's defense slanting in the wrong direction, rookie Timmy Smith, number 36, followed the counter-gap blocking of his pulling offensive linemen. When tackle Joe Jacoby sealed up the inside, and guard Raleigh McKenzie buried inside linebacker Ricky Hundley, Smith was off on a 58-yard touchdown run that boosted Washington's lead to 21-10. Used very little during his 1987 rookie season, Smith had never started an NFL game prior to Super Bowl 22. From midfield on Washington's fourth possession, Williams threw another deadly accurate mid-range pass that Ricky Sanders extended into a 50-yard touchdown. Sanders would catch 9 passes for 193 yards on the day, a new Super Bowl receiving record. Super Bowl 22 had turned into a dream come true for one quarterback and a nightmare for another. Elway was unable to keep pace with Williams, and throughout the second quarter he was too often bold when patience might have served him better. Trailing 28-10, Denver's defense needed to rest, but on 2nd and 2, Elway was intercepted by Barry Wilburn, the cornerback he had victimized earlier for a touchdown. Elway's misfire ended Denver's hopes, while Washington marched on thanks to the tough and gritty performance of their former backup quarterback. Neither pressure from the Broncos nor a gimpy knee was going to keep number 17 from his date with destiny. In Super Bowl 22, the character of Doug Williams surpassed the achievement itself. However, Washington's performance was anything but a one-man show. It was simply the result of a team reaching perfection in all phases of the game. Following Wilburn's interception, the Redskins drove 79 yards in 1 minute and 10 seconds. When Williams found tight end Clint Didier, Washington scored their 5th straight touchdown. In the second quarter of Super Bowl 22, the Washington Redskins established postseason records with 35 points and 356 yards of offense in one period. Amazingly, this Super Sunday ambush had taken the total time of possession of 5 minutes, 54 seconds.
First, Gillette made shaving closer, then made it smoother. With Atra Plus, its Luber Smooth Strip glides the razor over your face for Gillette's smoothest shave. The Atra Plus system. First, we made it closer, then we made it smoother.
Now, the final chapter, students, in Bosworth's book of etiquette, personal hygiene. I suggest the maximum protection of new Right Guard Sports Stick from Gillette. Antiperspirant and deodorant. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Send summer off in style at S&K's Goodbye Summer Sale. Silk and linen blend sport coats on sale, $59.97 each. 2 for $100. Lightweight summer suits, $79.97 to $119.97. Knit shirts, summer shorts, swimwear, and casual slacks, $9.97 each. Now at S&K. Buy them and wear them before summer slips away. Don't you hate goodbyes? S&K Menswear, 5 locations in Richmond and stores in Charlottesville, Williamsburg, and Dale City.
Buy any original classic model contour chair, and I, Art Linkletter, will send you your choice of a fabulous 19-inch Panasonic color TV, microwave oven, or VCR free. But don't buy a contour chair for the free gift. Get one because it's the most restful, healthful chair you ever relaxed in. Contour chairs help to relieve low back pain, poor venous blood circulation in your legs, edema, and swelling of the legs. Call toll-free and get full details on our fabulous bonus gift offer.
I chose the free Panasonic Color TV.
I took the VCR.
I got the microwave.
Hello, I'd like to have your catalog and bonus gift certificate mailed to me free.
Certainly, sir.
See how easy it is? Call for your free catalog and bonus gift certificate right away.
Call 1-800-228-5600. That's 1-800-228-5600, toll free. Call 1-800-228-5600.
By the second half of Super Bowl 22, Doug Williams had created his very own legend.
The new Namath. He's the most valuable player, too, isn't he? That's what really counts.
It would take a magical effort equal to that of the Redskins' second quarter in order for Denver to get back into the game. However, not even a magician like John Elway could make the 25-point deficit and Washington's punishing defense disappear. Hurried and rushed throughout the second half. John Elway didn't panic, and he didn't freeze. He simply couldn't do what he had to do to be effective. The Redskins' defense wouldn't allow it. With no threat of a running game, Washington blitzed a safety or linebacker on every big play, cutting off escape lanes and turning up the pressure. Elway was sacked 5 times and constantly hurried. Elway fired 1 interception to a wide-open Tony Davis, number 34, 2 more to Barry Wilburn, number 45. And when Denver managed to gain only 2 yards in the third quarter, the competitive phase of Super Bowl 22 ended.
Ladies and gentlemen, the orange has been squeezed.
For the second straight season, the Denver Broncos lost pro football's biggest game. Once again, they were forced to watch someone else live out their dream.
Most valuable player of Super Bowl 22 is quarterback Doug Williams of the Washington Redskins.
The first black quarterback to start a Super Bowl, the first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl. I tell you what I hope Doug Williams does, Frank. I hope he puts to bed once and for all about the black athlete in professional football.
For Doug Williams, the Washington Redskins, and their fans, this triumphant story would be punctuated by another record-shattering performance.
I'd hand that ball to Timmy Smith, see what he can do with it again. Here goes Timmy Smith on the left side. Good blocks, 40, 35, 30. Breaks it outside of the 20. He's to the 15 and pulled down at the 11. Holy cow, say the Broncos. Who is that kid?
Running back Timmy Smith, number 36, had been a surprise starter that Joe Gibbs hoped would give the Redskins some outside speed. Gibbs obviously got what he wanted. And by game's end, this rookie had broken Marcus Allen's Super Bowl rushing record by gaining 204 yards on 22 carries.
Snap, here comes Timmy Smith up the middle. Touchdown, Washington Redskins.
Fittingly, Timmy Smith closed out the scoring as the Washington Redskins convincingly won the greatest prize pro football has to offer.
Hail to the Redskins begins here in San Diego. The football game is over. The Washington Redskins, for the second time in 5 years, are National Football League champions.
In Super Bowl 22, the Washington Redskins discovered a winning formula by mixing tradition with a dash of the unexpected. The Redskins of head coach Joe Gibbs and general manager Bobby Beathard combined skill and daring with a kind of fundamental football that invariably triumphs in pressure situations. It was a record-breaking performance by a determined group of men who ambushed the favored Denver Broncos 42-10 and earned the right to be called world champions.
With fall a few weeks away and school closing in much quicker, gone are the days of fun in the sun for your children. And as you prepare them, perhaps your sanity as well. Hello, I'm Joanne Sewell. Budget dilemmas, overcrowding, and back-to-school expenses are some of the issues thousands of Richmond area students will face this coming school year. Join me for a 3-part special report and find out how to survive the school days, starting Wednesday on First News at 5:30 right here on Channel 12.
If this ain't St. Lonsdale, how about taste of Havana? I chew my beard.
Today's natural leaf ANC contains Cuban seed tobacco. Antonio and Cleopatra's mildly revolutionary cigars with Cuban seed.
If this ANC good idea of a taste of Havana, my minister's cigars will eat it.
Today on Sports World.